What's the crack? It's your boy Teriak, back at it again for another film room. And I know Thursday is supposed to be about theology and all this kind of stuff, but I'm going to be doing a guest appearance on Chris's Brick Shithouse tomorrow. So basically, I have to reorder the schedule a bit this week because, like I said, gotta hop in, say hello to Uncle Chris. Well, both of them Chris. But Uncle Chris and Uncle Brick, you know what I'm saying? Gotta, share the joy with the brothers, as they say. We got Pseudo Master Chef in the house as well. Welcome in, sir. Welcome in. So today, like I said, the reason why I wanted to make sure I went through this is because this is probably it's a beautiful debate. It's a beautiful debate because as I literally said this to Ryan, like this is like a perfect example of being unapologetically American. Do you know what I mean? Exposing these rats, these tyrannical rats at that. And like we're basically going to see like Pisco just like get the shit absolutely, like metaphorically, get the shit kicked out of him. And like at some points, basically like on the verge of tears, I would say. You know what I mean? He's just like it's basically like this whole thing, like when the bully gets caught by like the dude that's actually stronger than him, and just keeps fucking smacking him. You know what I mean? But you'll see like the whole kind of like slimy strategy where it's, oh well, I just want to increase the court by 1, and like that's the only argument I'm making here and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Ryan is having none of it. Ryan's like, we all know what you're fucking doing. Every single fucking person, at least a Republican, knows exactly what you're fucking doing here. You know what I mean? And like this whole thing of like it's also another perfect example of like this whole thing of like just trying to win the debate and sacrificing truth, sacrificing honesty, sacrificing honor, one would even say. You know what I mean? Because like fundamentally, what Pisco wants is for the Democrats to throw 4 fucking like they claim that they're liberal judges, but like in actuality they're fucking like they'd pick like socialist or communist judges, or just basically puppets that they can throw onto the Supreme Court and then basically do whatever the fuck they want, like even circumventing the Constitution. And at that point, it's like, okay, we're not even in a republic anymore. You know what I mean? So, gonna be a good one. Gonna be a good one, folks. Also, welcome in, Ivan. Welcome in. Pull up a chair. Get comfy. Get comfy, bro. You know what I mean? And like I said, like, there's a couple of things that like I'm trying to be on the lookout for. Because there's a lot of shit happening right now. Particularly in Europe. And appreciate the likes of Rob and all like the Americans kind of like highlighting exactly what's going on in Europe, because we need like public exposure on this, so I'm thinking about kind of like, and like, again, this would be kind of like maybe a couple of months down the line, that like kind of changing around the schedule yet again, keep things fresh and all this kind of stuff. So I am going to be keeping an eye. Well, I'll kind of like take this moment just to kind of show you my like behind the scenes, my methods, as they would say. Like trying to like kind of like keep like at the end of each month, what I do is in the YouTube studio, you can go into your analytics and you can kind of see and kind of map out exactly like your previous month or previous 90 days of like streams, and kind of like see like what is performing well, what's not performing well, and you can pick from things like monetization, views, watch hours, and all this kind of stuff. And one thing with having like the Ko-Fi and the PayPal is that, like, for example, in one stream, let's say I get no donations on YouTube, but I get massive donations on like the Ko-Fi and PayPal, that stream is going to look like it's bad or it's underperforming on the YouTube side. So I'm going to factor more so in, I think, like watch hours. Now, that statistic. And again, like I'm giving you the secret sauce as well. So if there's any other like any of the other boys that like JS, Chris, you know, Kieran, like Vintage, like anybody, any of the boys, like this is for you specifically, right? Like obviously, like if I get like just like a massive raid, or if it's kind of an anomaly and all this kind of stuff, it's obviously going to have a bigger impact in terms of the statistics and all this kind of stuff. But trying to gauge and trying to measure kind of like the actual kind of like interest from like the different streams and all that, and like knowing, okay, right. So right now I basically do six streams a week, and from there, like I said, like if you notice, like from the previous schedule, I had like 3 shows, and it was like double each one. So it's like the first 2 days was one show, the next 2 days was a different show, and then the next 2 days was a show after that. So that's what I was kind of like initially, and then from there I got to the current schedule where I basically have like 6 different shows. So in the current format, I don't really have one about news per se, but I also don't know if that's going to be an aspect that I'm going to be able to do consistently, because depending on when the news hits in the week, if there's a major event or whatever, and I also don't know if I have a wide enough range to cover what might actually be thrown at us and all this kind of stuff. One of these aspects is also welcome in, Crazy, welcome in, sir. One of these aspects to it as well is like what we'll see with Ryan in this debate is that in terms of the legal, you know, I can make political commentary, I can make, you know, kind of like, let's say, like religious commentary, especially in terms of like Islam and all this kind of shit. Why, like, you know, like the aspect of like Christianity, and you kind of like that basically got exposed in Britain, where Bonnie Blue is saying she's going to be doing a golden shower. You know what I mean? Where it's basically she has a kid, or apparently she's going to have like a baby shower, but then she's also going to like have this thing where basically have another 1,000 guys. They're all going to piss on her, and she's going to bang another 1,000 guys at the baby shower. All right, completely horrific stuff. But this is what happens when you remove Christianity. This is what happens when you remove morals, and morality is all of a sudden subjective and all this kind of shit. So congratulations, you retarded fucking lefties. This is what yous want. There's no argument you can make, because you are the ones that are saying, oh, morality subjective, bro. And all this kind of crazy shit, you know? So like there's different aspects to that. There's obviously, like I said, kind of main thing kind of like being politics, which I think I have a reasonable kind of like grounding in terms of like the political philosophy and all this kind of stuff. So I would feel comfortable talking about political, but in terms of the legal specifically, that's one area that I think I need to do a bit of work on. And then on top of that, like I said, kind of like I'm thinking, like, especially with Ryan and things like that, that would be kind of like we'll be able to get there. Obviously philosophy, you know what I mean? Like that's basically how I started and all this kind of stuff, or like the bedrock of all this kind of thing as well. So I'm thinking about a news show, and then also I'm thinking about kind of like the whole kind of carnivore and all that kind of stuff. That seemed to spark an interest. And then financial, or just in terms of investment, but I don't know if I'll be able to kind of consistently do that on the weekly as well. So yeah, there's like, I'm thinking maybe having like a wildcard show to fit all that in, but we'll see how it goes. And also, welcome in to Shante. Make sure you get your ass to Discord. Like I said, I have all the information in terms of like carnivore and all that good stuff. I also have a bit of finance, and then the philosophy section as well. So check the info channels in the Discord as well. Make sure you get your asses in there. And we got an easy raid. Let me play the clips, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. Appreciate you, Easy. Thank you very kindly for the raid. As always, like I said, eternally grateful would be an understatement. You know what I'm saying? For all the love and the support that you've shown me. And because it's easy rating us, and like we're going to be getting into the debate review here, we got to make sure that we keep things logical. Okay? And you might be wondering, what is logic? If you don't know logic by this stage, I don't know what the fuck you're doing with your life. Because we got to make sure we remain logical. Who better else to teach us the laws of logic than our boy Speakeasy?
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy,
do you
bro.
want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, dipshit?
Bellissimo. Bellissimo, as the Italians would say. Beautiful. Beautiful. And Jack, there is a fucking standard to beauty. Even you say, well, maybe she's got a beautiful personality. That personality will still have a standard, no? You don't want it to be a cunt, right? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I see you, Jack. I see you, Jack. All right. So, like I said, make sure you get your asses to Discord, all this kind of stuff. And I think the total runtime of this clip is about 3 hours. So, again, appreciate you as well, Shante, for reminding me too. We will be going over a bit of the carnivore stuff and possibly financials and all this kind of stuff that we're going over in yesterday's stream. Because, like I said, that did seem to have an interest. Welcome in, Cavan. Cavan. Oh my God, I'm still nursing my coffee. Okay. Welcome in, Kevin. It says stand your base, yeah. Stand your base. Well, not one step back. You know. We've got Section 230 as well. Salutes to you, sir. Salutes to you. We've got Shante saying gays, days, furries, and me. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Appreciate you, Shante. Who else we got? We got, oh, well, might as well, just before we get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, now you know. Speakeasy has a complete, oh, one sec, let me take off this, there we go. Gotta have the red. You gotta have the red, baby. So you gotta make sure you check out the new drip, the merch, all the Gucci stuff. Wait, is there more stuff being added? I think there is. One sec, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm pretty sure this is new, but baby lives matter. Abortion is murder. This is actually quite nice. And like we have all kind of range. We got like, you know, water bottles. We got like your coffee mug. We got the full combo with the camo combo with the bear camo combo. We got tank tops. We got shorts for the women's and the men's as well. You know what I'm saying? This is my favorite one. Like this hoodie looks sick as fuck, bro. You know what I mean? That's the Fire and Ice hoodie. We got again the camo joggers, just regular joggers with the logo just once. Again, multi options and different colors to it as well, folks. So if you're like, nah, I want kind of something lighter, maybe in the brown or maybe in the green, you know what I'm saying, represent the Irish, you know what I'm saying, or just if you're like one to do like a black, you know what I'm saying, multiple different options. We got stuff for the ladies. We got caps, you know what I'm saying. We got again wording hoodie as well for Robo Combat. We got the coffee mug too. You know what I'm saying? Beautiful. We got the limited edition Avarice hoodie as well. So make sure you get that. Our boy Darth was showing that off on the stream yesterday as well. We got the travel mugs. We even got stuff for the kids too. And the babies. You know what I'm saying? And even with the Speakeasy hoodie as well. Multiple different colors as well. You know? Great thing about capitalism, you get as much choice as possible. Yoga pants. We got trucker hats. You know? Basically like whatever you want. You know? And this is a zip up one as well. So maybe you don't like the pullover. Maybe you like the zip as well. We got that option too. We got the open panel purge. Like that's your thing as well. Like the different shows Easy does. There's like different aspects to it as well. So like this is a limited edition as well. So if you want specifically the open panel purge one, make sure you get it now before it gets sold out. It's limited edition. We got the Swords of Reason, obviously. one as well. We got and again, like the multiple different colors as well. I think there's like 7 different colors. Let me actually just go into this. Yeah, so basically, like whatever color you pick, you know, whatever is your favorite color, like it's there for you, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I mean? Just to run through all the different colors, you know. Maybe you want it in white as well, you know. So it's all there for you folks. Again, more caps, more hoodies as well, like for the females out there. You know what I mean? We got the tumbler. It's like dealer's choice, as they would say. You know what I mean? Dealer's choice. And again, even with the mugs, you got like the different colors on it as well. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. Like I said, take your pick. Take your pick, folks. So make sure you get your asses onto it as well. But let me catch you up on chat before we start off the debate. Smash that like as well. Appreciate you, Shante. Go to clip. Yeah, like I said, man. Beautiful. That was a beautiful demolishing, as they would say. I was arguing the other side, damn it. Unbelievable. Jack's pulling the Tylenol card. He's pulling the Tylenol card. But I was checking on you, Jack. I was getting me crayons out. I was making me notes. Got my eyes on you. Got my eyes on you, Jack. Jack loves mean women. Unbelievable. Jack, we will save you. We will save you. Of course, there are standards. Of course, there are standards. Comrades. Calvin. Please be patient. My mom took Tylenol, okay? It is what it is, Kevin. I do apologize. Who else we got? Chat. We got Pseudomaster Chef saying, Tarek, we're watching that. Huh? Yeah, I was like I said, I was sitting there kind of going, watching Jack get roasted. I was like, unbelievable, Jack. Got my eye on you, Jack. Got my eye on you. We got Simpleton of Chaos. Welcome in, sir. Welcome in. Loose to you, Kevin. Shanti got rid of the crazy eyes pick. She can try. No, she still has crazy eyes. It's like a permanent thing. It is what it is. It is what it is. Hey, I'm a woman. Can you blame me? Gotta hide crazy eyes when I can. You gotta do the best you can. You gotta do the best you can. Fuck the zippers. I hate them. Almost always break. That is the downside to zippers. But I understand people who don't want to have to do the pullover and all this kind of stuff. Let's say you put product in your hair. You know, it's a pain in the ass. We got Blue Aqua Tiger as well. Welcome in, sir. Welcome in. Pull up a chair, get comfy, because this is going to be a good one. This is an absolute mauling. You know, Ryan is unapologetically American on this. It's like the flag with the snake and it has like "Don't tread on me." This is basically the encapsulates that. You know what I'm saying? Dude, I've never been told I have crazy eyes other than that picture. I don't know. I can't really see the eyes in the new one, but I'm just saying. You know, first impressions, all this kind of stuff. You know. NGMI, that was written on the clipboard. Yeah, I don't even know what that means. I'm not gonna lie. I see a Pepe meme. Like basically it was like scientific. That's the usual kind of like aspect I pulled up. But let me know. I'm pretty sure that's like some anime shit or something like that. Jack, let me know. There are standards. And Jack says 100%. You know? Yeah. Shantae Space saying, "Shrup you, Teriak, you tick." Appreciate you, Shantae. Number 1, I shaved my head. Number 2, even when I didn't use hair products. It is what it is. It is what it is. You gotta sometimes you gotta spike it up. You know what I mean? But anyway, folks, let's get into it. Let's get into this absolute demolishment. This mauling from my boy Ryan C. Mullally in the negative, and Pisco, emphasis on piss, because the dude is a string of piss, couldn't fight his way out of a paper bag. And the prompt is the Democrats are justified in expanding the court, right? So let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey guys, welcome back to Modern Day Debate. We have a lawyer versus lawyer today. We got Pisco and Ryan Mullally. Mullally. I'm gonna get it right by the end of this.
It's all right. No one in history ever has.
Awesome. Well, that makes me feel better. So the proposition tonight is that the Democrats are justified in expanding the Supreme Court. We got Pisco on the affirmative here, and then Mr. Mullally taking the... Yeah, I got it that time.
Nice.
Taking the stance against. So we're going to get right into it with 2 5-minute openings, one each here. And since Pisco's got the affirmative, he'll be going first. And we're going to jump right into it. Before we do, though, I do want to just ask you guys, like the video, subscribe if you're not. And then we do have tickets for DebateCon 8 in July coming up. It's our flagship debate conference, and they are in the description. Awesome, guys. Appreciate you guys. And we're going to start as soon as you start talking.
All right, folks. Yeah, I'm in favor of expanding the Supreme Court exclusively by Democrats, I would like to add. And I want to start by quoting Senator Mitch McConnell in the aftermath of Antonin Scalia's death in 2016. This is a quote. "We know the Democrats. If the shoe were on the other foot, they would not be confirming a Republican's presidential nomination for the Supreme Court in the middle of a presidential election year. We think the American people ought to decide this. We're not going to move on this nomination. We're not going to have hearings. We're not going to have votes on it." In 2016, Mitch McConnell took the decision to categorically reject all nominations that Obama was going to put through many, many months before the election. And this was a form of court packing. And it's a form of court packing which merits a response. Now, I've come to this debate with a formally valid argument. And that means if the premises of this argument are true, the conclusion that the Democrats ought to do court expansion just follows. So I want to take you guys through it. And hopefully you guys can read it. If not, I'll just try to make this a bit bigger. I can't do that. Okay. So the first premise, I think, is something that's easily agreeable to. It's just the notion that in the cases in which reciprocal court packing will not lead to a cascade of consequences, will not result in a bunch of huge parade of horribles that people are disclaiming, and in which there actually has been an injury done, some court packing done, that in those cases, it's justified for the injured party to retaliate. And of course, it's natural to do so too. The first, or I should say the second premise of the argument is that, in fact, there was injurious partisan court packing done. This, I think, is obvious. If you go back to 2016, you see what Mitch McConnell did, and it was categorically an attempt with an irregular process in violation of a constitutional norm to change the composition of the court, not just wait for vacancies that emerge in the ordinary course of events, but to fundamentally violate a constitutional norm for the purposes affecting the partisan balance of the court. That should be an easy premise to agree to. There's no effective way to reverse this injury other than through court packing, right? There's some things that you could do to try to remedy this injury. Potentially the Republicans could, if they wanted to, just let the Democrats nominate a nominee. The next time one comes up, the justice could resign in recognition for what happened. There could be a neutral constitutional amendment that's presented, but none of those are effective and none of those are likely to occur. And therefore, there's no effective way to reverse the injury without a court expansion in kind. The proposed reciprocal court packing doesn't overshoot beyond mild deterrence. I'm not advocating for us to do 100-person court pack of the Supreme Court. We're just trying to remedy the injury that was done to the Democrats in 2016 and to respond in kind the way that Mitch McConnell suggested would be done, through a legal mechanism, through an authorized mechanism. So I think that's, whatever you want to dial in on your notion of proportionality here, if you accept even just one seat, I think you're definitionally in favor of court expansion. And so we can quibble about how much would constitute mild deterrence, but as long as you agree that there was at least one seat that could be rectified, and I think honestly mathematically it's two, if not more, then I think that you should be in favor of that proportionality premise. And then finally, there's no reason to expect a severe consequence cascade. Every time we have these debates, it seems like people are trying to generate a list of things that will occur without a doubt, and they relate to the rule of law, just breaking down fundamentally. They relate to this oscillation between both parties that creates some severe consequence. But what is the actual empirical basis to believe that that's going to occur? Where are the case studies that show that if this occurs, if there is a reciprocal court expansion, that what happens is you break down the rule of law? If you go back into our history, you'll see that there was not just court expansions of the federal Supreme Court for partisan reasons. There were court expansions of state Supreme Court courts, highest courts of last resort in states, as recently as this year in Utah. Is the rule of law breaking down in Utah? Is the rule of law over in Georgia or in Arizona, where they were in my view, explicitly partisan court packs? No. And so I actually think my opposition has a case to show that this is false if he's going to say that this is like necessarily bad, if he's going to take anything other than an agnostic position. But I think that the evidence is such that this will increase the structural stability of the United States. We shouldn't expect to see a breakdown of the rule of law or an increased tendency of the executive to disobey court orders. And so I think basically you're likely to see a lot of positive outcomes. And certainly in terms of the legitimacy of the court in the public's eyes, I think will be vastly improved if our court starts doing more popular things, because that's the vision of legitimacy that the population cares about.
All righty. Thank you for that.
All right, so straight off the bat, this slimy piece of shit. All right, one second, let me check the time. 8 minutes, 26 seconds. So if I go back when he had this shit, when he was hiding his face, a little slimy cunt. So straight off the bat, the fact that Mitch McConnell, right, he's saying that was packing the court, right? But again, bear in mind, the debate prompt is expanding the court, right? So he's trying to like, what would be the word? He's playing loosey-goosey with the law of identity by saying Mitch McConnell not putting through Obama's nominations was court packing, which makes no sense because we're talking about expanding the court. So he's trying to say, well, it's kind of basically like expanding the court anyway, what Mitch McConnell done. So the only way to remedy it is, we need to expand it and all this kind of shit. So straight off the bat, that's a whole bunch of bollocks, right? Then, if we look at premise 2, there was injustice partisan Supreme Court packing. So that's what he does. He says basically like, the fact that you rejected our nomination means that you court packed. And again, the debate prompt is expanding the court. So this whole argument gets thrown out already. Because expanding and packing, you know what I mean? You've basically blurred the lines of the law of identity. Poor Pisco didn't listen to Speakeasy when he clearly outlined the laws of logic. But this is what they do. This is the same thing with the whole trans argument that they do. You know what I mean? A man can become a woman. What even is a woman? You know what I mean? All this kind of shit, right? Then, premise 3, there is no effective way to reverse it without court packing. I beg your pardon? Well, we could have, like, not expand the court. And again, like, this is the whole thing where the accusation against Ryan, the cope stream, the cope fest of all these slimy cunts, these tyrannical bastards, was Ryan didn't engage with the argument. Ryan was engaging with the prompt. He engaged with the prompt in terms of the expansion, and Pisco, this lanky string of piss. Well, no, he's not even lanky. Because, like, as you can see, he's quite fluffy. You know what I'm saying? He's not even lanky, right? He's the one that avoided the expansion, saying, because I'm just going to say that Mitch McConnell packed it, and then the only way to remedy it is through an expansion, right? And then you notice there he's like saying, it's like, well, if we do one, then you could have like 50-50 split, so basically 2 or more, right? These are Pisco's arguments, not putting words in his mouth, right? So again, like, just claiming that there's an injustice, and the only way to remedy this injustice is ridiculous. Then premise 4 says, the proposed reciprocal packing doesn't overshoot beyond mild deterrence. But what's the proposed packing? Is it 2 or is it 4? Because right now, you see, it's basically 6-3. That's the Democrats' issue. The court is ruling 6-3. Right? So, what would be the proposed court packing here? Well, I'm just going to say we're expanding it. I'm not really going to give you a definitive number. And for the sake of the debate, I'm just going to say 1. Even though that makes no fucking sense. You'd at least have to put 2. And even if we did put 2, then the next time we have a president or it comes up, then we'd have to add another 2. So what Pisco's going to do is he's going to tap dance and run away and cry like a little fucking kid that Ryan's not engaging with the argument when Ryan directly tries to engage with the argument, but Pisco's too much of a pussy to actually take a fucking position. He wants to be a slimy bastard, right? And this is what happens when you go into debate. This is what gets exposed. He's not interested in the truth. He's not interested in having honest discourse. He's more interested in saying, well, I technically won this debate. It's all ego. It's all ego with these cunts. They're tyrannical bastards, right? Then premise 5 is the most hilarious one. There is no reason to expect a severe consequence cascade. There is no reason to expect a severe consequence cascade. And if you notice in his intro statement here, he basically says, well, actually, this premise is actually up to Ryan to disprove this premise. Hang on a second. You're the one that made the claim, you ignorant cunt. So you're the one that has to provide proof and ensure that this is true beyond any rationale. That you have to show that this is objectively true. And as you listen to his opening statement, he says, Ryan can't prove that this is false, ergo it must be true. Because there's no historical precedent, there's none of this kind of shit. But how are you proving that it's true, Pisco? You're just granting yourself. This is what this is why all these lefties, it's just pure dogma with these cunts. They actually don't even understand what reasoning is. Then the last premise is the injured party are the Democrats. Now notice, right, when Trump gave his speech, yeah. And also, by the way, on premise 5, Ryan tries to show that it's well, if you add 4, then the next time Republicans get power, we'll just add 10. Is that not a severe consequence cascade? And he runs away from it. He's an absolute bitch. Pisco is an absolute bitch, right? And like I said, this is beautiful. This is Ryan in his element. This is unapologetically American, right? Fucking smashing down on the snake, as they say, right? So, already we've, already off the bat, we've showed this is not sound reasoning. This is not sound reasoning because multiple premises are clearly not true and not proven to be true, right? So, again, then the conclusion is the Democrats are justified in expanding the United States Supreme Court. Well, let's go back to the first premise. Well, if you're saying that court packing is just denying the nominees, right? You're talking about, you're saying that that's court packing, and now we switched the vocabulary back to expand. So he's talking about court packing all the way through this, then he switches and says, now we have to expand it. Well, just reject the nominee. Just do the same thing Mitch McConnell done. But this is how they operate. It's the same thing with the whole fucking trans movement and all this kind of shit. And shout out to the one and only Ryan C. Mullally, absolute legend. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen.
That 5-minute opening, and we're going to turn it over to Mr. Ryan here. Whenever you start talking, I'll hit the timer.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Ryan Mullally. I'm an attorney. I've litigated at every level of the U.S. legal system, up to and including the U.S. Supreme Court. And I'm here today to open your eyes to a grave threat to our liberty, our Constitution, and yes, the rule of law. Prominent Democrats are now openly arguing for a set of policies, including the most radical and unprecedented court packing in the history of the country, adding 4 justices to the U.S. Supreme Court on a purely partisan basis. They do it with a smile on their face, cloaking themselves in false virtue and hoping you will praise them for their tyranny. Pisco has the unenviable task of trying to defend these tyrannical proposals. To do so, he's selected a classic lawyer's trick: atomize the issue, drown you in banality and unnecessary complexity, and paint a thin veneer of logic over the unjustifiable. In other words, Pisco's job tonight is to obfuscate the Democrats' tyrannical plans. My job is to reveal them. And you don't need to be a lawyer. You don't need a 6-premise argument to understand the grave threat to your liberty extremists like Pisco pose. He is arguing that it's fine, even justified, for the Democrats to expand the court, which has been 9 justices since the Civil War era, and do so in the most radical and unprecedented way in our history. Why? because they don't like the current Supreme Court. They don't like how they rule and they want to get their way. That's why. It's that simple. So how do the Democrats plan to alter our Constitution, vitiate the independence of our highest court, entrench their own power? What's their plan? Well, they've told you. They said it publicly. First, they want to add 4 or more, some of them have said more, justices to the court, likely young, left-leaning justices who will serve for decades and enable the Democrats' agenda for the next 50 years. But that's not enough for them, by the way. That's just the appetizer. They also want to make D.C. and Puerto Rico states, because that would give the Democrats 4 extra seats in the Senate, locking out Republicans. Now, you might be asking yourself, is Senate packing part of court packing? How are those related? They go hand in glove. Why? Because of what's called the ratchet effect. As Justice Breyer, a noted liberal Supreme Court justice, once explained when talking about court packing, quote, what goes around comes around. And if the Democrats can do it, the Republicans can do it. So after the Democrats pack the court to 13 justices, the next Republican administration would have the chance to reciprocate in kind. And they would. Maybe they'll go to 19. Maybe they'll go to 20. But then it's the Democrats' turn again, and they'll go to 30, 40, 50, 60. And pretty soon, the concept of the rule of law, the concept of an enduring constitution is a joke. It's a sad memory. So but the Democrats know this. They know this is a risk. So what are they going to do about it? How can they have their cake and eat it too? They pack the Senate. Because if the Republicans can never get back in power in the Senate, they can never repack the Supreme Court. That's why they want to make D.C. and Puerto Rico states. Tyranny cloaked in virtue. But even that's not enough. They want to create an enforceable code of ethics for Supreme Court justices so they can discipline the justices that they don't like. But don't worry, Pisco's been very clear that he would only favor using such an ethical code, and I'll quote him, against the conservative justices that supposedly lied during their nomination hearings, though they did no such thing. Every statement Pisco makes tonight is an admission. Every single one. And here's why. It's so obvious. Pisco said his argument is about political self-defense. That's what he said. Well, I don't know about you, but I feel pretty threatened by court packing, Senate packing, infiltrating the court, taking away their independence. I feel pretty threatened.
1 minute.
Are the Republicans justified in packing the court? Are they justified in self-defense? They have all the institutional power right now. They could pack the court tomorrow. They could put 4 frothing at the mouth conservatives on the court. Are they justified in self-defense? Pisco says no. He said in his opening, it's only for the Dems. He won't bite that bullet. And that's all you need to know to reject Pisco's self-defense argument. It's classic partisanship, rule for thee, not for me. It's a false argument meant to obfuscate and insane wash tyranny. You ought to reject everything Pisco says unless he's willing to condemn the Democrats' proposals in full. But even if that's enough to decide the debate, that's enough. But even if it weren't, his argument is nonsense. It's a clunky syllogism which is on its face a disaster. It's internally contradictory and self-defeating. The premises are false. It relies on undefined terms which appear to have proprietary and non-standard definitions. And it is all obvious. Pisco knows it, or at least he should.
All right.
So why is he saying it? Sorry.
Go ahead.
To obfuscate tyranny. That's what he's here tonight to do. And I'm here to reveal it. We'll have some fun.
Ladies and gentlemen.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's the MVP. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
Absolutely beautiful. Straight off the bat, he smelt this coming a mile away. Amazing.
Amazing.
Beautiful counter by Ryan C. Mullally. All right. A good Irish name to him as well, boys. You got to appreciate the Irish. So again, as we said, and like even the whole thing, like the people, like his final premises where it's like the Democrats are the injured party. It's like, no, it would be the American people. But notice, this is what these fucking lefties are in. Like, they play team games. They're partisan. So even by his own fucking argument, he's clearly partisan. But let's get into it because, like I said, the cope was because I went on Confluence's stream, like I checked around all this kind of stuff, the people that were covering this, all this kind of shit, and the amount of cope about this was hilarious, right? I'm non-partisan, I'm a centrist, and Ryan just didn't didn't engage in the prompt. And it's like, no, he directly engaged in the prompt. It's actually Pisco who done the slimy fucking bitch move tactics of saying, oh, well, Mitch McConnell court packed, ergo we need to expand. Like all the way through his premises, he's talking about court packing, and then he ends with expanding. So it's like, and Ryan called it out as well. It's like, what the fuck? What was the word again? Proprietary definition. My own definition. I made it up. You know what I'm saying? Let me catch up in chat. Pseudomas Chef says, look at what the radical trader scumbag Merrick Garland was as Attorney General. We had a good reason to deny his chance to be on SCOTUS. Most of the Trump appointees weren't even true conservatives. Exactly. You know what I mean? But like I said, like Ryan says, okay, if we're to believe you, and this could be a potential move that Trump does where it's like, okay, we're going to expand the court by 4 and I'm going to pick them. What would the Democrats' reaction be? Oh my God, this is tyranny. He thinks he's a king. And then you cut back to like King Charles giving the speech and all the Democrats clapping like retarded seals. You know what I mean? But that would be the power move. But then, like I said, then they would like you weaponize that and try to do this whole thing. And then when they got into power, they just do it anyway. You know what I mean? So, like I said, it's a dangerous game with these cunts because like they don't want to pursue truth. They don't want to pursue reason. They just want power. They're tyrannical. Like I pointed out with Plato, the 5 stages of the soul's degradation. All these cunts are in like the lowest stage, the bottom of the fucking barrel of tyranny, because I said so. You know? Duda says, all the lies they concocted to smear Kavanaugh, right? That was a travesty. And he's better than any of the leftists on the Supreme Court, but he's still not the true originalist we wanted. Like, that's the thing. Like, I always point out, like, with Charlie Kirk. Like, look how they reacted to Charlie Kirk's assassination. And Charlie was a moderate. Charlie was the moderate. And look at what they done to him. You know what I mean? And this is why I keep trying to show the Americans that it's like, in terms of Europe, like, this whole thing of like the centrist or the moderate and all this kind of shit, that's gone. You know? Blue Aqua Tiger says, I do appreciate the Irish for all the pubs they put around the world for me to go to. Hey, that's what I'm saying, man. You know? The boys hooking you up. You know? It is what it is. And ladies and gentlemen as well, salute to Shantae as well. Appreciate you, Shantae. If you do want to open up the panel, we do need to reach the $50 goal. And if we do, we also get a premium meme as well. So, just letting you know. Perfect timing on the video to pause at. What can I say, man? What can I say? You know? Because he's, like I said, man, he's a bitch. He's a slimy little partisan bitch. And he's going to get the shit kicked out of him, metaphorically speaking, of course.
Tonight.
Awesome. Yeah, you didn't really go over too much. I was just making sure you knew that was 5. Awesome. We're going to get into the open dialogue. We got 60 minutes hitting on the clock here. And since Ryan just went, we'll go ahead and let Pisco take it over for opening it up for his affirmative position. And go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
And so, a lot of this is just 60 minutes back and forth.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I'll try not to interrupt too much unless there's someone severely over talking the other. But generally, you know, I'm sure you guys know how to be respectful here and let each other talk. So go ahead.
Yeah, I thought a lot of what Ryan just said is like bluster and non-relevant stuff. I have a logically valid argument, and I'd like to know which premise that you're unconvinced by.
Okay, peace.
What? What? Are you fucking kidding me? That's your argument?
Absolute. It's just bluster, bro. It's just bluster. You know, my argument is logically sound, of course. You know, it's logically valid. You know, it does not necessarily follow, and also the premises are not true, so it's not even valid, let alone sound. You ignorant cunt. The left won't give an inch. We can't give them even a millimeter. They think any lies, character assassination, and worse are justified. Exactly, Pseudo. Like we just seen it from Pisco. This is bluster. Yeah, this is what is it? It's just lingo. It's all that. It's like he actually doesn't address my argument. Like that's basically going to be his whole thing. Is he's not addressing my argument when Ryan literally calls out the whole fucking shebang.
So let's dive into it. First of all, can you explain to the audience what logically valid means and it doesn't mean? Because I think that's confusing for a lot of people.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think I already did. If the premises are true, then the conclusion follows.
Okay, so you're
No, that's actually not what logically valid means. There's logically valid and then there's logically sound. Logically valid only means that the conclusion necessarily follows. So, for example, right, a logically valid argument would be all animals are purple. Yeah. Premise 2. I own a dog. Conclusion. My dog is purple. That is a logically valid argument, but it is an unsound argument because not all animals are purple. Right? Do you understand? When you're talking about validity, all you're concerned with is, does the conclusion necessarily follow? So again, I'll repeat. Premise 1, all animals are purple. Premise 2, my dog is an animal. Conclusion, my dog is purple. That is a valid argument, but it is an unsound argument because premise 1 is false.
assertion is that this is a logically valid argument.
Yeah.
Okay. And it just means that it doesn't mean that the premises are true. It doesn't mean that the argument's a good argument.
But I don't know what you mean by good. You mean sound?
Yeah, sound. Fine.
Yes, sound. Yeah. So like an argument is sound if the conclusion follows from the premises necessarily, and the premises are all true. And I take the premises here to all be true. I'm just asking which of these premises you take issue with.
I take.
Oh my god, man! At this stage, like I think our boy Ryan is like, oh, you want to play this game? You want to like start doing like this shit where you start saying like logically valid or logically sound. You want to kind of blur the lines and all this kind of shit because clearly Pisco doesn't understand the fucking difference. One sec, I just want to pause it here because I think there's an issue. I just want to make sure that it didn't double up the things. Yeah, so it's only one. All right, so shout out. Exactly, Kevin. Exactly. All right. Because like you'll notice, like they'll say these things of like, especially on the whatever podcast, like these chicks will say it's like I'm logical, or like they'll use these words, but they don't know what they mean. They don't know what they mean. You know what I'm saying? Well, appreciate you, Pseudo. Thank you very much for the $5 on the Ko-Fi. Let me play a little clip for that one. We're 10% of the way to open up the panel, folks. Let's get her done. You know what I'm saying? But like they'll just say these words, like especially when Andrew was like talking about logic. Also, Pseudo says on the Ko-Fi, not one step back. Ladies and gentlemen, this is, like I said, it's the embodiment of not one step back here from our boy Ryan C. Mullally, right? But like they'll say, like Andrew will say, it's like no, like this is a sound argument, or like this is like logically sound or logically valid, and then the goofy bitch across from will say, yeah, but my argument's logically valid as well. And then that's when Andrew hits him with, okay, well, like you clearly don't understand what like logically valid or logically sound means. What are the laws of logic? And then they'll just like make up 3 laws of logic. You know what I mean? Unbelievable.
Issue with a bunch of them, but we're gonna have. But in order to get there, Pisco, we're gonna have to just test. Let's test the basics first. On the top of the page, it says an argument from self-defense.
Yeah.
I feel very threatened by the Democrats' plan to add 4 justices to the court and pack the Senate. I feel deeply threatened. Am I justified, Pisco? Am I justified in packing the court?
That's just the title I gave the argument. That's not anything in the argument.
Pisco, nobody but you cares about your argument. So am I justified in packing the court?
Well, I think that the argument, if the premises are true, then the conclusion.
Nobody cares about your argument, you piece of shit.
You're not going to answer if the Republicans are justified in packing the court? Why not?
If the Republicans are the injured party, they would be justified under the argument.
Well, no.
It's a neutral argument.
You're a lawyer. You're a lawyer. You know what self-defense means. Do I need to let somebody injure me before I have a right to self-defense?
Yeah, so I take that as a derail. It's not within the argument, but it is a neutral argument.
Nobody,
if the
I'm going to tell you this
conditions-
honestly, nobody
if the
cares
condition-
about your syllogism.
Well,
Nobody
well,
cares.
So this is the argument that
you
I've come
want-
to present. And
We
so are you
do
saying that
not
you don't-
care.
I
You don't have
don't
the
care.
basis to
Do not
reject
care,
it.
So
Pisco.
what I care about is the fact that your party is tyrannically planning to lock themselves in power and lock the Republicans out of power for generations. That's
Yeah,
what
that's
I
not-
care
that's-
about, Tisco.
that's not of the
Your
argument.
syllogism means nothing to me. I couldn't
so you don't-
care
you don't
less
wanna-
about it. No, how about this, Pisco? We can make this very easy. Do you disavow the plan to add 4 justices in Pact 13?
No,
You
but I
disavow
don't.
and condemn
But that's not the. proposition
No,
you made, the debate.
listen to this cunt. No, I don't disavow that. I don't disavow that. So we can skip straight to premise 5, where therefore no reason to expect a severe consequence cascade. Okay, if you pack 4, you don't disavow that, and again, the reason why this is such a piece of shit thing is, like, unlike Destiny, Pisco's actually a lawyer. Like, while Destiny can go and say, oh, like, you know, like, politics is just vibes, bro. It's all just vibes and all this kind of shit. Alright? And, like, just, like, make shit up when he's, like, reading court case and all this kind of shit. Pisco is an actual qualified lawyer. And he's doing this shit. Okay? Do you understand how much of a piece of fucking shit think about the piece of shit on the bottom of your shoe Pisco is for doing this? You're supposed to be a fucking lawyer. You're supposed to actually care about the law. You're supposed to care that we have an equal standard across the board and not fucking play partisan politics. He's a piece of fucking shit. But let's get into it.
You disavow
No, I
and condemn
don't.
it.
No, I don't. But
Okay,
that's tangential.
So if
That's
you don't disavow
tangential.
and condemn it, then that's what
Ryan,
we're talking
Ryan,
about.
Ryan.
No,
Ryan, calm.
that's what we're talking
That's
about. then.
tangential. That's
Do you,
so
Pisco,
I presented an
disavow
argument
and
here.
condemn the plan to add extra seats?
This is just
Puerto Rico
rhetoric.
and
This
DC
is just
to the
rhetoric.
Senate
Let's.
to pack
This
the
is
Senate.
rhetoric.
Like, he sounds so gay as well. This is just rhetoric. Like, oh my god, this is like rhetoric, bro. You know what I mean? Say it with your chest, you fucking bitch.
Do
Can we
you
just address the
disavow and
argument?
condemn, Pisco?
Wait. That's
Do
rhetoric.
you
I just-
disavow and condemn, Pisco?
That's rhetoric. I just want to address my argument. Can we
Yes,
address the
Pisco,
This
argument?
is rhetoric.
Yes or no? I'll give
He
you.
sounds like he's about to cry. He genuinely sounds like this is rhetoric. Mom, Ryan's bullying me.
Your famous one, yes or no, Pisco?
So
Do you
I
disavow
already
and
told you
condemn?
I don't disavow the plan by Ro Khanna. I don't disavow it, but I've
Okay.
already answered it. So now I'd like to address my argument for the debate proposition. Is that all right?
No, it's not all right. Pisco.
So I brought an argument to the debate
Pisco,
proposition, and you don't want to address it. Why?
We're going to get to it, but I just want to make sure the audience understands what you're saying.
Yeah, this is
You're
just
saying
rhetoric and posturing.
You support packing the
That's just
court
posturing.
to 13 members, correct?
That's
what you
one of
support.
that's one of several solutions that I'm okay with, but like
you
that's
won't
not the
disavow
proposition.
It. Your party's advocating for it. You won't disavow it. So
Of course I won't disavow it, but
okay.
like I'm trying to give you an argument in favor of it, and you don't want to address it.
And you will not disavow, Pisco. You will not disavow packing the Senate by adding
the argument
new
isn't about
states.
what I'm going to disavow or not. The argument is
Okay,
whether it's justified.
But you
So-
won't disavow it. You're not.
Hang
here.
on a second. We're not here to do posturing and rhetoric.
Why
and
not,
stuff.
Pisco?
It's a debate.
I'm
It's
here
a
to
debate.
defend my country from tyranny, Pisco.
It's
That's
a
what I'm
debate.
here to do.
Okay, so are you here to debate the proposition or not?
Pisco, what I'm here to do is point out that the Democrats are on the verge, based on the thinnest veneer of
That's
justification,
not the debate proposition.
to lock themselves
That's not
into
the debate
power
proposition.
forever. And we can
That's not
get
what we're here to
your
debate.
It actually is what you're here to debate, because the debate prompt is the Democrats are justified in expanding Supreme Court. Adding 4 court justices would be expanding the Supreme Court. And you're not justified in doing that because essentially it would constantly just be 7-6 rulings. And then just descends into partisan politics. Reason gets thrown out the fucking window, which is just read some fucking Plato Republic, Pisco, you fucking retard. That's what tyranny is. So Ryan calling you a tyrant and calling out the Democrats for acting like tyrants is a valid argument. It's a sound argument. It's an accurate description of what you're trying to do. You're trying to circumvent reason and just say, because I said so. Because I said so.
the argument in a second.
So you want to
but-
debate something? So we agreed to a debate prompt, and now you're saying you want to debate something else.
Well, Pisco, what you want to do, what your party wants to do, what you will not
That's
disavow.
not what we're here to talk
is
about. We're here to talk
lock
about
the
court
Republicans
expansion.
out of power. Pisco, how about this? Tell me you don't want to lock the Republicans out of power.
Yeah, no, but that's tangential
Pisco,
to the
do you
topic.
want- do
that's
you
the
want to
that's
lock the
tangential to the
Republicans out of
topic.
power?
We're here to debate the court expansion.
Yeah,
Pisco,
I do
you
think we
want to
should
lock the Republicans out of
try
power?
to stay as
But-
close.
And again, I don't know this moderator or whatever, but like Ryan is staying on prompt. He's addressing premise 5 here, where it's like, if you do this, you effectively lock the Republicans out of power. Which Pisco is all in favor of doing. Yeah, just lock them out of power. That's the reason why Pisco is doing this fucking partisan politics. He does not want to have let the Republicans have any fucking say or have any power, which is an injustice to the Americans, right? To the American citizens. Pseudomaster Chef says gerrymandering, Supreme Court packing / expanding, no voter ID, shady ballot harvesting. They have no standards except double standards. Exactly. Rules for thee, but not for me. If they regain control, I bet the first chance they get, they nuke the filibuster too. Watch. I'm telling you, man. But they won't. I would even wager, I'd be willing to wager that Trump doesn't even lose or the Republicans don't even lose the midterms.
To the topic as possible on the
We
prompt
agreed
here.
to a topic. Let's stick to it. I provided an argument for that proposition.
Am I going to get an answer about whether you would like to lock the Republicans out
I
of
view
power?
that as a derail. I've already answered some of your derail questions, and I've already
no,
chosen not to,
we're not
to
gonna get an
correct some
answer?
of your false assertions in your intro, but it has nothing to do with what we're here to debate.
So we're
It
not
could be
going to
the
get an
case
answer to that?
It's not what we're here to debate. I think I have to stand my ground and say we're here to argue a point, a specific point, and you trying to derail and use
Okay.
rhetoric is not effective and it's not convincing.
The irony.
I think the
Oh
audience
my
understands
God.
exactly why you won't disavow that. And
Yep.
That's more than.
Well, I think they understand why you're not willing to address the argument. And if you were confident, you would.
Let's go to your nonsense.
Yeah,
let's
do
go to
it.
your nonsense argument, Pisco.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Which premise do you disagree
Premise
with?
5: there is no reason to expect a severe consequence cascade.
Yeah. Perfect.
Mhm.
Okay. Why on?
Now, bear in mind, when I was on Confluence's panel, they said, oh, well, if Ryan had mentioned premise 5 and attacked the argument that way, well, then he would have been engaged with the prompt. But he didn't do that until like an hour into the debate, or he didn't do that much later into the debate. Motherfucker, we're like 7 minutes into the opening. We're 7 minutes in. So, again, bunch of cope, bunch of crying. You can even hear it in Pisco's voice. He's crying for his mama. He is crying for his mama, okay? Because he's getting absolutely wrecked in this debate.
Earth would the Republicans not repack the court the next time they have power?
I'm not saying that they wouldn't.
So you think that that's not a severe consequence cascade if the parties just keep expanding the court over and over and over again?
I view that as preferable to the status quo.
I didn't, Pisco, your argument doesn't say it's preferable to the status quo. Your argument says there's no severe consequence cascade.
Well,
you don't
Mhm.
think that packing
I
the
don't-
court over and over again would be a severe consequence cascade?
Yeah, I view the consequences relative to a status quo of some sort. If, for example, it's not making things worse in any respect compared to taking the action, I don't view that as making things worse. It's making things better. So it's not. It's not even a
Your
consequence.
proposal leads to a 100-member Supreme Court where every couple of years we had new judges in there. The Constitution totally changes. All the rulings totally change. That wouldn't be a severe consequence cascade. You think that's preferable?
I don't think that. I don't think that outcome is, precisely speaking, likely the 100-person
not?
thing, because we've never seen examples of this kind of thing before. When has
Because
that
you're
happened?
proposing something unprecedented.
That's not
Your
unprecedented.
party is proposing a 4-person partisan pack. It's never been done in the history of the United States, Pisco.
So
it's
first of all,
never been done. So yes,
The
when you propose
argument is not
something
indexed.
unprecedented, then it turns
So-
out that you
so are
like
you-
an unprecedented outcome.
Are you conceding that you don't have any examples of this occurring?
Pisco,
So, again, this is such a beautiful fucking position, right? For Ryan, because like Ryan's basically has him like checkmated. This is like checkmate. Like Pisco has none of the shit. So like Pisco is basically trying to say now, well, there's no historical example of it, but it's an unprecedented policy. Like it's never happened before. Never happened before, right? So it's like again, to go back to the whole trans argument that they love, right? It's like, well, you don't have any historic example that these surgeries, these gender surgeries, because remember they changed from transsexual surgeries to gender studies. Gender surgeries. You have no historical examples that these gender studies would actually be a negative outcome. There's no data, there's no studies, and all this kind of shit. You can't actually prove me wrong. But it's like, motherfucker, you're the one that's making the claim that these are beneficial. You have to prove that these are beneficial. You see what I'm saying? And this is like the slime ball tactics that they throw at you. You know what I mean? The evidence lies with the claimer, not the claimee. Alright? Suda says, I hope you're right, Teriak. It's one thing that worries me about the Iran situation. I worry that high gas energy prices are going to hurt the Republicans in the ballot box. Just look into the redistricting. Sudo. Look into the redistricting. Not trying to be negative, but all voters think like we do. Well, sorry, not all voters think like we do. I know a good amount that voted for Trump who are really pissed off right now over the $4.50 a gallon prices, higher grocery bills, etc. Like I said, let Trump cook. Let him cook, bro. Let him cook.
You're proposing something unprecedented. You are proposing something unprecedented.
I don't think the debate.
Saying
so,
to
so
me,
I'm not.
do you have examples of how
So
this
let's
turns
pause real
out?
quick.
Well, you're doing something unprecedented, Pisco. Can you name
so-
for me a time?
So again, to reiterate this, double down on this. You're saying that something, you're suggesting something unprecedented, and because it goes both ways. Pisco has no evidence that this is actually going to work out, meaning he has no evidence to prove that his premise 5 is actually true, meaning it's an unsound argument.
Time when they did a 4-person partisan pack?
The
Name
argument
one.
isn't specific
Pisco,
to
name
the
one.
argument isn't specific to a number of justices.
Well,
so
Pisco,
my argument is not
do you
indexed to that.
disavow the 13-person pack?
No, I don't. But that's not
Do
what
you
we're here to
condemn
debate.
it?
We're here to debate court
Are
expansion.
you
right?
aware that James Carville said that Democrats should lie?
Yeah, Ro Khanna is not the
James
Yeah, so
Carville is who I said. That James Carville said that the Democrats should not talk about it. They should hide their power level. They should get into power and then just do it. Are you
Why is it
aware?
relevant what James Carville said? I thought we were here to
Pisco,
debate like what's likely.
Nobody should trust you saying, "Oh, we're going to pack
The
it."
argument isn't. The debate isn't whether you can trust me.
Pisco, I'm just giving an argument to pack it to 10.
My
I'm just giving an
character isn't
argument
at
to
issue
pack it
here,
to
right?
10.
Wait. Do you think my argument is the debate? My character is the debate?
The
Is my character the debate?
The Democrats are planning to pack it to 13.
Is my character the debate?
You support packing it to 13.
Yeah, but we're debating.
And again, this is not against the man, right? This is still dealing with the argument that you will not denounce that you want to put for Supreme Courts. James Carville wants to put pack the court before Kamala Harris with her drunken stupor and all this kind of shit. There's no bad ideas, and if we need to pack the courts, then we'll pack the courts. You know what I mean? So he's like giving multiple evidence that this actually is the outcome. You just want to put 4 on the Supreme Court to effectively take the Republicans out of power. So how is that a fair system? How is that a fair system, Pisco? That's what the critique is. But Pisco keeps running away. He keeps tap dancing. You know what I'm saying? And again, shout out to Ryan for this performance. Absolutely amazing.
Amazing.
You know what I'm saying?
People
court
have the
expansion
balls
generally.
to argue the thing you actually support. Why should anyone take you seriously? Why would anyone care about your
why don't we
argument
start
about packing it to
Yeah,
one
why don't we
seat when
start?
that's not even
why
on
don't
the
we?
table?
Why don't we start with just the minimal condition?
No,
Why not?
We will
Why
not start with the minimal
Why
condition
not?
because that's not what the Democrats are
logical?
proposing, Pisco. I don't
Wait, no,
care about
my
your
argument-
logical syllogism, Pisco.
Wait,
I'm
no,
defending my country from your
Yeah,
party's tyranny.
So you don't want to debate the proposition?
So basically, and again, the proposition's not one. The debate prompt is the Democrats are justified in expanding the Supreme Court. And what Pisco, the little slime ball, is trying to say is like, well, let's just do one, right? And if we do one, you know, it's not locking Republicans out of power if we just do one. But again, this is what Ryan was talking about when he says, well, you atomize a problem, say, oh, if we just do one, then that's not going to be like that bad, right? You're not technically locking the Republicans out of power if you just do one, right? But the plan is to do at least 4 or more, right? So it's like, if you do it like over a time, so it's like, you know, over the next 10 years or whatever, you add one, like, and then add another one, then add another one, then add another one, then you effectively lock the Republicans out of power. That's why Pisco's like, oh, I just want to talk about one, bro. I just want to talk about one. And it's like, no, you're not doing that, because the prompt is expanding the Supreme Court, which means you have to factor in all outcomes. Absolute slimeball piece of shit. He's supposed to be a fucking lawyer. Partisan politics.
Pisco, I don't give a shit about the proposition. What I'm telling you, Pisco, is that your party is advocating for rampant tyranny, and you won't even disavow it, Pisco.
I don't think
you don't even have the courtesy to disavow it because
if you wanted to come and debate a particular, if you wanted to come to debate a particular plan, you should have told the debate organizers that's what you wanted to debate.
Is expanding to 13 within expanding the court, Pisco? Is that within the proposition?
It's a subset. It's a subset, but it's not the only.
It is a subset,
but it's not the only.
And is it a subset that you personally support?
It's one of many measures that I would support.
Okay,
but why don't we start with?
Why don't we start by the Democratic Party?
Some, but not all.
So
some,
then
but not all.
defend
Some,
your
but not
position,
all.
Pisco. Defend your position.
Why don't we just take
some hypothetical position that your party's not taking?
Well, the whole
defend your position.
It's all it's all hypothetical, right? So
Pisco,
I'm going to propose.
Defend
your so I'm going to propose.
position.
So I would be okay with a 2-person court pack. That's the position that I've expressed before. I wouldn't be. I think that the additional 2 with Ro Khanna, that is enough for mild deterrence. But why don't we just not get into that more complicated factor and just look at something? Why?
Because Pisco, recently you went on and you said we can talk about 13, which I support. That's a quote from you. This is your position. You've said
but that's not what we agreed to debate about. We agreed to debate about court expansion.
I'm debating to save my country from your tyranny. I care not.
I take that to be like meta and rhetoric and posturing
I care
and like
not at all about.
Okay, so then maybe you should have just done a speech and instead of like doing a debate. I mean, that's a speech.
I am here to alert people to the vast danger that your party is posing.
So you weren't here to debate. You're not here to debate.
Unchecked danger that your party is posing.
Are you here to debate or not?
Here's the deal. You won't even debate the position you hold. You won't debate the position your party holds.
I want to debate the position we agreed to. We agreed to a proposition. That's what I want to debate.
If you are happy to disavow 13, I am happy to
I
talk
don't.
about
It's just
11.
tangential. I don't, but it's
Then
tangential
we're
to what we agreed to debate
13,
about.
Pisco.
We
Then we're
agreed to
talking
debate
about
on a
13.
specific thing, and you wanted to debate like a harder, I guess, in
Pisco,
your view, to
when
defend
you
version of
proposed
that.
it, I said you can take it however you want. I'm
Well,
talking about what
you
your
think a
party
two-person-
actually wants
Do you think
to
a 2-person expansion
Pisco,
would be an expansion?
I don't care about some narcissistic competition between you and me. You are trying to rape our country with tyranny on behalf of a party
Jesus.
that is packing the court to 13 and expanding the Senate by 2 states to lock the Democrats out of power, and you won't even disavow it. You don't even have the courtesy to disavow it, and you expect me to play mind games with you?
So we can
about a
schedule.
policy
It's not
that
a
you
mind
don't even
game.
hold?
I'm trying to actually focus us on the thing that we
Pisco,
agreed to talk about.
I don't care what you are trying to focus on, Pisco. You support 13. Defend it.
Yeah, but
Defend
like
it.
we can schedule a debate on 13, and I'm
All
happy
right.
to do that with you
If
right
you
now.
want to quit,
all right?
then quit.
So let's.
But this is
well,
what
that's not.
I'm
That's
here
just
to
not
talk
what we're
about,
here to
Pisco.
debate.
It's what
So you're
I'm
not-
here to talk about.
So are you here? So you're not here to defend.
Are you going to condemn it?
Well, no.
Are
we can
you
schedule.
And this is this is a key thing, and respect to Ryan about, like I said, like doing this whole like unapologetically American. I'm not going to play these fucking egotistical, narcissistic mind games and all this kind of shit with you. Like, I'm not gonna like fall into the debate and then let you fucking control the discourse and say, oh well, it's only 1 or maybe 2 or maybe more, but let's not talk about the more. Let's just talk about 1 or 2 maybe and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Because even in those situations, like Ryan will just say, okay, then what if the Republicans say if you're going to add 2, then we add 4, and then Democrats say we'll add 6 or 7. You know what I mean? That's a negative cascade, which again, Pisco's argument that he presented falls flat in its face. It's unsound reasoning. You know what I mean? Also, World Radio says, I'm in Cali. When I fill up in diesel in San Francisco, it's $7.39. but drive 90 minutes away, it's $6.95. Trust me when I say more Californians are now starting to wake up. Poor policy and taxes of the Democratic Party, and this is what I'm saying, Pseudo. Right? People will give out about if people start giving out about the gas prices. All Trump has to do is say, "Well, let's compare a Republican state versus a Democratic state. Why is the prices so much more higher in California than they are in Texas or Mississippi?" You know what I'm saying? So don't buy into that propaganda that people are going to get butthurt over the Iran shit because of the higher gas prices. Because we just compare and contrast. Why is the Democratic fuel so much more expensive than Republican fuel? You know what I'm saying?
We can schedule a debate for the 13.
Are you going to condemn it or not?
No, I
Okay,
would support
then
it.
We're talking about 13, and I'm going to talk about 13.
No, that's not our
every
proposition.
step-
Wait,
every step of the way.
That's not what we agreed to
Pisco,
debate about.
I don't care.
You don't
I
care about our
care
agreement
about
on the
prompt.
debate?
I don't care about the agreement. I care about the future of my country and saving it from the tyranny
So you should have had
that
a
you
speech
want
then.
to impose. That's
So
what I care about.
Are you
Pisco.
conceding the proposition then?
Pisco,
Are you conceding the proposition?
I don't care about the proposition at all. I care about the fact that you are
I care about it.
advocating for open tyranny.
You
and
don't
you
care about
more about some mind
the
game
thing we're here to debate
competition
about.
between the two of us. You care more about some narcissistic debate.
No, I
prompt
care about
than
what
you
we
do about the
agreed to
future of
debate
the
about.
country. Well, then, if you care about the future of the country,
You just said you don't
and
care
you
about
think
that.
13 is good, then you should be able to defend 13.
I can. We can schedule that if
Okay,
you want.
13,
we
go. Defend it.
wait, no. But we
Defend it.
scheduled a debate. The debate that I came here to actually have with you is the debate about what we agreed to debate
Pisco,
about. That's what I think we should
Pisco,
do.
No, I do not care about that.
And again, the debate prompt is the Democrats are justified in expanding the Supreme Court. Not expanding the Supreme Court by 1, not expanding the Supreme Court by 2. Okay? So in terms of the debate prompt, Ryan is debating the debate prompt. Pisco is running home to his mama because he's getting absolutely wrecked. He's trying to say, oh, it's all rhetoric, it's all thing, while he's the one that's doing the rhetoric.
At all.
You don't agree about
I
the
can't-
agreement we had to debate this
not
thing?
At all. Not when you are advocating for tyrannical control of the country under
That's just
one
rhetoric,
party rule.
Ryan.
Well,
Ryan, that's just rhetoric. Okay,
It's your
Like,
position, Pisco.
I don't
and
want the.
Okay, so when you call Trump a tyrant, is that just rhetoric? Oh, it's not rhetoric when we say it, but it's rhetoric when you say it. But okay, let's define what a tyrant is. Tyrants, well, let's just address the arguments, right, rather than the individual. A tyrant, like their argument is because they said so. The whole rules for thee, but not for me. Because they said so. There's like zero reasoning going on. You know? My evidence is because I said so. Whatever my interpretation is, it's purely subjective. Right? Whereas when you look at like aristocracy, the aristocrat, in terms of Plato's Republic, it is sound reasoning. You hold a belief and you do not have sound reasoning to do so, then you throw that belief out of your head. You get rid of it. It is a false belief. Not propaganda. Overall average gas price across the US is still higher than the same time under Biden. I'm okay with it if we achieve success against Iran in the end, but November will be here fast. No, this is what I'm saying. You're taking the argument. This is what I'm saying in terms of the propaganda. It's the same thing with like what Pisco's doing right here. You're Pisco's trying to make the argument. He's trying to guide the conversation, right? By just saying, oh well, the average gas prices, pointing out that the Republican states are much cheaper than the Democratic states, is showing that they've like the impact of the Iran war means nothing because they'll just add on a carbon tax. There's nothing stopping these Democrats from adding on a carbon tax. The Republicans won't be adding on a carbon tax. You know what I mean? So the Democrats have no way to guarantee that they will lower the fuel prices. You know what I mean? Whereas the Republicans, they want that shit as cheap as possible.
The
won't
meta.
defend
I
it.
just want the
If
actual
it's-
debate.
If 13 is not tyranny, defend it. If 13
yeah,
is not
I will.
tyranny,
We can
defend it,
we-
Pisco.
we can schedule a debate on the 13. I just thought we
you
were
could,
here to-
we could schedule it later, Pisco?
Yeah, we
Oh, would
can
that
if
be
you
nice?
want.
Yeah,
Yeah, or
defend it.
you could concede the proposition and we can
Pisco.
talk about the 13 right now.
We'll talk
Oh,
about
we'll
the 13
schedule
right now. I don't
Pisco?
care
Go
about-
fuck
no,
yourself,
no, no,
Pisco.
no,
no,
Pisco, I don't care about the proposition.
I do.
13.
I do want to clarify if I should consider that a concession on this specific proposition.
I am happy to talk about whatever.
concede?
Sure, I concede. Pisco, talk
You
about
concede.
13.
Okay,
Go.
so you concede the Democrats are justified in court expansion.
No,
Just be clear.
I obviously think that's
Okay,
bullshit. I just want,
then why
I
are
just
you
want-
lying?
I
Wait, no,
just
no, no,
want
stop,
you to
stop,
go to
stop.
13.
Wait,
And again, I don't know who this dude is, Big Mike, he calls himself, but this is I don't know, man. I don't know. Big Mike has a lot to answer for, in my humble opinion. Because that right there, that ain't great moderation there, bruh. Because basically what Big Mike has done is he's either fallen for the bait of Pisco, or he's basically played into Pisco's hands, saying like, oh well, like Ryan is doing rhetoric or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? When, as we keep pointing out, Ryan is directly addressing not only the prompt but Pisco's bullshit, nonsensical syllogism. All right. I'm a huge Trump guy, Teriak, but I'm telling you what other Trump voters are saying to me. In both red and blue states, the prices are up. That's what people feel. Yes, but you need to be specific about it. Say to these Trump supporters or these Trump fans that you're talking to, why is the fuel prices higher in the Democrat states? Why is the highest price of fuel in California? Because the main issue is fuel prices are up. If that is a huge concern, and they try to make it about if they try to make it a single issue, a single policy issue, right? And it's the same thing with the egg prices. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, when Trump took over, it's like, oh yeah, we all of a sudden care about egg prices. But when Biden was in office, oh my god, like why you guys, getting so worked up about egg prices, right? Just say to these Trump fans, why is the highest price for fuel in a Democratic state? What's going on there? And this is where they try to blur the lines and hide the lines. Say, well, the average gone up. Well, why is the most expensive fuel all in Democratic states? If you care about fuel prices and that's your issue that you feel so you care about so much that you're willing to go against your own party, why would you then vote for people that's just going to add on a carbon tax to it? And point to Europe and see, look at all these, leftist or socialist states and look at their fuel prices, how they have like carbon taxes on it, the whole environmentalism thing. Because that's a core thing, belief in the Democratic Party, environmentalism, carbon tax. So why would you vote for a Democratic Party that sees no issue in adding a tax onto the fuel price and increasing the fuel price anyways, but now you're going to blame Trump because of the Iran war? Even though, if we know, America is now like the biggest seller of oil in the world, baby. What people don't understand is because the Strait of Hormuz is closed down, those customers have to buy off someone. And then you look at Venezuela. Ain't that beautiful? Ain't that beautiful? All right. So hit them with that argument, Pseudo.
Wait a second. Why are you lying and saying that you concede when you don't actually concede?
Because my personal integrity matters less to me than the future of my country.
Do you
and
lie when it's convenient?
You are open to tyrannizing the country, and you
Do you
won't
lie when
even
it's
defend
convenient?
your proposition.
So you lie when it's
And like notice like Pisco's like, stop using rhetoric, Ryan. And that's all that Pisco's actually doing. Like he's not actually even trying to debate the merits of his own syllogism. You know what I'm saying? And I've done this. If you go back to my last debate against the anarcho-capitalist, you'll notice in my rebuttal, I just nuked the cunt out of oblivion. Like I didn't really care whether or not I technically won the debate or not. My rebuttal was purely just to make it clear, like, this is who this motherfucker is. Right? He'll say, I'm for anarcho-capitalism, but then he has a National Socialist flag on his X profile. He claims that he's a professional racist, a professional rapist he even has on his X profile. You know what I mean? And be willing to kind of say, I don't give a fuck about the egotistical kind of like, well, I technically won that debate and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
It's convenient.
Would I lie to defend my country from tyranny? Yes. Would you?
But in the context of this debate, you're lying.
I mean,
because it's convenient.
You
for
won't
to
even
do it.
defend the proposition the position you hold. So
I would,
don't
but I want to
think
debate the thing we agreed to.
Well, Pisco, I don't give a shit about that. Defend 13. Go. That's what the Democrats are proposing.
I'm not going to
Defend it.
move to a different proposition until we get like a finality on the actual.
We
thing
have
agreed to
finality.
today.
Go.
But no, we don't. You had a fake concession, and by your own terms, a
Yes,
lie.
it is
to concede.
obviously. I'm
why?
obviously lying when I concede. Go. Continue.
Yeah, no,
13,
but
go.
I don't want a fake concession. I want an
If you-
actual resolution on the thing
Okay,
we came
Pisco.
to debate about.
Well, you're not going to get it. 13.
Why?
Defend it.
Wait a second. We had an agreement. You and I, we had
Pisco.
an agreement about what to debate about.
Hey, Pisco.
And now you're just going back.
If you
on it.
had the opportunity to break an agreement to stop Donald Trump from doing for the false slate of electors,
Depends
would
on
you
the
have broken
agreement.
that agreement?
So again, just to reiterate, the prompt is the Democrats are justified in expanding the Supreme Court. Ryan's saying that they want to expand it by 4, right? Now, if this was an honest debate, Pisco would say, you have no grounds to say that they're going to expand it by 4. But this is why Ryan says, do you disagree or do you disavow? Or do you condemn expanding it by 4? And Pisco already said no, right? And then also Ryan says, look at all these Democrats that are saying they want to expand it by 4. So like this whole thing of like Ryan's not engaged in the prompt on this kind of shit. That's where like the moderator should have stepped in and said, actually, no, he is engaging with the prompt. Stop tap dancing, Pisco. You know? They're higher because of this war, bro. They're always higher in blue states. Not saying Trump voters will vote blue. Some will just not vote in November. I've been following politics 30 years. But again, pseudo, right? What is the issue? High gas prices, high fuel prices, right? That's the issue. So then there has to be an explanation of why the Democratic states have higher fuel prices than the Republican states. Do you understand? Let me know if you need me to go into more in-depth detail. Because if you genuinely care about the fuel prices and that's your single issue that like you care about most, then why would you enable Democrats to take over and just increase the prices further? Do you know what I mean? And this is why we need to have this dialogue and have this out and all this stuff, because I can't make these arguments to Republicans. I'm not American, unfortunately. I am a nationalist, which is why I see eye to eye with the Republicans. But it's up to you to then, anytime you hear this shit, anytime you hear this chatter or people talking, all this kind of shit, like you said, you've spoken to Republicans and all this kind of stuff, this is the argument you should make. If you genuinely care about the fuel prices, why would you make it easier and enable these Democrats to come in and just raise the fuel prices anyway? You know? Blue Aqua Tiger says gas prices could go up another $5, and between two parties, I'm going with the not obviously communists who don't want me dead. See what I'm saying? Just my honest opinion. I try to tell people, just wait it out and we'll reap the rewards, which I believe, but people vote with their wallets. You gotta at least consider what I'm saying. I am considering what you're saying, pseudo. What I'm demonstrating that is, if this is a core issue, you care about the gas prices going up, why would you make it easier for the party that just raises the prices and makes fuel more expensive anyways? Trump didn't go into Iran because he was like, I want to raise the fuel prices. Or I want to put an artificial increase on the fuel prices. The Democrats do want to put in what's called a carbon tax, which they've already done in California. Again, let me know if you still don't understand what I'm saying. But in terms of like what they call nuance, you know what I mean? Where it's like, they'll say, oh, well, the average prices have gone up and all this kind of shit. And it's like, no. Let's see what the Democrats would do if they had power. with the fuel prices versus the Republicans. And let's demonstrate that even if there was no Iran war in these democratic states, it would still be more expensive. So, as a Republican, if you care about the gas prices or the fuel prices, why would you make it easier for the Democrats to just raise the price? He's giving you an argument to tell them why it wouldn't be worse if they vote Dem or don't vote at all. Yeah, exactly. Going to bed, night, y'all. Have a good one, Jack. Appreciate you stopping by, sir. Have a good one, sir. Just chilling, chilling. He's on his way to bed, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, again, let me know if you got any questions on this kind of stuff, Pseudo. But let's continue.
Depends on the agreement.
Okay. Well, what you're proposing, you're not even sure about that?
Depends on
Okay.
the agreement.
You're not even sure that you would. I think you've described that as authoritarian, fascist, all kinds.
Yeah,
you
it
wouldn't
depends on the
break an
agreement.
to solve that. Would you break an agreement with me?
Depends
about
on it.
Would you break an agreement with me about a debate prompt?
It depends on the nature of what's at stake, but like this
is pretty low
consequences.
stakes, Pisco.
The consequence. Yeah, that's why it makes no sense to lie about it, right? Like
real quick,
it's not that whether this
before-
debate happens or not, the thing's gonna happen.
Pisco, real quick, I'm getting a lot of asking if you could just lower your mic slightly.
Oh, sure, I'll try to do that.
Appreciate it.
Here's the issue, Pisco.
Yeah.
What your party is proposing, I view as worse than anything they have accused Trump of doing. This is the worst, most tyrannical thing I have heard. And by the way, Pisco, when I preferred Trump in 2024, I sacrificed my vote. I didn't vote for him because I thought what he did with the false slate of electors was disqualifying. You, on the other hand, are openly advocating for this tyranny. You're openly advocating for it, and you don't even have the balls to defend it. You don't even have the balls.
You can't say that, Ryan, because I am willing to defend that.
So
but
defend
I also
it.
want to. No, I do want to. I am willing to defend it, and I just told you we can schedule a debate for that specific thing.
This is the lawyer's banality. This is
what?
Oh, let me point to this little technicality, and hopefully you won't see that what we're planning to do is lock the Republicans out of power.
Ryan, it's not Ryan. It's not a technicality. It's what
Pisco? Do you favor locking the Republicans out of power?
So that's not a technicality. What you're referencing.
Pisco, do you favor locking the Republicans out of power?
It's not a technicality. It's
Pisco,
whether
do you favor locking the Republicans out of power?
It's not a technicality. So I want to address what you just said. You said that I'm doing something like
do
unfair.
You favor locking?
Yeah, so I'm not going to get moved on derail, right? Like,
and for any of the copers that would say, "Well, this is an irrelevant question," all this kind of shit. It's like, no, this is a direct confrontation of premise 5, proving that it would be a negative cascading effect. Because you're essentially going to lock one party in a two-party system out of control. Meaning it essentially becomes it would become a uniparty, which would be a negative cascading effect. And then what Pisco would try to do is say, well, I don't think that would be bad. But objectively speaking, in the system, if the government system becomes a uniparty, then how is that good for democracy? See what I'm saying? Duda says, I get what you're saying. Not everyone has patience like we do. It's nothing got to do with patience, Pseudo. My argument has nothing got to do with patience. My argument is directly addressing the gas prices. Okay? If your top priority is gas prices, then you have to compare the two options that you have, the Democrats and the Republicans. Who's going to give you cheaper gas prices? Is it going to be the Democrats that want to implement the carbon tax, or in some situations already have implemented a carbon tax? Or is it going to be the Republicans who are against implementing a carbon tax? Because in terms of, to use the example, let's say America didn't go to war with Iran, but conflict in the Middle East and came out and they were just bombing the fuck out of each other, and conflict in South America came. So like all the oil refineries in Iran and Iraq all across the Middle East got blown up, and the oil, well, not the refineries, but the oil pumping stations in South America, they all got blown up. The gas prices would increase anyway. See what I'm saying? gas prices would increase anyway. And the gas prices would still be more expensive in the Democratic-run states because of the carbon tax policy. You know what I mean? So in terms of like what you're trying to say, Pseudo, is this is what I hear the Republicans saying. So let's placate to the Republicans, or to these people that are essentially ignorant in terms of the issue. Let's just placate to them, rather than, okay, here's the counter argument. Let's use this counter argument against them and see what they say. Because there's a video on Rob Noah's channel where, again, we had one of these so-called quote-unquote Republicans, which was basically a Nick Fuentes fan, saying, yeah, I'm voting Democrat because Trump didn't do what I thought he was going to do. I had a false expectation that Trump was going to, you know, deport all these millions of people like straight away and all this kind of stuff. So I'm going to vote Democrats. And then Rob basically says, yeah, but the Democrats want to open up the border anyways. It's like, yeah, I don't really care about that, Rob. I care that Trump didn't do exactly what I expected him to do. So I'm going to vote for the Democrats. And then Rob says, but your issue is that we have all these immigrants in the country. Yeah. And if you vote in the Democrats, we're going to have even more immigrants in the country. Yeah. But you're still going to vote against the dude that's actually trying to solve that issue. Yeah. Okay, so you're actually voting for more immigrants in the country. That is the end result. You know what I mean? Same issue here. This is hilarious. You're concerned about gas prices. You want lower gas prices, and you blame Trump for going into Iran because this increased the gas prices. Yes. Okay. But if the Democrats have power, they would increase the gas prices no matter what, anyways, regardless of a war or not. Yeah. But you're still going to vote for the Democrats or not vote for the Republican, the dude that's actually trying to solve the issue. Yeah. So you're going to vote or not vote to increase the gas prices anyway. Yes. That's what these people are telling you. It's nothing got to do with patience or anything like that. You know what I mean? Blue Aqua Guitar says, Blue Aqua Guitar, I know what he's saying. I'm a diehard Trump supporter. I get it. And I tried to tell people the same thing he's saying. My worry is that even if 5% stay home because of this disaster. Repeat back my argument to me, Pseudo. If Trump were running in a presidential election this November, I'd have no worry. Midterms are different, bro. But just, Pseudo, repeat back my argument, because you just made a claim saying, like, I tried to tell people the same things he's saying.
You're just doing rhetoric. You're just doing rhetoric right now. It's not helping.
You're just doing rhetoric.
So we had an agreement. I'm not going to get like sandbagged by you on a different proposition.
Do I favor locking the Democrats out of power? No. I don't.
Yeah, no. You're so virtuous and you're wonderful. And that's, of course, we're all here to just virtue signal. That's what you're doing right now.
It's a very, very easy question, Pisco. It shouldn't be that hard.
I'm a great you're a great person, except you lie about
trivial,
you can't answer
the question whether you favor locking the Republicans out of power.
It's tangential. I don't want to get a derail.
You can't favor it? You can't answer that question?
No, I have an answer, but I just don't want to derail. Do you understand that?
How about this? Do you think we should live in a world where people in California and New York run everything? Do you favor that
more
world?
rhetoric? I mean, that's about as relevant as your Senate thing was. I mean, these are all irrelevant.
It's a question.
But would
rhetoric.
you deny that position? Do you think we'd be in a better world if California and New York ran the show?
I have a view on what you just said, but I think at this point I'm not going to entertain any more derails. Okay. And I think that we should. So then you can concede on the proposition, or you can engage it and have the debate.
I'll just read some fun quotes from Pisco then. Back in the day,
this is a beautiful move. Like when your opponent tries to act as though they control the what way the conversation goes, all this stuff, just say, okay, I'm just going to address the audience then. I'm not going to try and like do the whole bad faith thing and all this kind of shit. I'm purely just going to direct my attention towards the audience, and I'm going to read out some fun quotes that Pisco says.
Is this really a debate?
When he was Pisco 95, he had a chat with Destiny called "The Problems with Packing the Supreme Court: Discussion with Law Student Pisco 95." And at the 30-minute mark, he said, Don't you think we live in a better world if California's running the show and New York are running the show? Isn't that a better plan? Isn't that a better world? You can go look it up for yourself. Here's another conversation that Pisco recently had. He went on the Brad Palumbo show with actual Justice Warrior Sean, and he was asked about
So
the
now we're
ratchet
about
issue.
characters and personalities.
The ratchet issue, Pisco, which is
You're attacking my character
a
and
premise
personalities
in
and other
your
opinions.
debate. Hey, this is a premise in your argument, Pisco. This is a premise in your argument. Sean,
Which premise is that? Can you actually tell me which premise?
that there will not be a cascade of consequences.
Yeah, go for it.
Brad brought up the ratchet effect, and Pisco said, quote, what you present as a negative in reference to the ratchet effect, that is to say the ratchet, the back and forth, that's a virtue. And Brad Palumbo
Oh,
then
you didn't understand that
clarified,
then. You didn't
quote,
understand it.
That's a virtue. And you said,
No,
I quote,
well, I can
"It
explain
is a
why it's a-
virtue." I'm not
yeah.
done reading the quote yet, Pisco.
Yeah.
And Brad continued, quote, when it leads to the point that we have 100 members of the Supreme Court, and you said, I'll tell you why. And then Brad said, and it becomes a joke, and presidents will just disregard its rulings eventually. Would we be in a better or worse place? And you said, you might be befuddled by it, but it's a virtue. You said it was a virtue.
So you're not,
Pisco.
you're
Brad
not understanding.
said,
So
we have 100-member Supreme Court, and
moderator,
people
can
ignore
I
the ruling,
explain the
and
quote? I
you
mean, if
call
we're
it
gonna
a
do this, we're gonna
virtue.
sandbag.
Moderator, Ryan's bullying me again.
By surprise, and you're just
Intervene.
going to talk over when I'm trying to explain it. So you, first of all, I shouldn't even entertain this derail. It has nothing to do with the proposition, but because you're attacking my character relentlessly, that quote is indexed to the nature of the norm violation. And what I'm referencing isn't that I want the Supreme Court to be functionless, rudderless, and not have any rule of law respected or anything like that. What I'm saying was virtuous is the fact that a constitutional violation or sorry, a norm violation is available to both sides. That symmetry is virtuous with respect to the norm violation. So the fact that Mitch McConnell's whole like Senate play in terms of blocking people in this given context was more specific, more granular, more unique to the circumstances of that situation, I said was less virtuous because it wasn't available to the other side to respond in kind. That's the nature in which I said it was virtuous in comparing the norm violation, not the result that you're talking about of like apocalyptic times, which of course I don't agree to or sign on as particularly likely.
Okay, go ahead and unmute Ryan. When someone asks the mod to intervene to give their
Sure.
little piece, I'm just going to give them about a minute or so, maybe a minute and a half, and then I'll mute the other party
Well,
just so we
I
can
would-
stay on the rails.
I would invite the audience to consider Pisco's explanation, and then I'll just read the end of that quote again and see if that checks out for you. Brad said, when it leads to the point that we have 100 members of the Supreme Court, Pisco said, I'll tell you why. Brad said, and it becomes a joke, and presidents will just disregard its rulings eventually. Would we be in a better or worse place? And Pisco
I wasn't
said,
saying that's
you might
virtuous.
be befuddled by it, but it is a
No,
virtue.
I wasn't saying it's virtuous to disobey the Supreme Court. What I was referencing was the notion of oscillation being available as a remedy to either side in assessing the scope of the constitutional norm violation. I was saying that availability on only one side is less virtuous. The fact that there's equal parity and symmetry, that's a virtuous aspect of the
He said-
if we're comparing norm violations. So
He said,
obviously,
Yeah, Sudo, you don't understand my argument. Right? Because like fundamentally, what I'm saying you should do to any of these Republicans on this stuff, like you're saying like not everyone understands it, is that like I'm highlighting that it's a contradiction. A contradiction. You expose it as a contradiction. That's why I say it's propaganda. It's actually Democrats, like this is their propaganda. I showed you in the last debate against the anarcho-capitalists, they'll try to infiltrate and they'll try to claim to be MAGA and then try to bring it down from the inside and all this kind of shit. If you point out to these people that it's a contradiction, they should be able to recognize that. Otherwise, what you're saying is that it's like, well, despite the fact that it's a contradiction, like we should just placate to it.
I don't
100
want
members of the Supreme Court, and it's a joke that
That's-
gets disregarded.
But I'm
and
telling
said
you,
it's a
Ryan,
virtue.
Ryan, I'm telling you right now
Yes.
that that's not what I meant.
And I'm telling the audience that they should disregard you because you
Okay.
are putting.
So
a
I didn't know my
thin
character
veneer
was
of
an issue in this
lawyerly
debate.
logic over tyranny.
So you don't want to debate the proposition. You want to debate whether I'm a good person or whether I'm truthful after you are a self-admitted liar and you don't want to actually
Well,
adhere to the
Pisco,
agreement
if
of the
you were
debate.
willing to defend the positions you actually hold, then I wouldn't be forced to keep pointing out what positions you actually hold. But you do hold these positions, Pisco.
Why
You
are the
hold
full
them.
range of my positions at issue in this debate? Isn't the debate about court
Because
expansion?
the
Why are we
people
entertaining
who
this?
hold those range of positions are attempting to lock the Republicans out of power, and you support it and defend it and are using your skills as a lawyer
that's just
to
not
give
the
sane washing
prompt.
cover to tyranny.
That's just
And
not the
that,
prompt. We
Pisco,
can schedule
is what I'm
we
here
can
to talk
schedule
about.
we can schedule a debate on that specifically if you want to.
Pisco,
That's just not
I'm
what we
here
scheduled the
right
debate
now.
about.
Talk about it.
Yeah,
I'm
you
here
know,
right
I don't
now.
I don't think I should entertain a derail after we had an agreement.
Pisco, I think we all
an
know
agreement.
damn well why you won't entertain this, because you want
No,
to
I
lock them
literally
out of
will.
power.
I just
You
told you
want to
I
lock
will
them out of
schedule.
power.
No, hang on a second. I just told you I'll schedule a debate with you on that a proposition that I want to lock
All right,
Republicans out of
so-
power.
Since Pisco,
I'm not avoiding
Pisco
it.
has,
We
a,
can-
since
we can
Pisco has a
do it.
hard time saying this is my position, last night on his stream, he said, quote, "The only way we are going to get the Republican Party in a position of semi-coherent, semi-goodness is if they are out of power for a long time." And hey,
And then-
here's,
and then I said
here's
10
one
years.
way to do it.
And
Rig
then I
the
said 10
court.
years.
Rig
And then
the
I said 10
Senate.
years.
Yay,
And
no
then,
more
then I said 10 years.
Republicans in
But that's
power.
not the
Yay.
proposition of the debate is or my other plans or thoughts about politics. The debate proposition is about a particular
Do
policy.
Do your other plans and thoughts about politics involve locking the Republicans out of power through court packing
Yeah,
and adding?
I don't think I
and
should
adding
entertain the
states and
derail
Senate?
anymore, Ryan. I mean, like
Okay.
we can schedule a debate on those measures, and
Pisco, if
whether
you want-
we can schedule a debate.
If you'd like
on,
to drop, we can
schedule.
end the event. But this is what I'm going to talk
This
about.
is pathetic, bro.
This is what I'm going
you
to
came
talk
here
about.
under false pretenses. You came here under false pretenses.
I came
to,
here, Pisco,
to
because
ambush me about an atopical
You
thing.
are using the thinnest veneer of bullshit logic, which, by the
Yeah,
way,
you came under
on
false
its own
pretenses.
terms, doesn't even hold up. You've admitted that the ratchet effect would lead to a 100-member Supreme Court. You just
No, I
think that's
didn't.
preferable.
No, I didn't. I
Okay,
mean,
why wouldn't
I
it?
just explained.
Why
I just
wouldn't it?
explained. I just explained to you. I just explained to you why you're misquoting me. You're misunderstanding me. You're when I was saying that that's it's
Brad said
counterintuitive,
we'd
but
have a
that's
100-member Supreme Court, and you called it a virtue.
so
and
not
then you
that
said-
part. No,
And
if
then
you-
you said,
and if-
Pisco, that
no,
was
if-
preferable.
If
The
you actually
oscillation was
watch,
preferable
if you
to the
actually
current
watch,
status quo.
so this is all a derail. So I just want to flag again, it's all a derail. But if you actually watch the video, it's clear that when I'm saying, it's actually what you presented as this is actually.
And again, this is the opposite of a derail. This is highlighting how this is going to be a negative cascading effect. Okay? So, again, if you're worried about rhetoric being used and all this kind of shit, Pisco is the one that's trying to use rhetoric, saying, you're a liar, you're derailing, all this kind of shit, but not actually showing how it's a derailment. Prompt is, just to remind us all, for the 5th or 6th time, is the Democrats are justified in expanding the Supreme Court. They are justified in expanding the Supreme Court. It doesn't say by 1, it doesn't say by 2. Ryan is demonstrating that the Democrats are currently saying 4. You don't even disagree with 4, Pisco. So, in terms of his, in terms of Ryan's counterclaim here, this is addressing the prompt. You know, Shantae's gone to bed, Picasso. Just to let you know. But hey, other people's Baconators, who the Master Chef, Teriyaki, and Jack of Babes. It is what it is.
Virtuous, the back and forth. And it's clear that what I'm saying is virtuous is before Brad says the thing about the 100. I'm making a point and they interrupt me with the 100 thing, but the point relates not to the thing that I didn't hear yet when I said it's virtuous. Okay. And so you're reading is just, it's not, if you actually go to the clip, it's clear that I'm not saying it's preferable to have that result, especially when I don't think it's likely. But again, that's not
that result happened, Pisco, if we got 50-member Supreme Court after 20 years.
I'm not going to accept the derail.
Do you find that preferable?
Yeah, I'm not going to accept the derail.
Do you find that
I would like to just maybe, for the sake of the audience here, get an agreement that we can just schedule whatever other specific things we'd like to debate on for another time. Happy to have it here on the channel.
We could do it now if he just has a real concession on the actual.
That was going to be the
debate
second thing. I'm open to moving to anything else that Ryan would like to address specifically. If there is some sort of agreement on either a concession or we continue back on the premises that, you know, you guys did agree to debate tonight.
Please go. I am delighted to talk about anything else if you will admit that you
Anything
favor
else but the debate proposition?
the 13 member pack. You favor packing the Senate. You favor busting the filibuster. You favor all these things, Pisco. I don't know why you won't defend the positions you hold.
Yeah, so I just think I need to stick to my guns and say we had an agreement. You came under false pretenses. You say you don't care about our agreement, that you shit all over the agreement. And I just take that to be definitionally bad faith and not really worthy of anyone's consideration. It's not really convincing. And I would rather just debate the proposition.
Pisco, I would break my word to you to save my country 100 days in a row. And
but lying to me doesn't make that happen.
The stuff that you are doing is so slimy, disingenuous, and dangerous that it needs to be called out. It needs to be called out, Pisco. No more hug box panels. You need to be told to your face
don't even want to debate
that what you are doing is worse than the authoritarian stuff you decry. You have become an authoritarian, Pisco, and you won't even deny that you hold these positions.
So first of all, I have views on my positions are well known. I know my positions. And
I do too, Pisco.
So you've accurately and also inaccurately characterized some of my views, and to engage in you in this back and forth dialogue about which of the views you've properly characterized, which ones you've improperly characterized, I think is a derail, and it's not respectful of anyone's time, certainly not of the organization that like set up this whole debate for us to have a conversation on a specific thing. Where we, by the way, in advance of this, I gave this argument. In advance of this, we advertised this to people to come watch.
This whole thing is like, like I'm here. Like this is the moral grandstand. I'm here to engage in the prompt, and you're just wasting everybody's time, especially the organization that was willing to put on this show. And like, see all this like bollocks that he's doing right now. This is their tactics. This is their tactics. If anybody's not engaging in the prompt, it is Pisco. It is what it is. Why are they both so greasy? No, Pisco is greasy. I'd say that's product in Ryan's hair. But either way, a lot of it's got to do, I think, diet. You know what I mean? Like that's one thing that I noticed with carnivore. I'll be getting into this after this debate. Is that like things like body odor, things like greasiness or oiliness on the skin, all this kind of shit. A lot of that stuff is basically like carbohydrates and all this kind of stuff. All this like sugar and things like that. So you want clear, beautiful skin like your boy Teriak, make sure you get your asses to carnivore. But what a schmuck. I know. Pisco is, I wouldn't even say he's a schmuck. He's a piece of shit. He knows what he's doing. He's a tyrannical fucking cunt. And the mere fact that he's an actual qualified lawyer and he's willing to do this just goes to show you that you cannot treat any of these lefty cunts with any sense of good faith. You cannot expect any good faith out of them because they're a piece of shit cunts, essentially. Or as Kevin would call them, wankers.
Who I know personally who are watching this debate, I think it's disrespectful to my time, to their time, and to, again, an argument that you knew in advance I was going to try to levy, and now say you have no
are you willing to concede that the thing you want to debate is not the Democrats' plan?
So it depends on what you characterize the Democrats' plan, but the answer is there's a range of ideas here. There's not one big plan.
Because
there's not one big plan.
I certainly
see the way you avoid the question.
Are the Democrats justified in expanding the Supreme Court? I certainly take that to mean the plan the Democrats
For specifically, that's what you take to mean. For specifically, that's not what it says there. I know you originalists. You like to invent different things, but that's not what it says.
You might take it differently, Pisco. You might take it differently, but I would like to talk about the plan the Democrats actually have. Do you not want to talk about the plans?
I just told you I'm happy to schedule the debate for the 4. I'm happy to do that, and I'm happy even right now if you concede on the debate proposition. then we can talk about the 4, whether or not that's in keeping with or that's justified. I mean,
Do
I'm
you
telling you
at
right
least-
now, I just don't.
Yeah,
Do you
but
at least
before-
admit
before we
that
do-
the plan the Democrats had would lead to the cascade of horrible consequences that breaks your syllogism?
Yeah. So like, it depends on which plan you're talking about, but that's not what's contained within
Packing
the
the court,
proposition.
locking the Republicans out of the Senate.
Yeah, that's a
would
whole that's a whole package of different things that isn't the proposition, right?
But it is the plan that your party has advocated for.
Yeah. So if you have an argument that if you are prepared with an argument as to why it's bad and it's all these bad other things or whatever, you could certainly present that. But like, I am presenting an argument. I think that it's one that deserves your time and attention. I don't know why.
It does not.
Why not?
Because you are being a puppet for tyrants. You are being a toady for people who would take away my liberty and burn my constitution, Pisco.
Jesus.
It's a fucking disgrace. It does not deserve my time and attention, especially if you can't even defend the plan your party has. The plan your
I just
party
told you
actually has.
So first of all, it's Ro Khanna and like a few people. It's not any party's platform or anything. But even putting that aside,
You
right?
won't
Like,
disavow it.
but
'cause
even
you support it, Pisco.
but I'm not afraid to defend that. I'm just telling you right
Then
now.
defend it.
I'm willing to schedule a debate on that specific proposition, or to do it right now after I get a
Then
concession,
defend it.
and we
Go
can debate
right
it.
now. Go ahead right now.
Why? I would like to first prioritize the thing we agreed to do.
Okay. Pisco, just for fun, since, I guess we're here, what does justified mean in your syllogism?
Oh no, the precept stuff. By justified here, I just mean ethically justified.
What does that mean?
What the fuck? Oh my god. I actually missed this when I was watching it live. Oh, the pre-sub stuff. And Pisco is saying rhetoric? Saying that Ryan is using rhetoric? I asked you to define what justified means. What does justify mean? It means sound reasoning. Providing evidence that the premises are true. Holy shit. These fuckers aren't even, like, not only are they tyrants, but they're retarded tyrants at that as well. This is unbelievable. Indeed, Teriak. I'm starting to question how Pisco even got his fucking law degree at this stage. You know what I mean? Makes perfect sense. Thanks for clearing it up. Hey, my man. Picasso says, I have noticed that when I eat pot roast, I get super hungry later the same day. I think my body's craving nutrients or something. One sec. Pot roast. Is it beef pot roast? The ingredients. I'm not familiar with the old pot roast aspect. Classic pot roast requires a tough, well-marbled cut of beef. Like chuck roast is cooking fat like olive or avocado oil or beef broth, and hearty root vegetables like carrots and potatoes. Yeah, the problem is that the vegetables and then the oil that you're using. This is the thing that people don't understand about carnivore. They think, oh, like I've added more beef into my diet. They don't realize it's like those carby vegetables and all this kind of shit. They're sprayed with pesticides and glyphosate and all this kind of shit. Like GMO shit and all this kind of stuff, right? Like most of the time they're not organic and all this kind of shit. They put all sorts into preserve shelf life and all this kind of shit. And it's the vegetables and all this kind of shit that's extracting out the nutrients and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Look for good marbling. Like marbling basically means the fat in it. So it's in terms of the meat itself, you want to make sure that you're using a high fat meat at least in it. But remove all the vegetables, remove the oil, just cook with butter. Especially the root vegetables. They could be a huge problem. Aromatics and liquids. 1 to 2 teaspoons of olive, canola, or avocado for searing it. Get rid of the oil. 1 yellow onion chopped and 3 to 5 cloves of garlic minced. Yeah, get rid of the veg. Well, there's a lot of vegetables in it. Dry red wine. This adds rich flavor. Potatoes. 1 to 2 pounds of baby yellow potatoes. Carrots, celery, herbs and seasoning. Yeah, so basically just all you should do is just meat, sea salt, butter, cheese, or water. That's all you should be eating. Alright. Like send me on the recipe that you use, because you're probably using like vegetables and all this kind of stuff in it, and those are the ones that are actually extracting out all the minerals from your body. Especially if you have like a lot of vegetables like potatoes and all this kind of stuff, like they're heavy in carbs and starches and all this kind of stuff, and that's what's going to kick in, because what happens is, right, you eat all the like the carbs and all this kind of stuff, they spike your insulin, and then as your insulin starts to come down, that's when the hunger hormone ghrelin starts to take over, and then you get hungry again. Whereas when you eat meat and fat, like particularly if you just eat fat, like you don't see any spike in insulin when you just eat fat. But even like from protein, it's like a small like little bump. You know what I mean? So what's probably happening is like the insulin level coming down. That's the problem. That's what's causing the hunger feeling, because the hunger hormone is called ghrelin, right? And ghrelin gets eliminated when your blood sugar spikes. When it comes back down, you'll start to feel the ghrelin again. The hormone will come back, and that's what's triggering you to eat again, even though you're probably already full. You know what I mean? Yes, beef. Really, it's good. Basically, you put it in a slow cooker. I don't use oil. I use carrot, celery, and beef. And potatoes. Oh, an onion. And what about potatoes? Aqua pot roast. You should eat grass-fed, simple farm grain finished. High in omega-3. When I eat that, I get filled up on very little. Precisely. Small farm, I mean. Yeah, get rid of those potatoes, bro. I don't really eat potatoes too much. Sounds like there are potatoes involved in some way, but again, like the aspect here is that it's like when you're like kind of throwing in especially like vegetables that are GMO, sprayed with pesticides and all this kind of shit as well, you know. And like another aspect to it as well is, because you're, let's say, trying to compensate with vegetables, you're not eating as much meat and fat as you should be. So like the vegetables and all this kind of stuff is taking up space in the stomach where it should be meat and fat, protein and fat, which means you're kind of that's another explanation of why you'd be more hungry, and then you're eating even more vegetables on top of that and all this kind of stuff. Just do a chuck roast, grass-fed, Angus, grain finish, sea salt, pepper, paprika, and coffee grounds for rub. Cook it at 250 in an oven or a smoker, 210 degrees internal, or until it falls apart. Sorry, because I thought you were Aqua. Nah, yeah, like I'd even say like fuck the rub. Like if you have like grass fed, especially Angus, beef, oh bro. Like beef is, they actually done a study on this. Like the studies, you can look into this. Like beef is one of like the most addictive tasting things, you know, like you're kind of mentioning omega-3, amino acids, nutrients galore, you know. I'm retarded. Hey, my mom took Tylenol too. But yeah, chuck roast is in a smoker better than brisket. Mama, I like a good rub. Hey.
Yeah, but ethically justified, I take that to be what ought happen.
What ought happen? What's good?
Yeah. So what is good?
What's
I don't
good
think
based on
I don't think it dials in. I don't think it dials in any specific meta ethical position. I think it's compatible within a range of people.
Well, then how do I know? Then how do I know it's good?
So I take a kind of meta ethical discussion or debate to be a derail of sorts.
So it's an undefined term
This is
that
what
you
precepts
are
do.
unwilling to define.
No, it's defined. No, I just defined it for you.
What do you mean
But
by
it's-
good? Pisco, you said
I just told you. I just told you what
you
what
said
ought
in your
occur.
opening that self-defense is only available for Democrats. So I think we might have different ideas about what good means.
So no, the argument is neutral. It just, in this particular case, the injured party is, I don't know if you've seen it. I'm glad that we're now going to the argument. The injured party are the Democrats. That's P6.
Why?
It's a neutral argument. It applies. So I would bite this bullet if it were Republicans in the same position. I would say
Then
Republicans
what
are
does
justified
court
in doing court
packing and
packing.
injury mean?
So yeah, I'm happy to get into that and tell you what I mean by those terms.
Mhm.
So by court packing, I mean a change of the composition of the existing court, which is irregular and actively driven.
A change of the composition of the existing court, which is irregular and actively driven.
Yep.
Okay. So any change in composition.
which
as
is
in the
irregular and actively
The,
driven.
the
yeah.
membership of the court changes.
Yeah, which is irregular and actively driven.
Okay. So when the Democrats refused to confirm Robert Bork in 1987, was
No,
that
I don't.
was that court packing, Pisco?
Yeah, no.
Well, prior to that, it was a given that you would get a fair shake about your credentials.
Yeah,
Or
I don't view
he
that as
got-
irregular.
He got denied, Pisco, not for his credentials. He got denied for his views on the law, for his
Yeah,
because he was an originalist. Why is
I
that
don't
not
view that-
irregular?
yeah. So I take irregular to be a violation of established norm.
That was an established norm.
I don't believe it was.
Prior to that point, people were getting typically 98, 90, 10 confirmations,
Yeah.
and it was just about whether you were a
What's
good
the norm?
judge.
What's the norm?
The norm was that
It's also a derail, but
Supreme
yeah,
Court
happy to explore that.
justices were judged on the basis of their ability as a lawyer, not their partisan affiliation or views on particular legal issues.
Yeah,
and with
so-
Robert Bork, the Democrats broke that norm and they denied him his confirmation purely because he was an originalist. Is that irregular, Pisco?
Yeah, no. I just explained.
This is what I'm saying, like where I need to improve the legal thing and all this kind of stuff. Because like when it comes to like especially like American law and all this kind of stuff, like I would have been out of my depth. But like Ryan hitting him from with this case, oh my god, man, this is beautiful. This is fucking beautiful. Shout out to Ryan
That's what
Mullally.
I'm talking about. That's why he's the MVP. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
You know what I mean? It's, well, that's not a regular. Okay, like, what the fuck do you mean by regular, bitch? You know? Also in chat, teriyaki, least sea salt and pepper, but I'm slow cooking it. I add paprika and a little coffee grounds. Adds flavor without taking away the neutral beef flavor. Fast cooks. Just salt and pepper. Garlic. I wouldn't even bother doing the garlic, the paprika, and like that. Like I eat basically. My standard kind of like from day to day is ground beef, 20% fat. Well, technically it's 18% fat. But I throw a bit of butter into the pan when I'm cooking it. Smash the burger down. When I flip it, I add about 125 grams of mozzarella cheese. And then and while I'm doing that, I have some bacon in the oven that's cooking. You know what I mean? So then I have smash burger with the mozzarella cheese, the bacon on the side. That's my daily. And then once a week, I'd have just a beautiful tray of like chicken thighs, about 2 pounds. And that's like the weight including the bones. You know what I mean? So like I said, you take away about 20% of that, or 25% depending on the size of the bones off the weight, which again gets you to about 1.5 pounds of meat. Like I said, in terms of like taste and all this kind of stuff, like I don't use any rubs. It's like sea salt. When I'm doing the chicken thighs, that's when I add a bit of black pepper. But other than that, it's just sea salt, you know? And it's like you're basically using like the fat. Like the fat is your sauce. The fat is the condiment, so to speak. You know what I mean? I like rump roast. It's fucking delicious and easy. Hey, mama. Put it in there for like 15 hours. Hey, mama. Tenderlicious. Tenderlicious. You know what I'm saying? I do regular salt because of the iodine. Nah, bro. Don't fall for that shit. Don't get table salt. Don't do it. Well, we iodined it. And all this kind of shit. Yes, sea salt. What was it? Redmond sea salt? You need to get some of that stuff. Fuck ton of garlic. I'm saying, man, vegetables to fucking you up. Picasso, buy some nascent iodine. 1 drop per day, way better than crappy iodine table salt. Stay away from table salt. Himalayan sea salt is the bomb. Infowars rare earth iodine are great. Yeah, Redmond's also. I forget the place where they mine, but it's basically like it's like a dry sea. Like they basically mine it out of the caves, and like Redmond's is so good because you're not getting any contaminants from like the actual sea at the moment because of all the pollution, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? I have Himalayan salt lamp. Maybe I can just give it a lick every now and again. Nah, man, you want some Redmond sea salt? You know, you're all making me hungry. It is what it is. Wait till we get to the carnivore videos. You know what I'm saying? That's fine, but I like garlic and it's good for you too. My beef is straight half cow. The ground has the ground has brisket added to it. It's about 87% lean. The best burgers, bro. Yeah, it's about 13%. And like I said, You don't necessarily have to get 20% fat, right? The what's it called? The like you can there's other ways to get around it, like by adding cheese or cooking with butter, or just like when it comes out, like when it's basically kind of like laying it to rest kind of thing, you just like start adding butter onto it and all this kind of stuff. So there's ways to add more fat to a leaner cut of meat. I just prefer the whole aspect where it's like, at least I have that, and maybe I add a bit more fat for taste and all this kind of stuff. You do need iodine though. Yeah, but you get it from that. Do you know what I mean? Like, think about, like, Jordan Peterson has been doing line diet for like 7 to 8 years. Possibly more at this stage. You know what I mean? Never had any iodine issues. You know? That does sound good. What can I say, man? What can I say?
And I don't think that it's an irregular or norm that you're
Why
talking
not?
about
There
here.
was a norm. They broke the norm. Was it irregular?
Yeah, no, I don't think that there was a norm. I think that what you're describing as a norm wasn't.
You don't think there was a norm? I invite anybody watching this, go back and Google borking.
But even
go back and Google Robert.
Even if it were true, even if it were
is
true, even if it were true, it doesn't falsify any of the premises. So
well, no, it shows that the Democrats in 1987 engaged in court packing by your definition.
Well, it's logically possible for more sides than one to be justified in court packing. That's logically possible. But I don't agree with your case study. I don't agree with the Bork example. I just explain why.
As the Democrats,
you're not falsifying any of the premises.
As the Democrats court packed in 1987, then they were justified in the Republicans were justified in court packing.
So I just explained to you why. So I just explained to you why it wasn't a violation of a norm. It also didn't change the composition of the court.
It did.
It didn't. It did not.
It did. We didn't.
No, it didn't.
We did not get an originalist court. Instead, we got Justice Kennedy, and Justice Kennedy gave us the wonder of substantive due process and the Obergefell decision. Which invented the right to gay marriage out of constitutional thin air.
Yeah, composition.
It was a pretty big change in the constitution of the court, Pisco. It was a pretty big change.
So composition here is not with respect to legal theory. That's not what I'm indexing for here. It's indexing for
it's irregular as to irregular, but not as to the things that Republicans care about. The things only irregular as to things that Democrats care about.
No. Where we see a potential partisan injury. That partisan injury.
The Republicans were very injured by that, Pisco. We lost an originalist majority. We would have had an originalist majority. We lost it. So we were very injured.
So I don't view that as an injury. As I use standard definition of injury here. It was a Republican pushed and
are
certainly
you uniquely qualified to decide what's a political injury?
Well, you can decide for yourself. I'm not saying that I am like
I
deciding
take it as a political injury.
But the Republicans got their nominee and the Democrats approved Anthony Kennedy.
I take it as a political injury, and since we're both equally qualified there, then P2, the Republicans were injured by partisan Supreme Court packing.
I don't think
so. We can go down to P3. There was no effective way to reverse it.
Can we just pause? I don't know why you're so can we just pause? Is that okay? So let's address the issue of the Bork situation and Kennedy there.
The fact that
can we address it? Can we address it?
Can we address
it?
Sure.
Can we address it? So it's your claim, right, that any time that a candidate is rejected, that it changes the composition of the Supreme Court?
No, it's my claim that your argument is nonsense and using proprietary definitions.
What do you mean by nonsense?
And I'm pointing out.
What do you mean? No, hang on a second. What do you mean by nonsense?
Pointing out its absurdity, Pisco, by running through how it actually applies to historic examples.
Wait, that's not part of the argument. So I'm not claiming that I'm. So
Pisco, I'm not making any claim. It's a bad argument. I'm not here to gloss your argument. It's a dumb argument. I'm explaining to you why it's dumb by showing that it applies equally to Republicans. But you don't accept it because
it's obviously false. No, the injury, the Republican Party, right, promoted Kennedy there. And the Republican Party wanted Kennedy.
We did not want Kennedy.
No injurious partisan.
We did not want Kennedy. We wanted Bork. We thought Kennedy was all we could get because the Democrats had shown for the first time in modern history that they were going to put blatant politics into the judicial nomination process.
It's desperation. So to be clear, I don't know what you're saying that like court packing has an objective true meaning. I don't really care about your semantic perspectives. That's not part of the argument to the extent that you like disagree with a definition or whatever. That's like a stupid thing to even raise. So let me finish my point here.
You don't think these terms have objective definitions?
What do you mean by objective definition? You're going to get into like
If the
objective true
terms
platonic
can't-
forms of
if
words?
the terms can't be defined, Pisco, how can we use your
No,
argument?
hang on. I'm not saying that wait, I'm defining the terms. You understand what I
Okay.
mean, right?
Well,
you understand what I meant, right?
You gave me a definition, and
Wait,
I
do you
used
actually-
it to show
Do
that
you
it
not
applies to
understand?
Bork.
Do you understand what I said when I defined court packing? Did you understand my words?
Yeah,
Did you understand what I
you
meant?
said it was irregular, and the Bork thing was definitely irregular. You want to give the definition again, Pisco? Go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. No, but like you understood when we were talking about irregular. Irregular was mapping onto some constitutional norm.
Then there was a norm. There was a
Yeah, no,
norm not to hold justices accountable to their particular politics or their particular judicial philosophies, but to judge them on their ability
Yeah,
to
I don't
be
know
a
what the
legal
evidence
mind.
is for that norm. I don't know what the evidence is for that norm.
It's
But
a,
like,
it's a
even putting that aside,
well-established historic fact that anyone can look up, Pisco. And I invite the audience to
Judges
look
are
up
not just
Robert
look-
Bork's
that's it.
nomination to see if Pisco, a lawyer, should be aware of one of the seminal
so
events
judges
in
are
US
not-
history
I'm aware-
on the topic
yeah.
he came here to debate, which he suddenly has no knowledge of.
So I'm not saying that I have no knowledge about being borked. I'm in fact giving you.
So then
reasons
what was-
why. Wait, let me
what
let me
was the
addre-
norm
let me-
prior
let
to
me
Bork?
let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying.
What was the norm then, Pisco?
The evidence that I have that it wasn't a norm is that judges have been questioned on their integrity on crimes. There have been judges who've resigned because of accusations. This is I think Fontes, Abe Fontes, and others.
About crimes?
Yeah, about their
Yeah,
personal life. I
crimes
mean,
they
this is,
committed.
but not just that, improprieties, things like that. So these are all relevant considerations, as well as Bork was involved in the Saturday Night Massacre, and you might have a different view on that about whether or not the Saturday Night Massacre was like a big deal, given your view on like the immunity decision or whatever. But I think that's. Are you saying that it would be norm violating to consider his role in the Saturday Night Massacre?
I'm saying, Pisco,
talking about the nomination.
that the Democrats, led by Joe Biden, tore him apart and their expressed concerns was that he was too conservative, too originalist, in favor of overturning Roe v. Wade, and that if you let him on the court, there would be a quote unquote. There would be an enormous number of back alley abortions, Pisco. This is judging a judge on how they are going to rule on a particular case, on a particular issue of constitutional law.
And this is the issue with utilitarianism, right? Where you just look at the outcome and that's how you base your morals. It's like, oh, well, if we're to get rid of Roe v. Wade, then you're going to have backstreet abortions, ergo it's immoral. Go fuck yourselves. This is where, like, the Christians, in terms of, like, this aspect of duty, right? Deontology, right? This essence where it's like you get your morality from duty, right? It's a key thing, you know. But let's catch up on the carnivore chat. We haven't even got to the carnivore video yet, folks. Teriac, this ground has the juices dripping down my arm when I bite into it. I don't add any butter, only with my steak. Yeah, like that's my thing. Like I'm so conscious about making sure I get enough fat and all this kind of stuff into it, because if you read any stories about people who go like headfirst into carnivore, don't do that much research. They just focus on the protein and they're not getting enough fat, and then they feel fatigued and all this kind of shit, and they have like a negative outcome like from trying out carnivore. That's why, like, and at this stage, like, I add in butter just for like taste as well, you know, to be 100%. Are eggs part of the carnivore? Yes, I need to start getting into the eggs as well, because, like, as I was kind of mentioned in terms of like the iodine, like that's basically where you'd get your iodine sources from eggs. You know, like a handful of eggs a day, like, should be more than enough for your iodine, because there is some iodine in the beef, but not a lot. You know what I mean? It's like a low kind of source of it. I think there's maybe some in bacon as well, but again, you want to be making sure that you eat your eggs as well. But egg prices are up there, but if you have your own chickens, you know what I mean, that'll sort you, you know. Is Jordan Peterson sick now because of his diet? Maybe. Nah, it was like the whole Benzol thing. He was taking like all these like medications and shit, and that's what fucked him up. It is what it is. Yes, eggs be part of carnivore. I eat goose eggs only. Why? Is goose eggs better than chicken eggs? Let me know. I never had an ounce of fat on me until I got appendix removed. Then I heavily, over a couple of months, It's because the antibiotics straight fucked me up. Yeah, man. Antibiotics are a lot more dangerous than they let on. You know what I mean? I still recommend a nascent iodine supplement when ditching table salts. Definitely help my immune system and brain function. True that you can get it from the eggs though, pseudo. You know what I mean? Like I've had bad experiences trying to use supplements and all this kind of thing. So I'd rather get it from the au natural. But again, if you're kind of like conscious about the iodine, like just to be safe, like try it out and see if you notice any particularly if you notice any bad effects. You know what I mean? I'll look into it. My man. I cut way back on table salt, been doing heavy pepper, less salt. Sea salt. Sea salt is key. $3 bottle of rare earth nascent iodine lasts me about a year. I'll never stop taking it. And again, like I said, man, like to make sure that you have like the vitamins and specifically the minerals. Like a lot of people like say, "Oh, I got my vitamins," and then they think they're good to go. But the minerals are key to it as well. You know, I'd even say to a degree. Now, I wouldn't say that like you could say the vitamins or the minerals are more important because they kind of act like in a relationship together. Because if you're lacking certain vitamins, then it doesn't matter how much minerals you put in your system and all this kind of shit. And even like with fat as well, that's a key thing for actually some of the vitamins and minerals acting as well. So it's all like that's why it's like such a complex process. You know what I mean? But this is why like nutrition is starting to you're starting to see a surge in terms of nutritionists and all this kind of stuff, especially speaking out about the current kind of like medical prevailing theories about certain things and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? It is what it is. When FDA forced adding the crappy iodine into the table salt, IQ increased in the population by about 10 to 15 points. That's straight facts. I guess it's enough in red meat, but no, there's not enough in red meat. You need to make sure you get some eggs into you and all this kind of shit. You know, this Pisco guy blows ass. You know what I mean? I'm glad you see it, Picasso, because like I said, after this happened, I made sure I was looking out for anybody who was reviewing this, especially like open panels, because that's how like the lefties like to sneak in and say, "Oh, I'm nonpartisan, I'm a centrist," and all this kind of shit. But you look at the voting history and it's like Democrat, 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 and you're like, okay, nonpartisan then. Yeah, sure, buddy. Still take the drops, one a day, chase it down with water. I notice less issues with my teeth also. Good point. Good point. This Pisco has my stomach turning. What can I say, man? What can I say? Like, and this is the thing. Like, when you look at like the Democrats, right? All they're interested in is power. And they use people like the influencers like Pisco, like Destiny and all this kind of shit to basically carry water for them. And essentially when you actually kind of like sit through one of their streams and all this kind of shit, all it is just rhetoric, dramatization over like irrelevant things. You know what I mean? And again, I heavily suggest you check out when me and Steelborn went against Destiny and Dev. And again, Dev wasn't on camera, and he was doing his whole like, you know, trying to look up all the legal precedents and all this kind of shit, sweating in the background. Like, you can basically kind of like just dismiss a lot of what they're saying, because in that debate, Destiny was trying to act as though Trump's coming after your free speech and all this kind of stuff. So you have to be able to notice, like, where are they trying to go with it optically and rhetorically, and to be able to neutralize that. And a key way how you're able to do that is, especially in that debate, is Destiny was like, Trump is coming after your free speech, he's a tyrant, blah, 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 right? But then just look at what the outcome of the case was. Use the utilitarian against them and say, well, Trump lost the case. The court overruled Trump. So your free speech is protected, because the court will always rule against this. They've set legal precedents now. You know what I mean? And that just basically takes away their whole argument. They've got nothing left. As you're seeing with Pisco. Like, Pisco's not actually trying to prove that his argument is true or is logically sound. You know what I mean? Teriyaki butter is fine. I love the grass-fed. But, yeah, we got Kerrygold over here, boy. we got the good stuff, you know. But it has to be organic and grain finished, insane marbling, and I get to see the cow. That's another thing as well, folks. Buying from the farmer, or at least from your butchers, is key and vital, you know. But shop around, like, and work within your own budget to it as well, you know. I get goose eggs free from a friend, and they're much bigger than chicken eggs. Very similar to chicken eggs, but slightly different texture. Not bad, not bad. I eat a good amount of fresh caught fish also. Very good and good mineral content, especially freshwater species. Exactly. And salmon. Like cod is actually very good for the iodine as well. For anyone who's kind of like worried about the iodine levels and all this kind of stuff. Cod is very, very good for the iodine. But salmon in particular, again, is like that. What I'd kind of like say is like the ribeye of the fish, because it has like 20% fat in its protein. You know what I mean? So, but like with me, I'm not a particular fan of the fish. I typically stick to like the red meat and all this kind of stuff as well. Probably going to be having eggs today, because iodine is definitely something I've overlooked. You know what I mean? And even just kind of like reaching up to my thyroid now as well. I'm kind of conscious of my thyroid now that you mentioned the iodine pseudo. But this is what we're here for, to give suggestions, make sure we're all keeping each other in check, you know. We got that delicious Kerrygold here too. 100%, man. 100%. And that's why I said, man, it's at this stage, it's like, it's kind of like flavor. Like I added in just for like the flavor of it, you know. I like cod, it's good. Don't like salmon. Fair enough, fair enough. From filet mignon to ground, I get every cut. It comes at about $5 to $6 a pound in my freezer. That is good pricing, man. That is really good pricing. You know, I think for me, it's my ground beef is, one sec, let me check my budget because I have it recorded here. Yeah, it's about €4.75 per 800 grams. So one sec, if we do 800 grams to LBS, that's £1.70. So if I copy that, and then I say one sec, calculator, 475 divided by, let's say, what was it, 1.75 equals 2. Wait, divided by 1.75. It was £2. Yeah, I just divided by 2. So divide that by 1.75 gets you to 2.71, but then that's euro, and then I need to say euro to USD. And then we say let's say 275 just to be safe. So I get it for about $3.20 a pound. Per pound for 18% ground beef. So I wouldn't say half price. I'd say about 66% to be safe, just to be 100% safe and all this kind of shit in terms of calculations. So not bad. Like 60% I pay in terms of like pricing, you know. Nice, hook me up, man. My man. Small freshwater pan fish are very healthy also. My half cow, I get about 260 pounds of meat for around $1,600. Not bad, man. And that would last you about, how many days was that last year? That last you almost half a year, bro. You know what I mean? Fuck, man, I'm coming over to your house. Hey, it is what it is. That's cheap, yeah, but like Irish beef is like it's amazing. But because it's like we're a small island that doesn't need to transport far and all this kind of stuff, you know. Actually it was closer to 270 pounds finished, all vacuum sealed 1 pound bags, 2 steaks per package, etc. Got half 15 pound brisket, and he threw me in a whole one for free. Half a cow lasts you a year. Yeah, especially if you're throwing in other stuff. But I'm just saying, like, if you were just to eat that 270 pounds, you would at least get half a year out of that. You know what I mean? Because roughly speaking, you'd be eating about a pound and a half. Like, let's say if you're like a beast, like you're like 6'4" and built, you'd probably be on more so like the 2 pounds end. But even like in terms of that, like that's half a year. You know what I mean? So when you think about pricings and all this kind of thing to it, you know, especially because you're throwing in eggs, you're throwing in fish, you're throwing in different things like that as well. It makes sense that like that alone would last you a year. You know, 20 cents more than when I buy a brisket, which isn't good quality. True that as well. But let's finish off the debate and then we'll get into the carnivore talk.
And it was not the norm that judges were held to that standard prior to Bork. Do you have an example of any judge who was?
Yeah, I mean that's just silly. I mean,
you have an example of any judge who's
yes,
Makes sense. It don't make sense.
Every president who's ever nominated a justice does so at least in part for partisan reasons.
That's not what I said. Repeat what I said.
Yeah, so there is no norm that
repeat what I said.
So there is no norm that that partisan results don't factor into the political branch and its determination of who's fit to be a Supreme Court justice. I mean, that's always considered. Obviously, it is.
That's not what I said. Do you understand the argument I'm making, Pisco? Can you steelman it?
You know, maybe you should say it again.
No, he cannot.
Prior to Bork, there was a norm that judges were not to be judged on partisan issues about how they will decide particular legal outcomes. It was improper to Pisco. Google it. This is well-known fact.
What's the evidence?
You went to law school, brother. You went to law.
It's the judge's statement. Oh my God! I need to get the was it Janice clip from Friends? Because holy shit, these cunts are like Janice. Holy shit! Where's your evidence from that? Like, unbelievable. And this cunt is a lawyer. This cunt is a lawyer, and he is a cunt. And if I ever see him to his face, I'd call him a cunt to his face. Holy shit. The whole world applied regenerative animal agriculture, meat would be much more expensive and require more land. If the whole world applied regenerative animal agriculture, meat would be much more expensive and require more land. Regenerative animal agriculture. A holistic farming system that focuses on restoring soil health, biodiversity, and ecosystem by moving livestock frequently across pastures. Farmers mimic natural grazing patterns, which naturally fertilizes the soil, sequesters carbon, and improves your water retention while ensuring high animal welfare. This farming relies on much several practices to repair land rather than simply extracting resources from it. Like crop rotation, all this kind of stuff. Livestock are moved through different paddocks frequently and allows the graze grass time to recover while naturally fertilizing the ground with manure and preventing overgrazing. Bringing livestock in the crop rotations. Yeah, crop rotations, all this kind of shit. Healthy carbon-rich soil acts as a sponge, retaining water and preventing flooding or a drought. By reducing the need for expensive synthetic fertilizers and purchased feed, farms can become more financially resilient. So you're wrong. They could actually make it cheaper. Evidence suggests that meat and dairy produced from regeneratively grazed, forage-heavy diets can improve nutrient profiles such as higher omega-3 acids. You know? And yeah, like that's standard practice in Ireland. To explore how these methods are being applied in sport, you can check out local initiatives and guidelines provided by organizations like Board Bia and our educational quality. So Board Bia is the Irish like standard for Irish Food Board, right? So like what you're talking about here, like that's the standard in Ireland. And as we went over, like the price per pound in beef is like 60% the price that it currently is in America. So you're wrong. Last brisket I had from previous half cow was like butter. I could cut it with a fork. Oh, beautiful. Tenderlicious, as they say. I never go back to store bought. I get top quality tasting beef that's way healthier and about 1/3 of the current store price. All grazed naturally, organic fertilizer from all the chickens, etc. Exactly. And like this is the thing. Like when you go carnivore, you'll realize that it's actually cheaper to go directly to the farmer, or at least to the butchers, and say, listen, I want to buy in bulk, and the farmers will let you buy in bulk and all this kind of stuff as well. They'll even package it for you, and like as Pseudo's demonstrating, and it works out much more cheaper than store bought. You know what I mean? So, $2.99 brisket is the sale price too. Ask AI about the price and land US. Well, you just let me know. Let me know. But like I said, this is not the case in Ireland. Can't find cheaper without getting a whole cow. Yeah, but like this is the thing, you can freeze it. As like Pseudo's been saying, it's like he buys half a cow and that basically lasts him the year, at least in terms of like what he eats in terms of beef. You know what I mean? So like I think Pseudo was saying it's at least 10 months, and that's $1,600. And like you're fed for the bulk of the year. You know what I mean? So like compare how often you're paying. Like that's $160 a month in terms of food bill. You'd be hard pressed to find a non-carnivore diet that's $160 a month. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, boys, especially if you get to know the farmer and you get friendly with them, like Pseudo was saying with the goose eggs, like they'll throw you stuff on top for free and all this kind of stuff because they're like, gonna know the waste anyway. Like you have a crack at this, you know.
Cool,
What's the evidence that it
Look after your farmers, lads. That's the main thing here, is look after the farmers. Because trust me, as an Irishman, I know how fucking severe famines can be, you know?
was a norm against considering that the results?
Can you name one?
You said you have
instance
evidence
prior to this.
So, for example, Roosevelt's determinations as who he would nominate for Supreme Court, this would be Justice Jackson among others, was in virtue of his thought process that they would uphold his New Deal regulations.
Yeah, he's shaking.
Say hi to.
He's rattled.
The issue, Pisco, there, which is a funny example for you to bring up. Roosevelt.
Look at him. He's rattled.
Really.
He's rattled. Own. Please stop talking, Ryan. Please stop talking. You know? Oh, this is beautiful. Again, Ryan Mullally, take a fucking Bowser.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's the MVP. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
Also, folks, as well, goat is actually good meat, and so is lamb, because it's basically the same kind of like thing as like beef, ruminant meat. You know what I'm saying? $2.99 is very cheap for brisket, but I'd imagine it comes out dry and tough. I make up the cost by paying like $5 to $6 a pound for all cuts. Ribeye, filet mignon, New York strip. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Pseudo. It's like like when you're doing it with the like buying a half cow or a full cow or what have you. You get kind of like you get kind of all the different cuts. You know what I mean? Like you can shop around and try to like get specific and say I want the cheapest available kind of thing. You know what I mean? So like even in terms of, and I was talking about this to Bad Cramps Gramps. He was asking me about like getting started on the carnivore and all this kind of thing. Which is why I'm like, when we finish this debate, I'm going to be going into the carnivore videos. But like essentially, like you can shop around and get the cheap thing, but you also like you can treat yourself to ribeyes. You can treat yourself to a tomahawk every now and again. You know what I mean? So with me, it's particularly kind of like setting kind of like finding the minimum amount I can actually survive on, and then that's like your budget kind of thing. And then every once in a while, you know, treat yourself to a couple of ribeyes, treat yourself to this and all this kind of stuff, you know. I was agreeing most people can't or don't go direct to a farm or butcher. Cheap as I find in store is $2.99. 100%, baby, 100%. Especially meat. Don't know what you mean. Shazzy saying, oops. Oops, doing the old Brittany. Oops, I did it again. Welcome in, Shazzy. Welcome in. Pull up a chair, get comfy. We're just watching the absolute mauling that Ryan Mullally done. Good Irish name as well. It's absolute mauling on Pisco. A beautiful thing of beauty. My brisket does not come out dry and tough. How dare you? Blue Aqua Tiger. Yep. Not every state, area, county, even do people have access to decent price small farm beef. When I say small farm, I mean less than 100 cows. That is true. But if you shop around, but I mean, if you're willing to put in the time, you know. Welcome in, Shazzy. Welcome in. Let me give you a toast for that one, you know. Waves all around, you know.
Famous for trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, he had a failed court pack.
He had a failed court pack, Pisco. So yeah, I think that dude might have tried to put justices on the court expressly
Not
to
just
change
him,
the
bro.
Constitution.
Not just him,
Expressly
bro.
to change the
Not
Constitution.
just him, bro.
Now,
Not
here's-
just him, bro. Don't be
Pisco,
naive, Ryan. Don't be naive. Come on.
Here's why all this matters. Most people, most sane and normal people, understand that court packing does not relate to the advice and consent function of the Senate. Everyone, like the Senate has denied confirmations many times. I think I don't know the exact number. It's something like 35
That's just how court packing
times.
is defined in the argument. That's just how court packing is defined in the argument.
Yes, and
that's just how court packing is defined in the
you're
argument.
using a proprietary term, Pisco.
It's not proprietary.
The point that I'm
proprietary.
making, Pisco.
I have
and
academic.
If you could,
I have academic
if
usage
you
here.
could let me finish my point, Pisco. The point that I'm making is that there have been at least 35 times where the Senate has denied advice and consent, sometimes with a no vote, sometimes by just letting it lapse. It's happened many times in our history. It's not court packing, Pisco. It's the advice and consent power of
so
the
court
Senate.
packing.
You are attempting to
let me address it. Let me address what you're saying.
Court packing to justify the unjustifiable.
So you made a couple claims there. The first is that I'm using like a proprietary definition. I honestly don't know why that's relevant to the argument itself. It could be true that I'm using a proprietary I'm not that I'm using a proprietary definition, but that wouldn't change whether the argument is true or not. I mean, I can define terms however I want them, and it doesn't bear on the truth or falsity, except to the extent that like the difference in concept matters. I'm trying to convey meaning to you. So whether I use the term court packing or court schmacking or court packing too, like, are you really going to quibble over the terminology here? The argument is, but to address what you just said, about proprietary usage,
and I explained a difference in concept.
Yeah. So
there's a difference in concept.
So the argument uses a particular concept of court packing. Now you can say that it's proprietary. You don't have the basis to say that. You think I just made this up?
Pisco, I think that
you don't have a basis to say.
Yes, I do.
Equivocation fallacy, where he's specifically using court packing in terms of like this certain meaning or whatever, and then saying, well, that gives us the right to expand the court. You notice in all his like premises, it's all like court packing, and the conclusion is we have to pack the court when that's not necessarily true. Meaning it's not even a valid argument, let alone a sound argument, because as we've shown, the premises are not true. And also Shazzy's saying it's about a grand a cow here. But this is what I'm saying, going directly to the farmer, cutting out the middleman, you know? Look after your farmers, because again, they're coming after the farmers, and especially in the EU, what they're trying to do is like trying to get the farmers like dependent on the grants and all this kind of shit. And then from there, they basically get them to produce less and produce less and produce less. You know what I mean? Shout out to James Conway. He's the one that's kind of like banging the drum in Ireland, at least. He even went over to Wales, all across England. He even went to Clarkson's farm and all this kind of stuff to highlight like why farming is so important and all this kind of stuff as well. You know, like the fuel protests. That was the farmers. You know. Honestly, for smoked chuck roast off the brisket can be hit or miss. Sometimes they just aren't great, no matter the quality. Only guaranteed great brisket is Wagyu, but Wagyu is expensive. You know what I mean? A grand a cow, how many pounds dressed? Does that include butchering, bagging? You got to do that yourself. You know, but in terms of like, if you're purely down to like trying to reduce cost as much as possible, yeah, like doing stuff yourself, there's videos on this on YouTube as well, like even doing like buying like the full joint, like buying a full ribeye joint and then just cutting your steak yourself. Like you do make savings. You know what I mean? You stack that on top of like buying it directly from the butcher and then doing the cutting yourself. You know, I'm a beekeeper and I support the EU nature restoration law. Ugh, it is what it is. It is what it is. Shazzy, if it's quality beef, that's still very cheap. If it's grass fed, yeah, but Shazzy's talking about pounds, right? So, Great British GPB to USD, say 1,000. Yeah, that's still $1,300 or $1,350. So it's still, like I said, like we know how to raise our cows over here, you know. Teriyaki comes to the field, I'll let you take a cow. Appreciate you, Shazzy. You know, as I say, you get to know people, you get to know farmers. You know what I mean? That's why I grind my own beef. Precisely. You know?
Actually, hold
What's
on.
the basis?
Okay. Let's find, we can find many definitions, Pisco.
No,
I'm looking at my notes.
If my definition appears in the literature, would you say it's proprietary?
Pisco, your definition of court
Would
packing.
it be proprietary? Can you answer a question?
Can you repeat it?
Yeah, sure.
Repeat it.
That. No, wait. Can you answer my question first? If it appears in the literature, would you say it's proprietary? Yes or no?
Depends on the literature. Depends how widely accepted it is.
Okay. So court packing is a change in the composition of the court, which is irregular and actively driven.
Okay.
But again, it's irrelevant. All right, let's assume it's proprietary.
Hold on.
Let's assume it's proprietary.
Wait, stop. A change in the composition of the court that's irregular and what?
And actively driven.
Okay.
But I'll grant it. Wait, Ryan.
No.
Let me make it easier.
But it is
It's proprietary.
Throughout our history, the Senate has used its advice and consent power to deny nominations. Flat out. They've done it over and over again.
Are you fighting on one of the premises of the argument?
So what's irregular?
Wait, are you contending that one of the premises of the argument is false?
I'm saying that by your definition, the Garland situation was not court packing.
No, but there was.
What was irregular?
Yeah.
About it,
So the norm
Morning, Dark Side Deaconess.
that the Senate does not
Hope you're having a
categorically
good one.
refuse to hear nominations from a president. That they will categorically refuse to have any hearing whatsoever for a president's nominee for the Supreme Court.
That's
a norm.
That happened to President Fillmore.
Okay, no, but there was a norm established.
Okay,
there have been court packs in history as well, legislative court packs.
Yeah,
so it's on all fours. It's on all fours in that sense.
But you see,
there used to be violations.
You see how this goes.
Just because there used to be violations doesn't mean that there isn't a norm established.
When the Republicans complain about a norm violation, not court packing in Pisco's mind, the Borg stuff, not court packing. But when the Democrats complain about a norm violation, court packing. And this is what I mean about.
And again, this is what I'm saying. Ryan's so fucking good at this shit. He's just calling it from fucking memory at this stage. You know? Like, what about this time? When it was against the Republicans. Oh, that's not court packing. What about this time? Oh, that's not court packing. But when Obama, oh yeah. It only happened when Mitch McConnell. Okay. Okay, buddy.
About the rule
one's
for
a norm,
thee,
one's
for
not.
me, nature.
Wait, no, but just one's a norm and one's a norm and one's not.
It was a norm, Pisco. Like the idea, like honestly, Pisco, the idea you're out so far over your skis on the idea that Bork was not a norm violation, because everybody who's watching this is going to look it up and see that you're just making things up because it's inconvenient for you.
You're assessing the the norm was
law school.
Hang on a second.
What you learned.
So let's moderate. Can we just stop with the personalities and character attacks? I mean, it's really just irrelevant.
Ryan's bullying me again. Oh, he's such a bitch. Pisco is such a bitch.
I don't know why we're doing that. Like,
it's
we went
relevant.
to law school.
It's relevant, Pisco, because you are using your law degree to obfuscate the tyranny of your party, and I am here to explain that.
Yeah, but that's not relevant to the proposition.
Reveal what you are doing.
That's not relevant to
I'm
the
here
proposition.
to reveal
my
what
character
you are
is not
really
at issue
doing,
here.
And the
my character is not at issue.
that you are inconsistent about how
It's
you
not
apply your own
inconsistent. Wait, no,
definitions
it's not
shows
inconsistent.
this. It
No,
shows it.
what's the inconsistency? I'm denying that there was a
One
norm
norm
violation.
fine.
So I'm
The other
denying.
norm-
I'm denying that it's a norm
You are
violation.
denying an established historic fact that everyone in the audience is going to look up and realize that you're wrong about. So we can move on, Pisco. It's humiliating
what's
enough
the
to leave
evidence?
it there.
What's
Let's
wait
go
a second. Wait,
let's
you're
go-
just
I just want to say I didn't say anything there just because that's kind of it's a statement of fact. I get it. It's a little tongue in cheek, but I mean that's it's not super inappropriate. So I'm gonna just kind of just ask. You know,
you
I
mean
think
about like saying, you're a lawyer. You're lying to everyone. You want the,
well, just the you're a lawyer statement. Part.
Now he's complaining against the moderators. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh my
accusing
God.
you of lying thing. I mean,
he's
that's-
saying that I'm abusing my professional credentials to destroy the country, and I don't see how that's relevant.
which
to
you
the
are
argument.
doing.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's all well and good for you to claim that. I disagree, obviously, but that's not what we're here to debate. We're here to
Okay.
debate the actual issue, and I'm not inconsistent in my application. I think one was a norm and one was not a norm. And
Okay.
that's my explanation.
So-
and the other one, the
so-
other thing it
so
fails
Pisco-
on
but
is
Pisco, how
changing
about
the
this?
composition. Wait,
You
let me
think-
finish this.
you
Let me
think-
finish
okay,
this.
go ahead.
Let me finish this. The other thing that it fails on is it didn't actually change the composition with respect to the partisan makeup. Here, the Republicans got a nominee through. They got Anthony Kennedy through. Now, you might not think that he was the ideal candidate, but in terms of composition, that's not what we're talking
It
about.
absolutely
He was a
changed the
Republican nominee.
composition of the court. It took away the originalist majority. It preserved Roe v. Wade. It gave us the manufactured right to gay marriage out of thin air. It pretty badly changed the composition, Pisco. But
Yeah, so
I think we've done
You're not
enough on-
contending with the arguments,
we've
notions
done
of
enough on-
injury.
I've done enough on that point. Let's move on to my broader critique, which is
Okay.
why do only your side get to define what self-defense is?
I don't know what you mean by that. Your
Well,
side only defends. That's not part of my argument.
I feel, in my heart of heart, Pisco's, I feel very injured by the prospect of the court packing that the Democrats are about to do. I think there's going to be injurious court packing. I think there will be no way to reverse it without court packing of my own. I think that packing the Supreme Court to 4 more frothing at the mouth conservatives would just be, it wouldn't overshoot beyond mild deterrence. And I think there's no reason to expect a severe consequence cascade because we're going to lock your asses out of power and you'll never win an election again. And I feel very injured by this plan that you have, Pisco. Are the Republicans justified in packing the court right now?
Yeah, no, my argument doesn't turn on that.
That's
on
my
like,
argument, Pisco.
so-
It's my argument.
What's the argument? What's the argument?
My argument.
He literally just said the argument. So like Pisco is retarded. Also, shout out to Shazzy, member for 8 months. Member for 8 months. Because of that, Shazzy, I'm going to give you a little bit of Indian wisdom.
Don't beat yourself up over past mistakes. You are going to fuck up again in the future, quite possibly in a most spectacular fashion. Why worry about yesterday's fuck ups when you have tomorrow's fuck ups to look forward to? You are a fuck up, and fucking up is part of your growth process. Embrace the process.
Embrace the process. Okay? Process is dinos. Okay? The dinosaurs, they built the pyramids. It is only explanation. It is only explanation. Okay? Appreciate you, Shazzy. Thank you very kindly for the 8 months. You know, Darkside Deacon is saying, let me check my purse for some spare change. Appreciate you kindly. Appreciate you kindly. My husband, before being a chef, he worked in a slaughterhouse. Down you, man. You gotta, like I said, now is now more than ever. You need to make sure that you're looking after your farmers.
Is that you can do self-defense preemptively. You don't have to wait for somebody to hit you. So since you guys are planning a 13-seat court pack, the Republicans should do it tomorrow. They should get out ahead of you.
Wait, do you actually take the position?
Pisco.
Or do you take that position or not?
It depends. Are you guys?
What do you mean it depends?
Are you guys serious about packing to 13 and packing the Senate?
Wait, so I don't understand. Are you serious or not?
Well, so let's take a break and do some history. I've been
wait, is
the
that your
whole
position or is it not your
time I've been
position?
on- the whole
Why
time
can't
I've
you
been
answer the
online,
question?
And again, Joe, no, like he's accusing Ryan of all the shit that he's doing. Why can't you answer the question? And it's like Ryan's like, I'm going to basically take your argument, mirror it, and say, well, you know, self-defense wise, in order to prevent the tyranny that's about to come, that you guys are saying, in order to defend against that, we're going to pack the court by 4. Is that okay? Do you know what I mean? Because how are you defending self-defense? And notice he will not answer shit. He's tap dancing. He's fucking tap dancing. He's culturally appropriating. I am offended because Pisco is culturally, culturally, what the fuck's the word? Culturally appropriating my Irish heritage to tap dance this whole fucking debate. Also, shout out to Shazzy for the £10 saying, now the real stuff. Appreciate you, Cardi Shazzy. Appreciate you, kindly Shazzy. Like I said, that's £10. Okay, that's not €10. That's not $10. Not 10 Canadian dollars. Not 10 Australian dollars. That's £10. That's the king shilling right there, boys. You know what I'm saying? Trump is going to support more vegetables because of the Iran war. I don't even know what that means.
I've been begging people to de-escalate. Begging people
More
to
rhetoric,
to
more rhetoric.
de-escalate politically. But what I'm seeing today is that a colleague,
Right, Shazzy,
a lawyer,
£13. I forgot to add
can't
that.
even say
More bombast,
that he
more
disavows
bluster.
the positions that would lead to abject tyranny. So if you can't disavow those positions, Pisco,
Embarrassing, bro.
if the Democrats can't disavow those positions, why shouldn't the Republicans pack the court in
Do
advance?
you take the view? Do you take the view or not?
if you
just said,
guys are
"I think-"
serious, then yes,
Wait,
it's an
do-
if.
do you-
If you're
so-
if the Democrats are
But
serious,
it's your
about
position that I am serious, right? So
if
is
the,
it the
if
case
the
that
Democrats are
it's your
serious
position that I am
about-
serious,
well,
right? That's
you
what this
don't hold
whole
the levers of power, so it's the Democrats that matter here. If the Democrats
Okay,
are
so then what was this
serious
whole thing
about
about, oh, you're a-
locking the
oh,
Republicans
I don't
out
hold
of
the-
power,
so
then
your whole
yes,
justification
the
for lying to
Republicans
me-
would
wait,
be
you're-
justified in doing it first.
This is so funny. So your whole justification for lying
The
about
voice breaks as well. This is so funny. He's about to cry, bro.
self-admittedly lying about the debate proposition, what you're willing to debate, what you care about. Your whole defense of this and like going into personalities, attacking my character, saying all these different positions that are obviously tangential was because if you don't, the country's going to be destroyed. Then I'm like, well, you whole thing is that like I'm destroying the country, and you're like, oh well, you don't matter because like you're not important. So like, what was this whole thing about like you bringing up my character and lying to me? Like, if I don't matter, then why did that
Pisco,
whole other thing
if the Democrats are willing to pack the court and lock the Republicans out of power, then the Republicans are justified in
You
doing
doubt
it
that?
first.
I want your actual position. You doubt that?
That's the position. If
You
the
doubt they're
Democrats are
serious?
serious, then the Republicans
I'm
are
asking
justified.
whether you doubt that. Do you doubt that they're serious?
I'm becoming increasingly convinced they are over the course of this conversation.
Because of me?
All of this
Yeah.
to avoid the hypothetical. Like, if that is the case, are the Republicans justified? Are the Republicans justified? Notice, like, he keeps avoiding the question because he's a little pussy bitch, you know? He knows exactly how ridiculous the Democrats are acting, but he does not care. All he wants is power. He is a tyrant. All he cares about is power. He does not care about reason.
Because of you.
You just said I don't control the party.
You don't
make no sense.
You don't control the party, but you're someone who should know better. You're someone who should know better, and you won't even admit.
So what I'm saying affects
tyranny
your
that you're espousing.
intuition. What I'm saying affects your intuition about what the Democratic Party
Yes,
is willing to
it
do.
does, because Pisco,
Why?
we're lawyers. We're the ones who are supposed to stand up for the Constitution. When it came time for me to not vote for my preferred candidate because he had done something awful, I bit the bullet and didn't vote for him. When he prosecutes James Comey, and I think it's ridiculous.
And by the way, Ryan took a lot of fucking shit for that. He took a lot of shit for that. But he stood by his principle as a lawyer. And that's the difference between Pisco and Ryan. Ryan has limiting principles and he sticks by them. Pisco pisses into the wind. Whatever way the wind's blowing, that's what way Pisco's going.
I
You
stand
say
up
it's not
and fight-
strategic.
I
It's
stand
not
up-
strategic, he says to
I
Rob
stand
Noah.
up and bite the
Going after
bullet and
Comey is
say
not
not to
strategic.
do
I wouldn't do it. It's not
I
strategic.
said not to do it, Pisco.
Because it's not strategic. It's stupid.
Pisco,
That's why you
I've
said it, yeah.
bitten these bullets over
yeah.
and over and over
We
again,
know, we know.
but you won't, and everybody knows
Ryan,
why.
No, this is a neutral argument.
I just want
It's
to say we
neutral.
have
I don't
10
know what to
minutes
tell you.
left.
Yeah, I mean, it's pathetic. I've given
so
an account.
Pisco,
You're not rejecting the truth or falsity of any of the
my
premises.
argument is if the Democrats are serious about their plans, The Republicans are justified in packing the court tomorrow. Do you agree or disagree?
No, I don't agree with that.
Why?
But
On
it's,
what
not,
possible
it's also
basis
not
do
relevant
you
to my
disagree?
argument. Because it doesn't
Well,
fulfill the
we talked
conditions that I've
about-
laid
we
out.
talked about your argument for the whole time. Let's talk about mine. Why would it not be fair for the Republicans?
But the proposition
to pack
isn't
the
whether
court
Republicans.
tomorrow?
But the proposition isn't whether Republicans are justified. It's whether Democrats are justified.
Yeah, you said
This is why he's giving a hypothetical to test your logic of your definition of self-defense, Pisco. Even a fucking retard like myself can understand that. You know? Like, people might not realize. My mom took Tylenol. I'm going to take this opportunity to thank the show's unofficial
From
sponsor.
doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
Please be patient. My mom took Tylenol. But even as a Tylenol victim, okay? Even as a guy that has the tisms and the retardations and all that kind of shit, I can understand quite clearly what Ryan's argument here is. It's not even an argument, it's a hypothetical. That to try and test your definition of self-defense, would the Republicans then be justified if the Democrats are serious about packing the court by 4 and locking the Republicans out of power? Is that not self-defense to prevent that tyranny from taking over? You would have to say yes. You would have to say yes. But Pisco's not going to do that because he plays partisan politics. Sempiternal Chaos says, Pisco kind of looking like Chino. He just needs you. Shove it, shove it, shove it. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. Wow, intellectual dishonesty is mind-blowing. 100%, 100%. But this is what they do, you know? I'm telling you, with these leftists, it's all about power at all costs. By any means. The tyrants. All the tyrant cares about is power. Because I said so. That is their argument. Because I said so. Proprietary definitions, equivocation when it's equivocation fallacy when it suits. You know? Well, it comes down to interpretation. Oh, well, it depends. You know? Contextually, you know? Relativity, you know? Even as we watch Pisco get wrecked here, he just wrapped up moments ago getting wrecked by Rob. Might have to cover that one next time. We might just have to. We may just have to.
said it in your opening. Only the Democrats are justified. I get it. I'm asking.
No, only the injured party is justified. Only the injured party is justified.
So, Pisco, in any self-defense scenario, do you have to get injured before you defend yourself?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, so this is a self-defense scenario, and I don't
that's
have
an
to get
equivocation.
injured.
That's an equivocation.
I can
That's an
take a step
equivocation. That's an
before-
equivocation.
I can
That's an
take a step
equivocation.
to prevent the injury.
I'm not onboarding normal self-defense rules for physical force onto this argument.
I am.
This argument
This
stands
is
on
my
its own.
argument. This
Wait,
is my
okay.
argument, Pisco.
I know,
We talked about your argument.
But the
My
argument
is
concludes. The argument concludes in
if
something that's
Democrats are
literally
serious
irrelevant.
about this. The Republicans are justified to pack the court tomorrow. I'm
That's a
testing
different
whether
debate.
or not you're willing to bite the bullet on anything.
So under my argument, I
I'm
think
not
that there are
talking about
cases.
your
So
argument,
I'm willing
Pisco.
to bite the bullet. I'm willing to bite the bullet that sometimes Republicans would be justified to do court packs. That's
I'm
the
talking
argument
about
I presented.
right now.
The
If
argument I
Democrats are
presented is
serious about
neutral.
their
The
plan,
argument
are the Republicans
argument
justified?
My argument as presented is neutral. It's neutral. The only difference is the injured party in this case are the
Pisco,
Democrats.
I'm not talking about your argument. I'm talking about
Okay,
my
but-
argument.
Yeah,
My
but your
argument
argument, your argument is about whether Republicans are justified to do things.
Yes.
But the proposition is about whether Democrats are justified.
Yeah, and is this another thing that you're unwilling to talk about?
Well, if what you're saying is an internal critique of my argument, then my argument is relevant. But if it's some other random thing, then it's literally irrelevant, right?
Well, what I'm testing, Pisco, is that you put an argument on stream with
Pisco, let me translate for you, please. Okay? To test argumentation, you put hypothetical in front of opposition and you reverse the roles. Okay? So if you may claim, example debate, that X think is racism or sexism, then you replace roles, you reverse the roles to test the logic of your opponent, okay? Let me translate for you, please, Pisco. Seems like you have problem in your brain. It is okay. My mother took Tylenols, okay? It is okay. I can translate for you. Pisco.
the title self-defense, and you seem to think that only you are empowered
Is
to
it an
define
internal
what
critique or
self-defense
not?
is.
Is it an internal critique of my argument or
No,
not?
Pisco, it's my argument. I told you, it's my
Okay, if
argument.
it's your argument, then it's irrelevant. It's about whether Republicans are justified in doing so.
Well, it seems, Pisco, that we found yet another thing that you won't admit to. Now, in my opening,
I want to
did-
resolve the
I did
topic of
mention
the debate.
that your job tonight was to put a thin veneer of logic and banality over tyranny.
Ryan,
in
Ryan, we're
order to
here.
protect
Ryan,
the
we're here.
interests of your party.
Ryan, we're here to.
And here we see you doing it.
Ryan, we're here to debate the proposition of the debate. That's what we're here to do.
Pisco, you won't admit you wouldn't admit that your nose was on fire at this point. You won't admit positions that you hold are true. You won't
Oh, I'm
admit
happy
that
to do
if
that.
what you're talking, if you're serious, if what the Democrats are doing, if they're serious
it every
about
day.
it, that the Republicans would be fully justified in taking
So
preventative
are you?
self-defense.
This is an internal critique of my argument. Then it's saying
If
if
they
what
are
you
se-
said,
if
if
they
what
are
you said
serious-
is justified, that's an internal critique, isn't it?
Sure,
Yes or no?
let's do that.
Okay, so then don't try to say. Then don't try to say. Don't try to say it's not an internal critique of my argument. Is it? Okay, so you can't have it both ways, right, Ryan?
On that.
So Ryan wants to say, oh, I'm not talking about your argument, and now he's forced to concede. Yes, it's an internal critique. Well, if it's an internal critique of my argument, then obviously my argument is relevant, and so I'm going to respond in the context of my argument. Because if you're doing a separate argument where the conclusion is Republicans would be justified, that's just not what we're here to talk about. We're about whether Democrats are justified.
It's to test the critique, the definition that you are using, the proprietary definition that you're using of self-defense. Ryan saying, well, if the Republicans perceive that as a threat in order to protect against democracy, would the Republicans, in terms of a self-defense as you define it, Pisco, proprietarily, would they be justified? Would that be justification? And what Pisco wants to say is no, but he wants to avoid saying it because it would destroy his argument, because then his definition itself would fall flat on its face. And shout out to Pseudo Master Chef over on the Ko-Fi with a $5. Let me play a clip for that one, sir. Appreciate you kindly, folks. And we're up to $23 out of 50. If you want an open panel, we only need $27 more. But let's get back to it. We're going to be moving on to the carnivore stuff after this.
Justified. Now you can ask the question, on your view, would Republicans using your argument be justified in reciprocal court expansion?
If
you could ask that.
If your conclusion is true and the Democrats are going to expand the United States Supreme Court in the way that they have said openly that they are going to do you think the Republicans should take steps to prevent it?
Not on the lights of this argument. No, the argument doesn't.
Pisco, in real life, do you think the Republicans should take steps to prevent it?
Absolutely not, because it doesn't fulfill the argument. Yeah, because it's not justified. There's no reason to believe it's justified.
This is what I mean, Pisco.
No, it's consistent. It's consistent.
There is reason to justify it, because as we see, there are prominent Democrats who are saying, even in the point of James Carver, he's like, don't even run on it. Just get power and then just do it. So just lie about it, essentially. Right? So the reason why it's okay, they're going to pack the court, so we might as well pack the court anyways. That would be the reason. In terms of a self-defense aspect. In terms of self-defense, you don't have to wait for the person to shoot you before you can shoot them. In terms of self-defense, you can take preemptive action.
The verge of your party advocating for uniparty rule, and you want to talk about your syllogism.
Yeah, that's more rhetoric. I mean, you can.
No,
so
Pisco,
you can.
That's rhetoric. Stop bullying me, Ryan.
And what doesn't matter, Pisco. What matters.
What we
and
agree
what
to talk
matter.
about doesn't matter.
What matters.
What we agree to talk about doesn't matter.
Is that in your premise 5, if we want to go back to the eternal critique, there's no reason to expect a severe consequence cascade. Judge by my reaction, Pisco. Do you think there's a chance of a severe consequence cascade?
No, I don't.
You don't think so? You don't think that people who think the way I think view this as you signing your name to burn down the Constitution? I promise you they do.
I'm sure some people do, but I just don't.
How would you possibly?
They view that regardless.
How would you possibly prevent us from taking vicious reprisal?
Yeah, so I don't think that it will be, if there are vicious reprisals, I think it will be superior to the status quo.
I take your position as hostile to the existence of the Constitution. I take it as that level of a threat.
In virtue of what?
Doesn't matter.
Why is it that?
It's my preference. Doesn't matter. So
my preference. Beautiful.
If I take it that way, and other people take it that way, and I promise you they do, how would you not expect a severe consequence cascade, Pisco? We're
Because I think that-
obviously going to get you back for this. Obviously.
Yeah, I mean, like if you try to do that, I mean, like you can try a lot of different things. And
How would
maybe
you
even
stop us?
maybe even you'll succeed on some of them. But I just don't think that. Assuming that's true, just like I started with Mitch McConnell saying, we know what Democrats would do if hypothetically they were in the reverse position. You don't need a reason. You guys don't need a reason to be left off the chain.
Yeah.
You guys are marauders and barbarians within our walls. You don't need a reason. You're
We're
going to do what you're going
marauders
to
and
do for
barbarians.
power. Yes, that's
and
right.
that's
So,
why
I mean,
we ought to be locked out of power, right, Pisco?
you don't. You don't.
That's why we ought to be
you-
locked out of power, right?
So
Got
that's
him.
totally tangential to the argument. But just to be clear, you guys don't need a reason, right? So you guys will do the worst and most horrible thing independent of anything, right? So
I
that's
mean,
it's all
Pisco,
priced
what-
in.
what you
That's
are
why.
pro-
Wait, I'm sticking to the premise of the argument. P5. There is no reason to expect a severe consequence cascade relative to the status quo because you guys are just always going to do the most horrible thing, and it doesn't matter what
Yeah.
we do.
And then what are you going to do to prevent it, Pisco?
Yeah, what we would do in the case in which there was no triggering incident to cause you guys to do that stuff. Yeah.
All right, real
Yeah.
quick, Ryan. After this response, I'm going to let Pisco go into his 5-minute closing statement, and
Sure.
then we'll go ahead and mute the
Sure.
the opposites whenever
we
they're
can
talking.
go into closings. That's fine.
It's been an hour, so I mean, it's been entertaining.
Hell yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I think as you saw from the debate, it was pretty embarrassing. We came here agreeing on a particular proposition about Democrats expanding the Supreme Court.
Mom.
And rather than get into the
Ryan's
argument that
bullying
I prepared
me.
for the debate, which he knew about in advance, he wanted to get into personalities about what Pisco wants to destroy the world. He wants to like end civilization. I want to like just kill him or something or whatever. It was totally unclear. A lot of the things were just not topical, right? Like my positions on other issues. I'm happy to say that I would support Ro Khanna's plan. I don't shy away from that at all. I'm happy to do a conversation on that. I'm happy to talk about what we think for the Senate or, expanding the Senate for Puerto Rico and other places. We can schedule debates on that. I don't shy away from my positions at all. I'm proud of them. I think that they're justified. And when there's a
Yeah,
particular
and if you think you can win defending adding four judges to the Supreme Court, why not just debate it now? Because it's on prompt. Because that would be expanding the Supreme Court. So notice this whole bluff. This is just bluffing. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm happy to defend adding 4 judges to the Supreme Court and all this stuff. So then defend it right now in the debate. Because if you are able to actually make an argument and win that argument, then you'd win this debate de facto. But he can't. Because he knows it's tyranny. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to Suda Master Chef. Appreciate you kindly. And as Blue Aqua Tiger noted in chat, it's like he's not denying any of this shit. So he's perfectly happy to enact tyranny. And this is the Democrats. This is supposedly a qualified lawyer that's defending tyranny, or that's holding the water for tyranny, and wants tyranny to take over and saying tyranny would be more preferential than the status quo. What a piece of shit. What a piece of shit Pisco is.
debate that we schedule on one of those topics, that's what I want to debate. And I'm happy to say, and we can schedule whenever he wants to have a debate on those other matters. But as with respect to the proposition, there's just no reason to believe that the parade of horribles that he's talking about is going to come to fruition. There have been examples of court packs in this motivated by partisan reasons in this country's history in the U.S. Supreme Court. We didn't descend into the breakdown of the rule of law because of those court packs. That didn't occur. That's also happened in the context of state Supreme Courts. We didn't descend into a severe consequence cascade in Georgia, in Arizona, and in Utah. Have you heard any bit of empirical evidence for that claim? And if there is no reason to believe that there will be a severe consequence cascade, in fact, in my opinion, all of those consequences, or at least most of them, will be improved, right? Those conditions, that is to say, the public's view of the legitimacy of the court will be improved. The actual consistency of the rulings will be improved. The
no evidence, no empirical evidence.
Courts and the district courts applying the rulings,
just
that
making
clarity will be improved.
baseless
As a matter
claims.
of just administration and caseload,
just trust
that will
me,
be
bro.
improved as well.
Just
So
trust me,
I
bro.
don't actually think that there's a basis to believe that these severe consequence cascades could happen. And what we're left with is, I think, an intuitive moral notion that most people agree with and know, which is we ought to the extent possible, repair injuries that were done without justification, wrongs that were done, if it's possible to heal them in such a way as it doesn't create a set of collateral consequences where it doesn't create like some huge inequity. Then we want to do that, right? And that, I think, is intuitive to people, regardless of your moral framework. And regardless of whether you specifically call it court,
100%.
one
Pseudo.
attempt to try to have an internal critique is on the Bork comparison that he brought up. And that just isn't a violation of a established norm, that you can't consider things beyond the legal philosophy, and you can't, as one of the political branches in ruling people, you can't consider how they're likely to rule in a given outcome. I mean, give me a fucking break. That was at present since the starting of the country, whether it came to what Adams was doing, or whether what the Republicans were doing after the Civil War, or what Andrew Jackson was partly doing. So that just is not borne out. This is like an established norm that you don't consider things beyond legal philosophy or with respect to particular rulings. That's not true. And also, it didn't change the composition of the court with respect to partisan interests. You still got Anthony Kennedy. And guess what? Democrats voted in Anthony Kennedy, and Democrats voted in Clarence Thomas after. So it was a norm, right? That we give hearings to these people. It doesn't mean that there's a norm that you don't shoot down nominees or anything like that. The norm was the Senate actually exercised its authority in doing it advice and consent and not do a per se bar. That was a norm violation. And Democrats have the power, just as the Senate has the power to do it advice and consent with a norm violation. If we take control of the chambers under the neutral justification self-defense argument, we have the power, and I think the justification to come back. Now, it's not true that just because there's an injured party who is allowed to respond, in my view, justifiably, that the person that they're responding to gets another response. That's silly. If we're going to do this comparison to normal self-defense rules, there is a notion of an initial aggressor, right? There is a notion of just because you deploy self-defense doesn't mean the other offending party can continue and we can just go back and forth like that justifiably, right? But even if that were the case, the Republicans did that, would be no worse off than we are now. Right now, we have a stacked Supreme Court through a norm violation, and Democrats are well within their rights to respond in kind. Now, you don't have to agree with a four-person packing of the court to get to 13 circuits, 13 justices. You don't have to agree with that. If you grant that it would just be justified one as recompense, then you're in favor of Democratic court expansion as a self-defense matter. And the argument by its own terms is neutral. I'll bite the bullet. If these...
No, he's not biting the bullet. He avoided biting the bullet the whole fucking debate and cried like a little bitch. Just by adding one still would not be the supposed rectifying of the quote-unquote injustice as Pisco is trying to make out. Just by adding one court, and if anything, like, it could not be just one, because then you have the potential for 5-5 splits, which makes no sense. So even by saying one, he's actually saying two, and even by two, that would not be enough to counteract the supposed quote-unquote court packing proprietary definition that he's fucking saying, aka absolute bollocks. So it would have to be 4 at a minimum, and effectively would lock the Republicans out of power, which is what these tyrannical bastards want. Pseudo says, we have this nutty family friend woman that's like a 55-year-old, lives with mom, no job, is a witch. I think what he means is bitch. But I don't want to put words in your mouth, Pseudo. She was posting on Facebook with these other supposed crazy witches about spells to unalive Trump. Oh, so she's actually one of those. Okay. Yeah, but like just here's the thing. There's a saying that goes, I don't care about your sneers because I've seen what make you cheer. Right? Yeah, like I said, I didn't want to put words in her mouth. Like, I didn't see the last part. But actually, like doing the whole like voodoo spells and all this kind of shit. But like, that shows you intent. That shows you like the internal mind operating of these people. Like, look at all the videos when Charlie Kirk, a moderate, got assassinated. Imagine what they would do if Trump actually got assassinated. Remember in Butler, Pennsylvania? 0.635 centimeters away from getting his brains blown out on TV. And like, even with these failed attempts, look at their reaction. They're all upset. They're basically crying into their pillows. You know what I mean? Why couldn't he have been assassinated? Like, that's their reaction. And look at how they danced and cheered when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. I don't care about your sneer. I've seen what makes you cheer. These people are tyrants. These people are monsters. It's all bullshit, but the fact this just runs through their minds is just madness. They're exposing themselves. The mask has dropped, and they'll do the whole false virtue signaling, while also maintaining that morality is subjective and all this kind of shit. It's unbelievable. She still has Obama as her profile pic. Oh my god! But notice she doesn't have Biden. You know, sharpest attack, Biden. You know, goes to show it says a lot. It says a lot.
Conditions appeared for Republicans, they should respond in kind and expand to the U.S. Supreme Court. That is repairing an injury that was done to the party. So yeah, I think the argument.
Who gives a fuck about an injury to the party? It's supposed to be the people that you're representing, you ignorant cunt.
Goes through. And that's why Ryan spent all the time in the world trying to avoid the argument, trying to do anything but address it. When it did, even when he was doing an internal critique, trying to disclaim any relation to the argument, because the argument is sound. The argument is true. Or I should say, the argument is sound. The premises are true. And ultimately, when someone is banging their fist and saying, Pisco wants to destroy the country, Pisco wants to ruin my world of life, and that's why I lied. That's why I lied about the debate proposition. Doesn't really seem like that's very compelling to people who care about facts, logic, all that stuff. So I think I rest my case. I'm happy to do other debates in the future on particular plans or whether I want to destroy the country. But this was a pretty easy raffle stomping, and I'm frankly pretty disappointed in what he.
Yeah, it was a pretty easy raffle stomping for Ryan. For Ryan. Not you, Pisco.
All right, that was 5 minutes. Go ahead with your closing statement, and then we'll get into the Q&A. We do have some questions for both of you gentlemen. Oh, sorry, you got to unmute there, bud.
Better?
Mm-hmm.
This is about the heart and soul of the country. This is about what it means to stand up for our country when it is under direct assault by smug, virtuous people cloaking themselves. Oh, we're so good and you're so bad. And that's why we get to defend the most tyrannical nonsense possible. Pisco would not condemn a 13-seat pack because he favors it. He would not condemn packing the Senate because he favors it. These are things he favors. Pisco has been on multiple panels saying that if the court got to 100 members, he thinks that's better than the status quo. I read you the quote that he had. Take it for yourself. Pisco says that the Bork issue did not violate a fundamental norm. I invite you to Google it. It's a matter of public record. It's very easy to research it. He's flatly wrong. Pisco says that he wouldn't say whether he favors locking Republicans out of power, but he said that he wants them out of power for a long time, and he won't condemn any of the proposals that would do that exact thing. Pisco just talked about administrative reasons for packing to 13. Here's another quote from Pisco from another panel. This is from the 2v2 debate on his show with Pondering Politics, which he titled Total Domination. Quote, "We're the ones who are being honest. People like Doug Ducey," this is me paraphrasing, "who say they're court packing for, quote, administrative reasons in caseload. They are the liars. What we're saying is, yes, we are doing this for a partisan reason." Now suddenly he wants to talk about administrative burdens. Okay, sneak it in your closing if you want, Pisco, but everyone's heard what you have to say on this matter. The issue is this. For years, the Democrats have correctly, at times, pointed out the bad things that Trump has done. And I've been criticizing them because it appeared that they were using this to gather their strength to do something awful. And now that day has come. They are advocating for tyranny, open tyranny. And in the case of James Carville, they're advocating to deceive the voters about it. And here's how easy this is. Pisco, you can go on his Twitter, I don't need to quote him because I've quoted him enough, is in favor of the Democrats abolishing the filibuster if they get in power. He said it many times. Do you know how easy it is to get 2 more states into the Senate, into the country? All you need to do under the Constitution is pass a law. So the Democrats get in power, they pass a law, expand the court to 13. All they need is a majority because they bust the filibuster like Pisco wants. Then these new states have extra votes in the Senate. Now they have a 4-seat cushion to protect themselves going forward, and they have a liberal court to protect them going forward. And if all of this is what Pisco and the Democrats support, I ask you, why wouldn't the Republicans nominate Justice Alex Jones and Justice Mike Liddell today? Because I think maybe they'll have something to say about the next election. If we're going to cross the red line and get to the point where people are using tactics that have not been used since the Civil War era, and they were not used since the Civil War era, because that's basically the last time it was appropriate, to do an unprecedented court pack in size and scope never before seen in this country, because I guess the Republicans are bad and they don't like them. They want to keep people in California and New York in power the way Pisco is described. That is tyranny. That is tyranny. And you and I and every American who values the Declaration of Independence, who cares about the values this country was founded on, ought do everything in our power to oppose them, because that is the magnitude and seriousness of what they are proposing. And Pisco knows it. That's why he wants to talk about syllogisms and hypothetical positions he doesn't hold, because he's hoping he can make tyranny and evil look banal and logical. He's hoping to distract you. But everybody saw what they actually want to do. Everybody saw. I yield my time.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's the MVP. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
Unapologetically American, right? Go fuck yourself, Pisco. We know who you are. We know what you're trying to do. You're a fucking child, a tyrant who is upsetty spaghetti, crying that he can't get his way, and he got exposed. Ryan Mullally, take a fucking bow, sir. Take a fucking bow. More of this. More of this. And like I said this to Ryan's face. I said all this to Ryan's face. Like, absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing performance here from Ryan. Because, again, like I kind of point out, like the same thing that I done in my last debate with anarcho-capitalism, or the anarcho-capitalist, basically the infiltrator, was this whole thing of like, oh, I will never use a fallacy and all this kind of shit. Sometimes you have to directly address like who your opponent actually is for the audience to see them for what they are. You know what I mean? And the same way that like technically one could make the argument that in my debate, like I used an ad hom fallacy in my rebuttal and went after my opponent, it's to point out that this dude is apparently against National Socialism, but he has a Nazi flag as his profile pic. And then I already predicted what his counter to that would be. Is like, oh I only have that that flag on it because they were like anti-Semitic. And then I point out that then why are you calling Nick Fuentes a Jew? If there's anyone who's like, and Nick Fuentes has said in camera he does not like Jews. Do you know what I mean? These people are pieces of shit, and they don't deserve good faith debate. They don't deserve good faith debate because they're slimy fucking snakes that are upsetty spaghetti. They're not getting their tyrannical way. And as the saying goes, with the snake on the flag, don't tread on me, bitch. Don't you fucking tread on me. Absolutely beautiful performance from our boy Ryan Mullally there. One sec, let me get his YouTube things. Ryan Mullally. So make sure, if you haven't already, give him an L sub. And like the video, all that kind of good stuff. Okay? So, like I said, absolute. The man is a gentleman and a scholar. A gentleman and a scholar. But for now, I'm going to go on a wee little grift break. just so I can refresh the water, possibly get another cup of coffee. Also check how many eggs I've got left because I'm going to have some eggs. Shout out to Pseudo Master Chef for pointing out the iodine stuff. See, that's what I'm talking about, Shazzy. That's what I'm talking about.
My fucking man!
Beautiful. So going to put the curtain down. Going on a small wee little grift break. Enjoy the music. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Now is the perfect time for everyone in chat. If you got any spare shekels in the wallet, if you need to take a piss break, or if you need to refresh your drinks on stuff, now is the perfect time. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you in a little bit.
In the merry month of scams, from a hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the raw. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Teriak's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassies smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll, all among the quality, me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind, no bundle could I find upon me stick a wobbling. And while I'm for the road, they said me Connacht brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Teriak. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. Went off holy head, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called myself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing, poor old Erin's Isle, they began abusing. Hurrah me soul, says I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, saw I was a hobbling, with the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. Now with me the leprechauns were grifting through the nations. Teriak leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol, 'twas gay
Yeehaw! Sugar! Well, I'm a little old leprechaun, 5 foot nothing in green. Got a rainbow for on me and a pop that's looking lean. I've been dancing on TikTok, selling shamrock and FTs. But the goal's running low, darling, won't you send a little to me? I'll jig on your screen, do a reel with me, beer. Drop a super chat, sugar, make a poor Sprite feel cheer. It's a wee bit of grip, but it's honest and true. I just need your dollars to sparkle like dew. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing on rainbows down my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Come on, y'all, Venmo's have leafy grift 6 my. I got Lucky Charms courses, just $9.99. Millionaire mindset from a fella who's never seen a dime. I'll bless your PayPal with a 4-leaf emoji spell. If the pot stays empty, I'm heading straight to well. I'll trade you a selfie with me pot for a tip. Add glitter and filters and make your timeline flip. It's a hustle with heart, just a wink and a nod. Help a leprechaun live like a countrified god. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing on rainbows down on my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Cash App, Zelle, crypto, whatever floats your shamrock. And now listen here, sugar, every coin that you send turns a poor little sprite into your rainbow best friend. Ooh, fill it up, right eyes. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 1,000 if you dare. I'll be jigging in diamonds, green glitter in me hair. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't say no. I'm the griftiest leprechaun you'll ever know. Kin Pee, fill me pot.
Yeehaw, everybody. And we're back. Shout out to Shazzy Bear for the £10. You know, that's the king shitting right there. A wee tenner for you, you Irish twat. I do appreciate you, Shazzy. Thank you very kindly. You know what I'm saying? Look at these brogues, right? The shoes. Look at the buckle and all that kind of stuff. Look at how cute that Dickie Bow is. You know what I'm saying? That's what Shazzy means when she's calling me an Irish twat. You know what I'm saying? I'm adorable, as they say, you know? But, folks, right, we're getting on to this aspect because it seems like we've, there's a bit of interest about this. You know what I mean? Sorry, one sec. I had a different tab open there. So, if you navigate to Discord, this is why I've been telling you to join the Discord. It's not about that I need to get, like, some minimum amount of Discord people in the channels, or whatever. It's mainly because, like, there's information that's in there that is valuable to use. Okay, there's value behind this information. And what do I mean by that? I know for a fact, in terms of the health and fitness, the benefits that I've gotten from carnivore, it's like revolutionary. It's life changing. Okay, in terms of the benefits that I've directly not only seen but tested multiple times. Like I went back and I said, okay, let me see if sugar's actually this bad. So I do a day where it's like I'm just eating as much sugary shit as possible, and then testing like how long, like the negative effects from it, but then also how long does it take me to recover from it, right? So even though, like, let's say I would have done like carnivore up until like, let's say 6 months and then done this, right? It would take me a month. So when Jordan Peterson says he ate something and it would take him a month to get back into things, like you'd eat some, you know, cabbage or cauliflower or broccoli or whatever, and he'd be done for a month. He is speaking the truth, okay? It takes me, even at my young age, it takes me a month after doing one of those sugar binges to get back to the stage. And I'd go back to some of the problems that I was having before I started carnivore, okay? So I've retested this and all this kind of shit. And not only that, I'm showing you videos that aren't even my own. Purely for the fact is I do not care if I get no recognition from this. I don't care if I get no donations from this. I'm purely doing this as a way to give back to you, the viewers, that like a benefit and a value that yous should see. Okay. Now again, you could say, "Don't believe you, Teriak. You're talking bollocks, etc., etc." Okay, at least I've given you the information. You know what I'm saying? Teriak could put on 3 stone on with not eating. Okay, wait, are you taking medication? Because if you're taking medication, because there's actually a test that was done, where I can't remember the drug that was used, but they put someone on a negative caloric diet, something where it's like it was like scientifically proven that they should be losing weight on this diet. And they gave him a specific drug that basically prevented them from going into ketosis at all costs. Like it was some drug where it's like basically like they'd never actually, yeah, I can't remember the actual name of it, but basically like the person actually put on weight even though they were at a caloric deficit. So like this whole thing of like, oh, it's just calories in versus calories out. That is bullshit. Okay. Yes, I've stopped taking what put weight on. Yeah, exactly. There's certain drugs that you can take where it affects your hormones or affects something in your system. I'm pretty sure it was like a hormone, and it does not matter what you eat. Like and how less you eat, like you will still put weight on. You know what I mean? The PTSD tablet did it. Precisely. All right. So you gotta watch out. Like when these doctors say, "Oh, well, we have a drug here, and this drug has been scientifically proven," all this kind of shit. Research it yourself and particularly look for like the side effects and all this kind of shit. You know. The other say sugar is horrible for us, but as far as veggies, broccoli, cauliflower, nuts, berries make up a tiny part of my diet also. But this is the thing as well, Pseudo. It's like even if you're like Teriak, I can't do full carnivore. Like if you can at least get to a ketogenic diet, that's at least progress. You know what I mean? And there are ways that, like the stuff, like the vegetables you mentioned and stuff, if they're non-GMO, if they're non-pesticides and all this kind of shit, then like, yeah, okay, like have at it. And again, so long as you're going towards the keto. But the problem that I find with a lot of people with keto is then you're getting back to this whole complex. I have to whip out a calculator every time I go out to eat and try to calculate out all the amount of carbs that's in the food and all this kind of shit. And it's a bit of a headache. You know what I mean? Carnivore is like the foolproof. You kind of fail with this and all this stuff. And I think with women specifically, they do better on the ketogenic diet because in terms of like milk and things like that, like I avoid milk at all costs because milk technically does have carbohydrates in it and all this kind of thing. But like it's not the same for men and women. Men and women are different and all this kind of stuff. So that's another thing to it as well. Not eating and gaining weight sounds like it's water fluid buildup. No, it's specifically something where like it prevents the body from burning off the fat. So basically, imagine it's like closing the door on like this this aspect of like your body even being able to burn any of the fat that's already existing. So all it's doing is just throwing more fat onto the body. You know what I mean? Quetiapine, like fine, yeah. Showing it, farmer uses the trees. Yeah, it's saying in terms of serotonin and dopamine, but that would like fuck up with your hormones as well. So it's like an indirect cause that they just don't talk about, you know. Brought my diabetes back. Exactly. I don't drink milk. If you drink milk, gotta be raw. Yeah, like I said, there are ways to do it. You know, yeah, lymphatic. Fucks with the lymph nodes. We're back and forth on carnivore. Like I said, even like getting into just the carnivore practice, you know what I mean? Like we all fall off the horse and all this kind of stuff as well. Like I said, like I've done like tests where I intentionally like I'd be eating jellies and all this kind of stuff to say, okay, right, what is going to be the negative effects from eating all this kind of shit? And like I said, it takes me at least a month of like, again, carnivore and even a little bit of fasting thrown in there as well. Like I'm already doing the 1 meal a day, but I'd even do like extended fast, like for like 3 days afterwards. That I do all the sugar stuff. See, okay, if I do a 3-day fast afterwards, is that going to speed up the recovery? And it literally takes like that shit stays in your system for a month afterwards. When Jordan Peterson, when you hear him on the Joe Rogan podcast, and he says, "I ate some broccoli and I was done for a month," bro is talking. He's speaking facts. You know what I mean? So there's that aspect to it, and again, another key thing is in terms of carnivore. Like I drink coffee, so there's people who would say that's not carnivore. You know what I mean? Because technically, coffee beans is not an animal product. You know. But there are things like coffee, like mold-free coffee, can have its benefits in terms of like brain function and all this kind of stuff as well. You know. So. Yeah, I basically cut my carbs down about 80% of what they were. I'm not in ketosis, but 80% of my diet is beef, eggs, fish. It's basically the raw number. It's the amount of grams of carbs that you're eating. You know? So, like that aspect to it, you know? Mine swell up all the time. Like iodine, like we were talking about earlier, Shazzy, like iodine is a key thing in terms of being able to regulate that as well, you know? Feels so much better. It's just hard to stick to in modernity. But like that's the thing as well. Like if you're particularly in a group of friends and they're constantly going to Pizza Hut or like especially with the kids and all this kind of stuff, you have that kind of like pressure where it's like if you're not letting your kids eat pizza and we're all going to Pizza Hut to celebrate and all this kind of shit, there is that kind of pressure to it. But it's more so an aspect I find of being persistent. Just constantly like not trying to be overly aggressive about it to the other parents, all this kind of stuff, but just basically kind of like relay the information to them, relay the videos that we're going to be going through right now to them, and say like look at the difference, you know. You can even see from the picture here, like on the Discord, like this looks like two completely different dudes, you know, and we're going to get into it in a sec, but just to kind of show you what I'm talking about in terms of the fitness and health. So in the information channels, okay. So when you go into the Discord, there'll be the rules where I outline all your typical kind of like rules. Then I have like the stream alert. Then I have the self-promotion. Then I have these information channels, which is self-promotion of other people and all this kind of stuff. You see our boy Speakeasy. Make sure you give that a like and a sub as well, folks. There's the finance section. So if you're interested in budgeting and all this kind of stuff, I have a free template. You basically, it's like an Excel sheet or a Google Sheets thing, and it's basically just the template that you can download and just use yourself. It automatically calculates out the totals and have a video there and everything. Fuck, that's members only. I probably should change that, but maybe I'll leave it to the members and I'll let you guys decide. Let me know in chat. And then there's other stuff as well in terms of like what should you be investing in? Why should you budget so you can get some basically like a fund together of, okay, like every year I should be saving X amount of dollars. And what should I be doing with those dollars? I should be investing. And here's like a very simple, if I wait, I can't full screen it the way I want to. Okay, if I do this and then I full screen it like this. Okay. Here's why you should be interested in terms of budgeting and in terms of investing. If you're not investing your money, then are you actually a capitalist? But if we watch this quick video, just to go over the finance real quick, right? This video is basically, as we'll see here, it basically what's known as DCA, daily cash amount, starting in 2018, gold versus Bitcoin, also versus like the green line that you see in this video. The green line is just if you're to leave that money in your bank account and were to not invest it whatsoever. The yellow line, not the orange line, but the yellow line is the gold amount. Right, if you're to take that money and just put it into gold, right, just buy $50 worth of gold per week. Okay, this is weekly. Okay, just $50 a week. Right, the difference that would be, and it's over the space of I think 6 years or something like that. Right, and this is why Bitcoin is basically freedom. Right, so and on top of the video here, you have in the green, you have the amount just the dollar amount. You have in yellow what that value of that dollar amount would be in gold. And then what you have in orange is the Bitcoin amount, right? So just let's take a quick watch of this video. So if I just pause it real quick, you'll see technically at this specific period in time, you would have been better off just leaving the $50 in your bank account. But we're thinking of the long term. Like this whole DCA strategy, this is just each week, at the end of the week, you're buying $50 worth of Bitcoin. And we're comparing this to if you're to do it to gold or just to leave the money in your account, right? So this is not like, complex trading strategies or daily trading, none of that. This is just like, I'm betting on Bitcoin in the long term. I don't give a fuck what the price is or what the current markets are. I'm not paying attention to anything in terms of the markets, the pricing, or anything like that. At the end of each week, I'm just putting $50 into Bitcoin. And as you see in terms of the freeze frame of that, this is the difference would be that $18,000, right, that you would have just left in your bank account would have been almost $28,000 if you were to put it into gold. But that $18,000 would have been $128,000 if you had to put it into Bitcoin instead. Okay? This is why Bitcoin is freedom. This is why they say Bitcoin is freedom, folks. Okay? Like I said, you can say, Teriak, it's all a scam, pyramid scheme, all this kind of shit. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm just giving you the information. Okay? Now, in terms of the fitness section, okay, I have like multiple links here in terms of like why you need animal protein from David Asprey. Dr. Anthony Shafee talking about fat and how you can't really overeat on fat. And then I give you the actual kind of calculations, both in the European metric of kilogram, but also the American metric of pounds, right? So what you want to aim for is 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight, right? Now, this is like you at a healthy body weight. If you're at an unhealthy body weight, if you're overweight or obese, just eat until you're full, right? That's basically the best way of doing it, right? In terms of like these metrics. But once you get down in the weight and you start burning off all the excess weight and all this kind of stuff, that's basically what these calculations are for. In terms of the fat, it's the exact same calculation. 1 gram of oh wait, I need to edit this. I only noticed this now, actually. 1 gram of fat per body weight. And then 1 gram of fat per body weight. So we're making change, all this kind of stuff. So in terms of the fat calculation, your daily fat intake should be hitting this. And the reason why you do that is because 1 gram of protein equals 4 calories, 1 gram of fat equals 9 calories, and you get that healthy 70-30 fat protein ratio in terms of caloric intake. You want to make sure 70% of your calories are fat, because if you don't eat enough fat, your body's not going to have enough energy. You're going to start experiencing like the fatigue and all this kind of stuff. This is the minimum amount of fat to protein ratio you should be eating on carnivore. Otherwise, you will feel fatigued and probably end up failing or giving up. If your protein intake increases, then you need to increase your fat intake by the same amount of grams. Okay. Best source of protein is grass-fed, fatty red meat, e.g. beef or lamb at 20% fat mince, ribeye steak, etc. Good idea to support your local butcher and farmers if you can. Best source of fat is grass-fed. Butter, for example, Kerrygold butter. Coconut oil is not bad as source, but grass-fed butter is better for vitamins. And then in terms of the minerals, should come from your mineral salts. For example, Redmond's Real Salt, Celtic Sea Salt, or Achill Island Sea Salt, right? And then I have the expectation there's going to be 5 stages. Now, we'll get to that video if we have time. But the main one I'm going to show you is this video here today, folks. And like I said, you can even just tell by the thumbnail the difference 3 years of just switching your diet out to carnivore it can make. Right? So let me get the video pulled up. So this is 3 years, only 3 years on the carnivore diet. Bear in mind, the likes of Jordan Peterson has done 7 or 8, probably even longer at this stage. And there's people that have like videos on YouTube that have done 20, 30 years in carnivore. And like their testimony is amazing, as they would say. Shazzy says, I'm back to peanut butter and Tato cheese and onion crisp sandwich. You're killing me, Shazzy. You're killing me. Luckily for me, I hate milk. I use a tiny bit of half and half in my coffee in the morning, though. Fasting for 20 to 48 hours has worked wonders for me. Exactly. And like this is another thing in terms of like with carnivore, it's a lot easier to fast. Do you know what I mean? Anyone else video skipping? It is what it is. It is what it is. Kids is a big thing, not because of pressure from kids, but outside pressures from family and friends, and strangers. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I said, if you're the one family that's not giving your kids the pizza when everyone's like after a sport event, everyone's like getting treated the Pizza Hut and all this kind of shit. You know, that's when the pressure builds and all this kind of stuff. That's where, like I said, you need to be able to stand strong. And it's only $17 to open the panel as well, chat. Let's get her done, as they say. I had a quarter pound of pasta when I made beef and cheese and stuffed shells last night. I ate only about a third of it, but I don't like how it made me feel. Exactly, and that's the carbs. That's the starch and all this kind of stuff, you know. Jumped on another channel and it was fine. I think Big Agro is attacking and doesn't want this message out there. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But I go back to work Monday finally, so we should lose about 15 pounds by July. My man. Compound interest, my man. Hey, precisely. Was a doctor yesterday, Teriac. No sense in feet and left side pulse, rhinopathy in eyes. That's inflammation. That's the inflammation, and it comes from the carbs and all this kind of shit, but we'll get into it in the video. Savings accounts are worth this 3.95%. Don't cut it. That's barely enough to combat against inflation, you know, and that's on a good year. I max out my Roth IRA, and I have other investments. About 30% of my Roth portfolio is high risk, tech heavy stocks. Get yourself into the Bitcoin. Like I said, just at the end of each week, $50. You see the impact there. You know what I mean? 18,000 versus 128,000. Take your pick. No, Teriac, low cost, total market, ETF, Bitcoin is speculative, which is fine for some, but I wouldn't say it's great for most people. That's what I'm saying. I understand you guys have your own investments and all this kind of stuff, but this is me personally, okay? I'm giving you guys the information. It's up to use what you do with it, okay? I'm not saying you have to do this, and nor am I going to get into a screaming match, witches, and all this kind of stuff. This has worked for me. Again, I'm just giving you the information. You just do what you want with it. I thought about buying more Bitcoin. I bought 11 Bitcoin when they were at $600. Sold them at around 24k each. Wish I held on to them, but I made almost 240k in profit, so I can't complain. That's what I'm saying. Diamond hands. That's what the whole Bitcoin community is, you know. Only crypto I have are some ETH and XRP, holding on to them until I retire. I have about 10k in an AI stock that I'm going to sell if it hits 90k total. My man. I'm big into the XRP myself because I was like, fuck it, like I was going for a percentage gain. And like right now at the moment, I'm up. I think like even though it collapsed down to $1.20, I'm still up like two and a half or something like that. And and when it went to like $3.60, I still didn't sell. So I'm like, wait for Trump to cook. Because if you notice, when Trump first got into office, what was the first thing he was all about? He rallied Michael Saylor for the Bitcoin. He rallied Brad Garlinghouse and all this stuff. And I'm like, let's hold on to see where this one goes, boys. You know, did the BTC game already. Have some crypto that I basically got free with Bitcoin profits. Sensible way to play the game. You know what I mean? Like my dad does a lot of that with the stocks. So what I'll do is anytime he goes into a new stock, he'll wait for it to get to a certain thing. Then he'll basically withdraw the amount that he put into the stock, and he goes, I basically have this amount of stock free. I'm just playing with house money at this stage. You know what I mean? Tarek, yeah, I bought XRP when it was at 15 cents. It was a good time to buy. I was doing it like averaging it over the whole time period. And like I said, I think like my average thing was about 50 cents. And like that's dollar amount. So I think it was like, 42 cent in terms of euros or whatever was my average. But that's what I'm saying, where it's like if you're willing to hold in the long term and you get out at like the peak of a bull run, oh baby. And then if you start layering on that and kind of saying, right, if I wait a year and then buy back into it, then you basically have the profit to work with and all this kind of stuff. But let's get into the carnivore, ladies and gentlemen. This is probably the best video that I've seen from a dude, literally like from a rookie level dude getting involved in all this kind of stuff and showing you the impact that you can have through it. Do you know what I mean? So just like compare contrast here, folks. Right? Just look at the body physique. Right? Now, the weight is one thing. Right? The weight is like the initial reason why you might be tempted to try out carnivore. But it's not just the weight. It's the medical conditions. It's the brain fog. It's the skin condition. Your skin will change. There's so many different benefits that are only now being preached about and all this kind of stuff. Gut inflammation, leaky gut, like all these different things that like carnivore just seems to cure, where we don't have medication to cure it. You know what I mean? You're basically on lifetime long medication to try and cure your leaky gut and all this kind of stuff, you know? My pension annually, annuity, etc., will be a decent base income in addition to SS, Social Security when I retire at 59, but the real money will be my personal investments. Exactly. And this is what I keep saying about people like who are paying into pensions, people are paying into all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Just like take that responsibility into your own hands. Invest in yourself, you know? Look at the difference in muscle mass. Crazy. That's another thing, the muscles as well. You know? He looks like a completely different person. This looks like two completely different people. And this is a 3-year difference on carnivore. Imagine a 5-year difference, or a 10-year difference, or a 20-year difference. And like I said, not just the weight, not just the muscles, right, or the physique, but the actual medical benefits that you will get from this. Day 1.
Trying to get started on this carnivore diet. After watching Jordan Peterson and Michaela Peterson talk about the carnivore.
Now notice like how much cuts was made there initially. That's the brain fog where he's like, he's basically cut out the aspect where he's like, okay. So just pay attention to that and see how many of those cuts we have, particularly in the later aspects of the video.
Diet and how it affected them, and remembering back how the Atkins diet affected me. Over time, stuff like this has found its way back into my diet. All the other things that the kids like to eat, and now I find myself fighting the same brain fog and intestinal issues are much worse now than they've ever been. I want to get healthy. Ultimately, it only matters whether or not I can take care of my family. And if my health's going to be a problem, that's in the way. So we're going to stick with the most extreme version of the carnivore diet. see if we can't do this for at least 6 weeks. This is my supper tonight. This is not my supper. This is like my supper and my breakfast and I pretty much only eat twice a day since I've been doing this. I'm hardly ever hungry, but I've had no cravings. Well, I shouldn't say no cravings. I'm so surprised at that because I have the least amount of self-control when it comes to sweets. I need the extra salt for the electrolytes. Feel good. I feel good. I feel good up here and I feel good here. This has been life-changing as far as how I feel. I haven't weighed myself still. I'm going strictly on the way my body is responding to this. It's more like I just don't want the stuff that I normally want. And it's got to have something to do with the way my body is responding to this. It's like my body is saying, yes, I can think clearer. I feel happier. My stomach doesn't hurt nearly as bad as it used to when it does hurt. And most of the time it doesn't hurt at all. So it's starting to get better. It's been nothing but good. And I'm looking forward to getting some blood work done soon. So I'll definitely be reporting back to you on that too. Trimming down a little bit, feeling better up here, feeling better all over. I'm not a nutritionist, I'm not a doctor. I'm just doing what I think my body is responding to. Found out about air frying ribeyes yesterday, and oh my God, I don't know why I ever grilled them before. That was awesome, just delicious. Everything was so juicy. I did get on a scale yesterday, and I was 15 pounds lighter than the last time I remember checking myself. And I have more energy than ever before.
2 months.
Normally I'm the one who's dead tired by now. I'm telling you, this diet has made me feel like Superman. And mountain climbing. I mean, mountain hiking. No, I hit a plateau around 230-ish pounds, and it was only lasted for a few days, but I was worried because when I did the Atkins diet back in 06 or 07, I stayed around 235 for what seemed like 2 months, and it wouldn't break through. But then a few days ago, I was 225, which was the lowest.
So 235 pounds. 235 pounds. All right, and he's been on about 2.5 months. All right.
Then, let's see where we are now. 222.5.
222.5. And like he was saying, he went on the Atkins diet before, and the most he could get down to was 230. Now he's at 225.
My doctor says that everything looks good. Whatever I'm doing, keep doing it. So that's a blessing, especially when everybody I know is saying, you can't eat like that. You just can't eat meat. It'll kill you.
And this is a good point as well, Pseudo, right? It's like nitrogen, or they do something like nitrogen or something like that to preserve it. And that's the same thing with me. So I think I'm going to cut out the bacon and add in the eggs, because you made a good point with the iodine. So I'm going to be looking into eggs. I think like the average egg price in Ireland is about 25 cents. So 4 eggs a day, €1, and then across a year, and that's like buying it from Tesco. And like you mentioned, if you're nitrates, that's what it is. Thank you very kindly, Spartacus. Nitrates, that's how they cure it, right? And again, all it is just shelf life. You know what I mean? Just so they can squeeze out more profit and all this kind of shit from it. Right, so I think I'm going to cut out the bacon and then switch to eggs. Replace the bacon with the eggs. And like I said, if you shop around and if you get friendly with your farmers and all this kind of stuff, you can like Suda was saying, it's like you'll get the £2 for 10, which would be 20 pence. Yeah, makes sense, Shazzy. You know what I mean? So, but again, I don't know if it's going to be the same story for you in America, because the egg prices, because they basically culled a bunch of chickens and all this kind of shit as well. So, like I said, man. And as Pseudo was saying, yeah, man, find a farmer's market or a farm, you can get your eggs fairly cheap. You know what I'm saying? So shop around. And especially like, and I don't mean just shop around like the Walmarts and all this kind of stuff. shop around with your butchers, shop around with your farmers, and then compare prices and all that stuff. Do a bit of research. You know what I'm saying? Farm eggs as well. You know what I mean? Or buy a chicken. You know, if you're able to rear the chicken yourself, that's taking full control into your own aspect. Now, again, some people don't want to do the full step of it. We kind of spoke about that by going like full carnivore or doing keto or things like that. But even like I said over here, in terms of like what you find at like your Tesco and all this kind of shit, which I think Tesco would be the equivalent of like Walmart in America. You can get decent enough things, and we have like strict RFK has mentioned this as well, like with the European like Board B and all this kind of stuff. They're fairly strict in terms of the food. Like, we don't fuck around that much with the food, but even in our bacon, we have nitrates, which is not good for you. You know what I mean? Yeah, buy some chickens. Bylaws won't allow fucking chickens. That's another thing in America. Like, you just have so much bullshit stuff where you're not allowed to do certain things, and you're like, what the actual fuck, you know? Then you got free chickens. Exactly.
All right, we got some filet mignon.
Canada too.
I don't know how to use it. And this thing's like R2-D2. All right. So we'll see how that comes out. But so far, man, I gotta tell you, these pants, I only have like 3 large shirts right now. I don't have any other shirts to wear. All my other shirts are too baggy on me. So my wife says my legs look small now, so I gotta start doing squats. I started doing squats a couple days ago. And this new air fryer, ooh, this is gonna be fun, because I can cook so much more in there than I could in that little one I had before. Life is good. I'm researching some things right now. I'm learning a lot about what vegetable oils started as and how much of that has been put into our bodies over the years. Part of the problems with nutrition right now is that all these corollary studies that they did back in the 1950s are why we have all these weird recommendations for nutrition. I'm not saying you should try any diet. I'm just telling you that I did the Lion diet and it has saved my life.
About 5 months.
What is the Lion diet? Why do you keep calling it a Lion diet? You don't eat raw meat and you don't eat zebras and gazelles and all that stuff. I started looking into Michaela Peterson and found out she was on YouTube as well. It was actually on January 14th that I watched her video, Don't Eat That. I watched a couple other ones that day, but that was the last one I watched that day. And it was then that I started the diet. I needed something to change what was going on in my life. And it has certainly done that. But what Lion Diet has cured me of is my high blood pressure, my depression, my obesity, my insomnia, my fatigue. And then there were some new side effects.
So like, notice all that kind of stuff. Insomnia, fatigue, like all these other like benefits that you're not even thinking about. Like most people when they see, and like I said, I showed you the start of the video where you compare contrast like just the physique. You know what I mean? So that's typically a primary reason, but there's all these extra things that like you're suffering through, and you don't even necessarily realize that you should not be suffering through these things like fatigue, insomnia, all this kind of stuff, brain fog. You know what I mean? And you're kind of like, oh shit, this is not just like to keep the weight off. This is like a complete lifestyle change because of all these extra benefits that I'm getting from it. You know what I mean? Pseudomad says cast iron or heavy stainless clad pan for steak cuts. Only way to go. Tastes much better than on the grill. Yeah, I'm the same. Like I use stainless steel pan. Purely because like with stainless steel, like stainless steel is probably the easiest one because you don't have to what's it called? What you do with the cast iron, you have to season it and all that kind of stuff. So in terms of maintenance, stainless steel is probably the easiest maintenance one. Like all you have to do is clean it. You don't have to worry about the what the fuck's it called again? You don't have to worry about seasoning it and all this kind of stuff. So in terms of maintenance, stainless steel is probably your best way to go. But also the air fryer. A lot of people have talked about like the air fryer is kind of like a lot easier than even having to do like anything with the pans and all this kind of stuff in terms of clean up and like even catching the fat and like being able to reuse the fat, store up on the fat, all this kind of stuff. Then you can start making your own beef tallow and all this kind of stuff as well. So only if you use a gas grill, charcoal is the way to go. Yeah, like there's many different ways. I make 10 quarts of beef and chicken bone broth stock at a time to freeze it. Only way to go. Screw the store broth. And that's the thing as well. There's so many things you'll be able to start making yourself as well in terms of the broths. Broths are really good for like the minerals and for the vitamins and all that kind of stuff as well. You know what I mean? So like all the bones, like you basically like you start to max out the use of the animals. So for those chicken thighs, or just even if you get a full chicken, save the bones and turn it into a broth. Really good for you as well, you know. Use pressure cooker, much better extraction. 100%, boys. Love my air fryer. Hey Tarek, welcome in. Blueberry, welcome in. We're going over the carnivore video. Spartacus Nabrob used every kind of grill, cooked properly. 2,000 steaks, every method. Any grill, you lose the good fat, even if you sear it. That is true as well. It depends on whether or not you want to, if you want to keep the fat. And like I said, like a good reason why you'd want to keep the fat is so you can start like using your own beef tallow and making your own beef tallow and all that kind of stuff. And like the fat that you store up, you can also then start like making products like soap, you know, like hair wax and all this kind of stuff as well. You know what I mean? You can really talk about anything, can't you? Jack of all trades. That's basically what I am, you know? But bear in mind, like I only really talk about stuff that I'm experienced in as well, you know? But it is what it is. I need the smoke. Spartacus wants that smoke, boys. Yeah, like I said, like some people have particular tastes, and that's why they prefer smokers versus, you know, grills versus air fryers versus pan fry and all that kind of stuff. Me personally, I'm all about the pan fry. You know what I mean? And Shazzy says, Tarek, I'm feeling sleepy, might have to go. No worries, Shazzy. Appreciate you very kindly for the donations as well. Hope you have a good one.
Like, I can go out and work all day in the sun with no sunscreen on, and I don't get a sunburn, nor have I any peeling of any kind. That's a strange one.
That's another thing as well. I was convinced because of my genetics that, like, I was, like, you know, doomed to a lifestyle. Because anytime we went to, like, a sunny country, like, I'd have to whack on, like, max factor sunscreen and all this kind of stuff, right? And that's another thing about the carnivore. Like, my skin is, like, it's so soft, and like there's no pimples, none of that, and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And like I go out in the sun, and like literally like 20 minutes, I'd be like, I just turn red. And I thought that was just a trait of being Irish, but it's not. It's your diet. So like just take note of all these little things that you wouldn't even think about in terms of like just changing your diet and how much of an impact it has. You know. The Master Chef says next best thing besides cast iron or stainless is a pellet smoker with a flame broiler that goes up to 600 degrees plus. Get a good sear, but still not like a pan. In a pan, best sear. Like I said, yeah, like stainless steel is my preferred one. I like small hibachi grills with charcoals. Not a bad bet. It's all damn potatoes. Exactly, it's the carbohydrates, man. The fucking carbohydrates, and it's not even like if you go back a couple of thousand years ago, like the vegetables are way better than the type of vegetables that you're getting right now with all these pesticides, glyphosate, all these chemicals. You know what I mean? Genetically modifying the plants and all this kind of shit as well. You know? No way, bro. I have a pressure cooker for canning. I'd never waste a good ribeye, fillet, or strip on a PC. It is what it is. It is what it is.
Don't have body odor anymore. Another reason I wanted to stick to this diet was it was simple. Ruminant meat, water, and salt. That's it. That's all you got to have on this diet. So it makes it very easy. My grocery shopping takes about 10 minutes. One of the things Dr. Baker said that resonated with me, it doesn't matter really what you're eating. It just matters whether or not people are getting better or not. And then something Jordan Peterson said that really mirrored that idea is, I don't think we know a whole lot about anything, because the more you dive into any subject, you find out that most of the people involved are just guessing randomly at what they're doing.
And that's one thing as well. I mean, do your research as well. And once you start to get into it and you start to see the benefits, like it's almost like you'll automatically have that want and urge to do more research. It's just about getting into it. Do you know what I mean? That's why, like I said, I give you a simple kind of like cookie cutter thing with like the formulas and what you should be worried about and all the stuff in the Discord. But it's up to yourselves to then start doing more market research. Like Suda was saying to me as well, it's like, Teriac, like, what about the iodine? You know what I mean? And that's why I'm like, yeah, no, actually, like my bad in terms of that one. Like I should start incorporating eggs, remove the bacon. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm constantly kind of like, you know, testing and working out what's best for me as well. You know what I mean? But another thing as well with Blueberry mentioning the tick that makes you allergic to meat, well, red meat specifically. And it's got to do with, fuck, I forgot the name, but it's basically, it's like AGS or something like gel something, Lone Star tick. So like, that's why if I ever end up in America, I'm not going anywhere near the fucking forestry or anything like that. I'm sticking in the cities because I'm not getting bit by one of those motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Wasn't there a show on that called Hulu with? What the hell? Like, that's what I'm saying. Gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Because apparently it's pretty, like, RFK literally done a whole talk about it recently in terms of like they're actually going to be investing money to try and find a cure for that shit, because holy shit, man, that stuff makes me worried, to say the least, you know. I got you. I do some killer chicken wings in my pressure cooker too, juicy as fuck, mama. Just watch a video on a new acupuncture treatment that has been studied and is 96% effective. My man, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I got bitten by that tick, I'd have to like, I'm at that mentality as well, Pseudo. I'm like, that is the one thing I'm praying I never get bit, is by one of those fucking ticks. You know what I mean? But apparently, even if you get bit, it's not 100% that you will develop the allergy and all this kind of stuff. But it basically, it depends on your immune system, because what happens is you get bit by the tick, your immune system becomes so sensitive to that particular thing, and that whatever that thing is, it's in red meat as well. You know what I mean? So, like I said, stay safe, folks. Where in the US have they found these new evil ticks? Like what states? I think it's mainly Northeast. It's mainly the Northeast. One sec, I was doing a bit of digging around this. One sec. Yeah, here's what it is. It is what it is, what it isn't. So one sec, just taking a small break. So this was what RFK was saying. Actually, let me show you the video first.
You know, one of the tick-borne diseases besides Lyme that is of great concern to the American people, an increasing concern, is alpha-gal. And alpha-gal, which is another science fiction nightmare. You get one bite from a Lone Star tick, and you could have a lifetime allergy to red meat. And I was surprised to learn on my trip to visit the Wampanoag for the Indian Health Services this fall that 50% of the population of Martha's Vineyard now has alpha-gal, including most members of the tribe. And so by controlling the breeding on the deer, we also can control alpha-gal as well. We're also working on medicines that can prevent alpha-gal and that have the potential, the promise of actually curing it. And one of those medicines is almost ready. We're fast-tracking it. And then we're doing the studies over the next 2 years to see if we can actually reverse this devastating disease.
So again, no better man. And like you kind of mentioned there towards the end, it's showing promising signs that it can actually cure this, which is, like I said, fingers crossed, and hopefully, like I said, they can, like RFK will be able to come out and say, yeah, we have a cure for this and all this kind of stuff, because holy shit, a lifetime allergic reaction to red meat. Now, just because you get the allergic reaction to red meat does not mean it's like like you can't be carnivore anymore. You'd have to just kind of like switch to fish, chicken, duck, goose, all this kind of stuff. But like I said, red meat is the best meat, essentially. You know what I mean? Ryan Lime tick makes you go mental. True that. Southeast moving north though. I don't think it's southeast. I'm pretty sure it's let's go back to here. This expo shows a video of New Hampshire official addressing the rise of alpha-gal syndrome, AGS, a tick-borne condition causing lifelong allergy to red meat, while questioning if its emergence and spread is coincidental. Alpha-gal syndrome is triggered by Lone Star tick bites that sensitize the immune system to the alpha-gal sugar in mammalian meat, which cases surging on Martha's Vineyard and in the northeast US amid expanding tick populations linked to deer and climate factors. The skeptical caption aligns with a broad discussions on tick-borne disease increases, including 2026 state reporting mandates and federal research pushes for prevention and cures through deer management and fast-tracked medicines. Is it in Ireland? No, this is not in Ireland, it's New Hampshire, so I have to say, is there any reported cases in Ireland thing? No significant reported case in Ireland, though the risk exists in very low levels. And then Casey, I was like, what is the whole thing? I was like, can ivermectin solve it? You know what I mean? I was throwing at it. I was sweating when I was doing this, but like I said, that's something definitely to know, folks. Something definitely to know. So stay safe out there. Don't be going into any like long grass and all this kind of stuff. Try to avoid that for at least the time being until we can find some sort of a cure for that shit. The old autocorrect. Well, I gotta stay safe from the autocorrect. I already got Lyme disease, thank God. I caught it early, knock on wood. New England, fuck, I'm in PA, not good. Or sorry, Northeast, fuck, I'm in PA, not good. Woods everywhere here, and it's always walking through them for fishing, blueberry picking. But there are ways, like I said, like tucking your socks into your trousers, wearing certain sprays as well, all this kind of stuff. You know, video in Discord for the alpha-gal treatment I was talking about. A sec. I don't want to like turn into thing, but 1 sec. Got it. So we'll go to this part.
What can you do if you go into nature to avoid ticks? There are all sorts of toxic compounds like DEET or permethrin that you can put on your skin that will repel the ticks, but we don't really know what these things do long term, and I'm worried about their safety. Potentially liver damage, potentially kidney damage. Who knows if they even cause cancer long term? I would avoid those things, guys. In terms of natural remedies, these may not be as effective, but they are less likely to cause damage to your internal organs and possibly less likely to cause other long-term harm like cancers. The 3 most common natural tick repellents are oil of lemon eucalyptus, citronella, and cedarwood. Again, these may not be as effective as DEET or permethrin, but they are likely much safer and they smell much better because DEET smells horrible, it's gross. I would never put that on my skin. I'll leave it up to you guys.
All right, Mark, right? Can you feel your own pulse? On your, like around here, try and feel your pulse for me. I want to show you what the French discovered that is pretty much an amazing discovery on planet Earth. Okay, you got it? Yeah. All right. So the first thing I'm going to do is measure his magnetic field. We measure it out of the ear. Okay, bring your hand up for me. I'm going to just relax. I'm just going to feel your pulse here while I'm measuring. Basically, what the French neurologist discovered is that when you interact with the edge of the magnetic field, every blood vessel in your body constricts by 2 microns. All right, and you can feel it in the patient's pulse. And it turns out everyone within about 15 feet can feel it too. You'll feel your pulse get stronger. All right, so I'm going to tell you when. You ready? You feel it? Ready. All right. His field is about right here. You feel it? It gets bigger, not faster. All right, I'm going to let go. Yeah, stronger. I'm going to let go. It should get weaker. Yeah. Right?
Really?
Yes. You feel it, right? Again? Yeah. Look straight up. Feels right here. It got bigger, right? And then let go. Yeah, let's go moment the stronger. The stronger, yes. All right. So that's called the vascular autonomic signal. That's what Dr. Nogier in France discovered in the 60s. There are over 800 papers written about this. It just has not come into America in any meaningful way, except through auricular medicine.
So where's my field?
It's about a foot and a half.
Okay.
All right, which is respectable.
I was going to say it's not horrible.
No,
but
no, it's excellent.
Could be better.
My new patient's average is 6 feet. Now, let me show you what it feels like to be at 0. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you hold some bars. There's no electricity here. It's all powered by you. One over your chest and parasympathetic. All right. So let's do a muscle test. Go like this. It's called an O-ring test. Down, down. I'm going to try and separate your fingers. 3, 2, 1, hold. You just give me everything you got to keep it close. Ready? 3, 2, 1, hold. Good. One more time. 3, 2, 1, hold. Again. 3, 2, 1, hold. Good. Strong. But I was able to open it.
Yep. Yep.
That is your strength with a 1.5 foot feet.
Okay. How are you bringing it to 0?
By putting my remedies on a circuit.
Okay.
And noise canceling.
A variety of remedies.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Do it again. Hold. 3, 2, 1, hold. Again, I'm gonna try hard. Ready? 3, 2, 1, hold. Forget it.
Okay.
Do you feel locked in?
Yeah.
I didn't give you medication. You didn't eat anything, right? The power is in you.
So
it just wasn't being accessed.
Right.
The intention was the same both times. Power delivery was totally different. So now think circulation, reproduction, digestion, all of the systems requiring nervous system stimulus are not getting the proper intensity.
Right.
Just the same way that you're missing that much power in your muscles.
I would love to have that much power in my muscles all the time.
Any food allergies?
Not that I know of.
All right, let me do a quick food allergy test.
He's just checking for allergies.
These are the
Someone's going to go to the
3mm
thing.
surgical stainless steel miniature cannulas we use.
I can't even see it.
They're really tiny.
It looks like a hair.
So I've exposed you to the eggs, right? You're energetically weak. Let's check, right? Energetically weak.
Okay.
Now I'm going to use this device to find in the liver zone the active electrical point. So the liver zone is around here. And so what I'm doing is I'm looking. There it is.
What?
Right? So even if I press this point just briefly and I check your strength quick, you see?
What?
Your energy's restored.
Okay.
It's the noise, the cancellation that I'm talking about, right? So I'm going to re-stimulate the eggs again. 3, 2, 1, hold. The weakness is back. Right? Find the spot again. There. Okay, I'll make a little indentation.
You mark it somehow?
Yeah, just press and make a little indentation. And we clean with alcohol. Okay. Take the needle. Slide it in. Done.
Don't even really feel it.
Yeah.
And if somebody had alpha-gal, you would do the same thing.
Exactly. I expose them to alpha-gal. The field would come out. They would get weakened. I'd find the point that gets generated by their weakness. Put the needle in, and 21 days.
And then over those 21 days, the nervous system sort of learns to not respond to that.
Think that the first thing that touches any allergen is your nervous system, not your body. And if you interrupt it at the first level of contact, you're going to interrupt the whole process. Right. And that's really the strategy.
And you did it here because this is a spot on my ear that corresponds to the liver.
Exactly.
And the liver, you were saying earlier, is where these allergic connections are stored.
Yes.
That's wild.
All right.
That's wild. That's pretty cool.
All right. So then I apply.
How did they even discover this shit? Is my question. You know what I mean? But in terms of the whole like alpha-gal thing, is what happens is like you get the tick bite, and then your immune system becomes like overreactive to it, and like that's basically like the problem of it. So to explain like what they're doing in this video, it's kind of like basically like reorientating your immune system to be like, don't fucking freak the fuck out when you see alpha-gal and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Because what happens is like the tick bites you, and then it makes your immune system hypersensitive to that thing that's also in red meat. So when you eat the red meat, your body goes, oh, we got another tick bite again. And then your immune system goes into war, where it's like essentially what this dude is, or what they've discovered is that it's like there is a way to retrain your immune system not to get hypersensitive to the alpha gal again. So shout out to Spartacus for bringing up this video, because like I said, I think Pseudo's like, oh great, Pennsylvania's on the list. Fuck's sake, boys. You know what I mean? I use a natural tick spray that works well, and I found occasional wood tick, but they're harmless. Yeah, like I said, it's not all ticks. It's specifically the Lone Star tick. For future reference, team hockey, hooky. They're looking at the studies, but more planning into it more. No, yeah, like I think I kind of explained it there, Spartacus, in terms of like what's actually going on, and then what happens. Like that's basically what's happening with the tick bite. It basically, your body's like, oh shit, everything within this bite, we need to be like your immune system will like have a record of it and all this kind of shit. And essentially what this procedure is doing is like retraining your immune system to not get hypersensitive when you next have alpha gal in your system. Do you know what I mean? And like we mentioned with RFK as well, like they are looking in to try and find a cure to this as well. Dark Side Deaconess says, don't breathe, you might get cancer. Relax, guys. Like I said, we have medical professionals in this, and again, like I like videos like this because it actually kind of shows that like the medical industry is not one big like mob and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? You got to make sure that we kind of like take this into like perspective, because even with the COVID shit, like there were doctors that spoke out against it. Now the careers were ruined, and like the medical industry, the medical mob, we should say, went after them. But there are doctors out there that are genuinely like looking for the good in people and all this kind of stuff. We shouldn't paint the whole medical industry with a broad brush and all this kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? So, like I said, my chiropractor does this. Yeah. You know, and like I said, like how did they even discover it in the ear and all this kind of stuff? It's wild. But like I said, man, that like medicine is magic, you know, like proper medicine, you know. But let's get back to the carnivore. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, hopefully, like Pseudo and everyone else that's worried about the Lone Star tick and all this kind of stuff, let's just make sure that it's like that we don't get into a panic state and all this stuff. Spartacus says, no, I know what is supposed to be happening. I just want to look into studies to check the validity of its effectiveness for alpha gal. Yeah, because I think you mentioned it was like 95% effective or something like that, or 90% effective. But yeah, more research you can do, the more you can kind of like scope out things and all this kind of stuff as well. So sorry, 96% effective, you said, but 100%. Thanks for bringing this up, Spartacus. But let's get back to our boy. Is it Lou Ferrigno? Or just Ferrigno is the second name, at least, anyway. And see like the differences that just the carnivore diet alone has made in his life.
That's what it seems like everybody's doing with nutrition. Now, I will address a little bit about why I think ruminant meats are the key for me, and they might be the key for you too. Again, everybody's a little bit different, and what works for you may not work for me, and what works for me may not work for you. But the thing about ruminants is two things. One, they're herbivores. Two, they have multiple stomachs. They're the animals that chew the cud. That has a lot to do with their digestion process. Ruminant animals have more digestive capabilities relative to what they're eating, and that's one of the things that makes them healthier to eat. This experience has been a lot more than just being about diet change. It has supercharged me to be able to take on the dragons of chaos that have been in my life for a long time, and to be able to breathe easier and live free again. And I want everybody else to know how to deal with their dragons, because we all have dragons in our life to deal with. Matter of fact, we all have the dragon to deal with, whether we know it or not. This is actually very easy and quite inexpensive compared to what we were doing before, because I don't have to buy all the supplements. I don't have to buy all the medicine. I don't have to go see my doctor about all the complaints, because I had to see him once a month because I was getting medicine he had to see me once a month for. I was actually in CA, Carbohydrates Anonymous, because I am a carbohydrate addict, and I had to kick my addiction by going to all meat, because every time I've sampled some carbohydrates, they just creep right back in, like the way a drug gets into a drug user, or alcohol gets into an alcoholic. I had to cut my addiction. You have to come to that conclusion on your own. At least I believe you have to realize you have a problem and you've got to deal with it before you can deal with an addiction. And that's what I've been doing. And it's changed my life. But I'm feeling good. I'm feeling amazing. I'm 203 pounds. I know I've put on some muscle since then. So that means I've lost even more than 75 pounds in fat based on my best recollection. I mean, I didn't weigh myself when I started because I wasn't doing this for weight loss. I was doing this to save my life. I felt like I was going crazy and I was losing my job. I was losing my family. I was losing control. But this diet helped me get control again.
We're going to talk about a few things, but one of those things is going to be salt. I'm out. But I just got some more in. Salt can get a little expensive too if you're buying them one little bottle at a time. Thankfully, Redmond sells 25 pounds of salt, so I can get the salt that I need, and it lasts a long time, and you save a lot of money this way. So you can refill your salt shakers, some healthy, real sea salt, ancient sea salt. I mean, if we're gonna do all this extra effort to stay healthy, we might as well use the best stuff. Now I'm ready to go again. So when I got my blood work back in August of last year, my sodium level was 138. When I got my blood work back in March of this year, after I had been adding salt to everything for about 2 months, my sodium level was 138. So my sodium level didn't change at all after going from doing no salt to adding salt to everything I consume. And I mean, this would be officially 6 months on Lion Diet.
Let's talk about blood work. As you can see in the left column, I've put the results that I got back in August of last year. And I started the diet this year in January. So that was what, September, October, November, December, January, 5 months before I started the diet. Some of these numbers, it's really hard to make heads or tails of what to do with them. But basically I can say I talked to my doctor who specialized in nutrition before he became a general practitioner. And one of the things I'm thankful about this doctor is that he at least admits that there's more disinformation about nutrition than there is information about nutrition, and that most people are talking and don't know what they're talking about. Well, I'll go ahead and say right now, I don't know what I'm talking about on this blood work, but I can tell you that he's happy with my results, and he still says keep doing what you've been doing. Some key points to point out. He talked about my kidney function here in the first highlighted area, the EGFR. NAA stands for non-African American. Now, I didn't realize that my kidney function was so low, but I knew back then that my kidneys weren't producing or doing as well as they should because my urine stream wasn't what it should be. He pointed out when I was there yesterday that the steady increase in kidney function is a very good sign, as I still am approaching normal range, which he said was above 90.
So, like, again, like all these medical benefits, that's like we were just kind of pointing out, like the initial thing is like, oh, I want to lose some weight, you know, maybe get like a bit healthier weight and all this kind of stuff. But you're going to feel like a completely different person. You're going to feel like you're 20 years younger. You know what I mean? Like, look at his kidney function before, 62.9. His kidney function at what, just over 6 months into the diet? Completely reversed. You know, he's just shy of like the normal. I think he's like 5 points away from being like the normal kidney function. You know what I mean? So it's like all these extra medical things. Just take note of all these. Like it's a long list of all these extra medical benefits to doing this. You know what I mean? And once you start like doing this, you will soon realize, holy shit, I feel like I'm aging backwards. You know what I mean? And we'll kind of mention in terms of like the days out and how they go and all this kind of stuff. This is a really good video in terms of just giving you like so many different aspects of what like stuff that you may struggle with, like going out with friends to let's say a football game or something like that, and like you get annoyed or pissed off at certain things, all this kind of stuff. You know, we'll get into it. You know what I mean? Let me catch up with chat first though. I'm more afraid of gas prices. Like I said, Blueberry, we mentioned that before. It's a contradiction. You know, anybody who says I'm not voting for Trump because of the gas prices, contradiction. Because What, you're going to let the Democrats get in and put in a carbon tax and make the gas prices even more expensive? You know, looked out my window, literally 8 deer in my yard. I like seeing them, but the deer ticks are horrible. Plus, they're so tiny you can barely see or feel them. I check myself constantly, 100%. But like we said, they're working on the cure anyways. You know what I mean? And you can't live your life in fear. The original sin of disobedience was temptation by food. You want to get down to brass tacks and apples. Those brass taxes. It is what it is. Suda says a lot of people don't realize it's not just how much salt you eat or what type you use. It's also the amount of water intake to balance it out. Look at the water cure. That's another point as well. But the reason why he specifically mentions the salt thing is that, like, we're told by like the average doctor, oh, like your salt level is high because you eat so much salt. You got to reduce your salt, and then you put salt on nothing. You know what I mean? And you start buying foods that have no salt in, all this kind of stuff, and your salt level is still high. But he goes on the carnivore diet and he's adding salt to literally everything, and his salt level remained the same. You know? Or was it the false fruit of labor or something? We eat salt, sugars, and fats. That's the chemistry of food. But you don't need to eat sugars. You know? Fat and salt. That's all you need, baby. If you weigh 200 pounds, you should drink about 100 ounces of water a day. Or more if you weigh 150, 75 ounces of water a day, etc. I turned 50 this year. I'm normally about 175 pounds, the most 6 foot. Yeah, I aim for about 4 liters of water a day. I don't know what that is in ounces. So, but it is what it is. I was mixing and combining cliches and it didn't work. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. But just look at the improvements in terms of the medical aspect as well. You know? Now, a lot of this stuff I can't even count, or I wouldn't even be able to know what to tell you, but it's like we're seeing like an overall like improvement just in terms of like the kidney function alone.
So to see it increasing by more than 10% each time was very encouraging, especially with people saying that kidney function might be a problem. Total bilirubin. This was interesting because this was the number that back gastroenterologist a little concerned. Although my general practitioner doctor seems to be less worried because he says until it gets to 2.0, it's not really a big concern. However, I think it was approaching that 2.0 and that has been reversed. And then the last one I think that was a big standout was the bad cholesterol, the LDL level.
I'm so disappointed he didn't measure it the third time. But even if you just compare, right, the bottom line here, right, because above it is the good. One sec, let me try to zoom in on this. Nah, fuck it, the banner hides it. All right, so the first time, so before he started the carnivore diet, his good cholesterol was 42.0 and his bad cholesterol was 107.0. Okay, so that means, one sec, let me do the calculator, right? Because a lot of people say, oh, like if you go carnivore, it's going to increase your cholesterol. Well, that's not true because as we see here, his cholesterol actually went down in terms of the bad cholesterol, but it's the ratio of good cholesterol to bad cholesterol. Okay, so what way to avoid this? So if we do wait, do we put the good cholesterol over the bad cholesterol? I'm probably going to fuck up the proper formula, but just to give you an idea, right, in terms of like anybody who says, oh, cholesterol, all this kind of shit in terms of the carnivore, right? 107 divided by 42 is 2.54, right? That's the ratio, okay, in terms of that. Now, if we go into unfortunately, he didn't measure it the third time around, but even just to compare when he initially goes on the diet, right, his bad cholesterol goes from 107 down to 73, okay? So if we do 73 divided by, and then his good cholesterol goes down as well to 35, right? So 42 down to 35. So if we divide 73 by 35, right, we get 2.08. So in terms of that ratio, that's already a significant difference. You know, cholesterol has so much misconception. I know, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. You know, I drink water like fish when working, especially in summer. I drink about a gallon just the working day if it's out during the summer. Yeah, a doctor put a friend of mine on some cholesterol medics. He had 2 strokes 3 months later. Found out a side effect of the drug was brain bleed. It's unbelievable, man. Oh, the whole statins thing and how they try to prop that up and they do so much fear mongering around your cholesterol. But as you see, like his bad cholesterol went down. Cholesterol went down. You know? And supposedly carnivore is supposed to increase your... man, they're talking bollocks.
You can see I went from having a high level of bad cholesterol before starting the diet and a lower level after the first reading. They didn't read cholesterol this time. So I'm sure there are other things that they can check for on blood work that aren't listed here. I went with whatever my doctor requested.
So I wanted to be able to do these morning updates with you to hopefully be able to give you some motivation to keep going every day. Every day is a new challenge. And when you're doing a elimination diet like the Lion Diet, it's good to have somebody there with you that's pushing you along. So I think I'm going to start doing these every morning when I take my morning walk. Lion Diet for me has been the only answer. I've tried mixing different things in, and I'm pretty sure that that's one of the reasons that I felt so sluggish lately. But as I mentioned yesterday and in the days previous, I've been killing my body this past month. So it could be a combination of the two. But I didn't have any coffee this morning because I'm trying to cut that back out and see if I feel better. And that way I can really give you a report back on whether or not our beloved coffee is against us.
And people like this are heroes, man. Right? And I know like that word is often overused. And all this kind of stuff. But like the mere fact that he's willing to put out videos of like the positivity, like motivation of like why you should do this and all this kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? He could have just been like, okay, I found something that works. Yous can all go fuck yourselves. Yous are all up to yourselves and all this kind of stuff. But instead he's like, no, I'm going to put out this information. Because I want other people. He genuinely cares and wants other people to succeed and to have the benefits that he's had. You know what I mean? Like, think about the analogy of lighting a candle, right? Let's say you have a room full of candles. Yeah. Now you need a certain bit of fuel. Like think about a lighter or something, like you need some gas and all this kind of stuff to light that first candle, right? But once you light the first candle, you can use that one candle with no extra fuel, with no extra cost, to light up the whole room of candles. That is information, folks. That's how powerful information is. All the energy and the effort comes from the discovery to get that first candle lit. After that, all it is to share information. Think about what we're doing right now. We're just sharing information. That's how powerful information is. Okay? And then even the thing that he's saying there, where he's experimenting with the coffee. Now, one thing I will say about the coffee, so I've kind of looked into this as well, especially for the Americans in the audience and possibly the Canadians too, is that in Europe, we don't have such a big issue with the coffee because we have strict rules about eliminating mold from coffee. It's like if you have any potential risk of mold in your coffee, it basically gets banned in Europe. But with Canada and America, you don't have such strict guidelines. So like your coffee can be mold and like that's like a toxin that goes into your system, which again will like fatigue and all this kind of thing as well. So that's one thing. That's one thing to look out for. Like coffee's not necessarily a bad thing, but if you're able to get to a place where you don't need the caffeine, you don't need the coffee, why spend the extra dollars? Because to go back to the Bitcoin video or the investment section, what we've been talking about, why be consuming something you don't need? What, like, you're spending money to buy coffee, why not buy something else? You know what I mean? Why not invest it rather than spending it on a product that, again, basically waste? You're not getting anything back from the coffee, you know? It should be mandatory that physicians should have to study human biology. Dana White was on all kinds of medications. CPAP for sleep apnea. Went to a human biologist, gave him a custom diet, cured. Exactly. Because they don't want you. Because they know, I know for a fact that they know that this shit is like that. A lot of these common stuff, like heart, kidneys, like we mentioned there, like all this kind of like internal failures and all this kind of stuff is caused by your diet. But they want to feed you the poison and then get you on the medication. You know what I mean? Gary? Who's Gary? What you mean, Spartacus? Coffee is good for you, though? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, coffee does boost brain performance. But if you have mold in the coffee, it has the inverse effect. It actually fatigues you. Because it's a toxin. You know what I mean? So it's like mold-free coffee is what you want to aim for. And I think that's what his problem here is. Wait, is it Gary for... yeah, it's Gary Ferrigno. That's what you mean, Spartacus. You know? 10x Health, the guy that works with Dana. Could be Lou Ferrigno or Gary Ferrigno. I don't know. Maybe it's coincidence. I'm not sure. But again, that's what I think the problem here is with the coffee, or the coffee that he was having a problem with.
I suspect.
Like I said, if you can avoid spending money on coffee and buy Bitcoin or buy gold or throw it into stocks instead, it's a much better investment.
That it is. I can't convince my wife of that, though. Never will be able to convince her of that. I might as well be trying to convince her she's from another planet. You scared the heck out of me. Why you guys keep scaring me this morning? He's a good doggy. What you doing? Whose dog are you? Look, now I got another dog joining me today. Today is the day to pick up strays, I guess. Anyway, I love dogs, so I don't mind that they want to hang out with me. But I'm trying to be really scientific about it for you, to really weed it out. What is causing it? Is it the fact that I've been having coffee for about a month, or is it because I've been going through so much? So we'll find out. It's a beautiful thing being alive. I didn't feel that way a year ago. I didn't feel like it was all that beautiful. I felt like I had to convince myself of it. But now, it's wonderful. And I want you to feel this way. Exactly what I knew Katie would do. Quick at work, trying to find his master.
It's like someone's baby.
Yeah, normally I can't drag Katie out of bed, but I tell her I got a stray dog, she's ready to jump into action.
Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do.
Uh-huh.
Just gotta do what you gotta do, and then you're just...
Don't know what we're gonna do with you. Yeah, I brought home another blonde.
He likes you.
He does. Well, we'll figure out what to do with him, whether we take care of him or get him to where he belongs. We have yet to do a real Halloween type event, and I don't know if it has to do
Have a
with the
good one,
body issue
Spartacus.
so much, but it
Appreciate
sure
you linking me the video
made
as
it
well. That
discouraging
video is
for me
on.
that I like.
That video is on the Discord as well, folks. Right, it's in the food section. Right, so if you go to Discord and you go into the food, Spartacus' most recent post that he posted in terms of that tick, if you want to watch the full video through. Okay, appreciate you, Spartacus. Have a good one. And Suda says most funding from medical schools comes from pharma companies. Huge problem. That is true as well, especially the regulatories. Like this whole thing when you start investigating, it's like, wait a second, The people who they're regulating is funding them. So imagine if like they were regulating streamers, but the streamers were the ones that were funding the regulations. Do we think that's a good idea? I don't think so. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Also, salutes to you too, Spartacus.
To do characters. I like to be characters from movies I've seen. I've done that in the past. Or other characters from pop culture, like I went as Gene Simmons one time in my late teens, and tried to be Darth Maul back in '99, which didn't work out too good because I definitely didn't have the body for Darth Maul. But I guess there's different versions of that alien race, right? But I like to be able to recreate the character as well as I can. And Katie challenged me earlier this year to go as a character from a movie that we both enjoy called Big Trouble in Little China that came out in the 1980s with Kurt Russell. Is it Kurt Russell or Kirk Russell? Kurt Russell. And the girl from Mannequin, what was her name? Anyway, her character name in the movie was Gracie Law. So I said, I'll go as Jack if you go as Gracie Law, wearing the dress that she had to wear when she got married to Lo Pan. And for those of you who haven't seen the movie, here's a quick image or two from that movie so you can get an idea of what I'm talking about. And then compare that to what we did with our costumes. So we had a great time at the costume party last night. As you can see from the image here at the bar, it was a good time. Even though we didn't win the contest, we did have a nice gentleman come up afterward who was so stoked by the costume. He said, man, you guys should have won that hands down. If it wasn't a local bar and a popularity contest, this would have been an easy win. But I don't know, I was surprised by how few people even recognized what characters we were. Maybe I just didn't do as good a job, but everybody loved Katie's costume.
Would they call me a butterfly?
Madam
princess?
Butterfly, because you had a butterfly on your...
Yeah, because I couldn't find a peacock.
Yeah, she made her own
headdress
for the costume. But we had a great time. And I attribute last night's great time to Lion Diet and the changes that it's made in both of our not only physical ability to do these things, but our mental processes to really enjoy these things.
So this is just past 1 year on the diet as well. And as well as Pseudo saying, doctors therefore thought there's a pill. Just give them a pill. Don't talk to them about diet. Don't talk about the poison that they're ingesting in the system and all this kind of stuff. Don't worry about that because we can't monetize that. But what we can do is monetize a pill. See how it works? You know? And then, like, you take this pill to try and cure this thing that's wrong with you. And then you develop a side effect from taking that pill. So then you have to have another pill. See how it goes? Rather than just saying, okay, how about I just stop putting poison into my system? No, you can't be doing that. You can't be doing that. You know what I mean? Because there's no money in that, you know?
It is January 14th. It has officially been 1 year since I started this diet. And I don't have enough good things to say about it. I remember in my very first video, I said, we're going to try this out for 6 weeks. And that was pushing it. So I can tell you this, the key was getting started. Having some kind of long-term goal was important also. But as soon as you start to see the benefits, you'll know if it's the one for you. About a week ago, I stopped doing 1 meal a day because I wanted to try to eat a little bit more to build up to this fast. I just haven't been able to kick myself off on that 3-day fast, but I feel it coming. Yeah, this is good. It's nice to start off the day this way. I've been having to do a lot of my exercises at night since I've been working. And I like to start off the day getting the things out of the way that I need to do for my health so I can focus all day on the things I need to do for my livelihood, for my family.
And like that's a key thing that I noticed as well. Where sorry, I need to clear my throat. Where when I got up in the mornings, it was it was like torture. I was like dragging myself out of bed, like eyes half closed when I was like, getting like my water and all this kind of stuff. Getting dressed was a chore and all this kind of stuff. Now, like in the diet, like my head pops off the pillow and it's like, right, I'm into action straight away. Over I'm like I want to do work. I want to be productive. You know what I mean? And like that's purely like a mental change from the diet, from not putting poison into my system. You know what I mean? And I'm even at a stage now where it's like I'm preparing to get rid of the smoking. Because again, smoking causes a lot of inflammation, all this kind of stuff. So if I'm already seeing these benefits, despite the fact that I still have smoking as part of my quote unquote diet, because I'm still ingesting it, there's still more benefits for me to even see as well. You know what I mean? So like, again, don't like, I'm not trying to act like I'm like the perfect, like icon to like the perfect role model of health and all this kind of stuff. There's still stuff that I'm still improving on and all this kind of stuff. And like I said, like, it's not going to be a thing that as soon as like you start off on your first day, you won't fall off the horse. You know what I mean? But when you do fall off the horse, it's about willing to get back on the horse and not just saying, oh, I failed, I'm just going to throw it away right now. The mentality is that this works, but with anything, it requires effort, consistent effort. You know what I mean? You're constantly engaged in the fight, and it gets easier. Trust me, it gets easier the more and more you do it. But it does not mean, just because it becomes easier, it does not mean that you might not stumble or you might not fall. It's about picking yourself back up, dusting off yourself, and getting back on the horse.
I wonder if I can just pull myself up there and climb this rope and not even use my feet. Because when I was in high school, I was trained how, like ROTC, we would climb the rope. You'd use your leg to kind of brace yourself and use your legs to push up and then just hold on for a moment while you grabbed again with your feet. So I never thought, even though I could barely do that, I never thought I'd be able to do this. Take a look.
My mind.
So as you can see, I was able to make it to the top, and I was still surprised. I really was like not sure I was going to be able to do this, even after I'd already done something similar the week or a couple of weeks before. So that was a big deal to me. And it feels good to be able to do that. I have never known that feeling. When you've been athletic all your life, or if you were the kind of kid that just zipped up to the top of the rope, you can't probably relate to what I'm talking about. But when you've never been able to do something, and then just before you hit your 50th birthday, you're able to do those things, that's pretty remarkable. And I gotta tell you, I owe it all to Lion Diet.
Do you ever get sick of eating steak? I'm
Never.
sure someone's asked you that before. Excuse me.
I have never looked at a steak and thought, I just can't eat another steak. Never, not once. I always love it. I have wanted things that are not steak, obviously. The hard part is overcoming those moments, like hearing the sound of a coffee maker finishing for me makes me want coffee. Smelling or seeing baked goods for the longest time made me want those baked goods. However, baked goods lately taste awful to me, and it doesn't matter what kind it is. It could have been something that I used to love, like a brownie, cookies I used to love. They taste disgusting to me now. It is so weird that I love them so much, and they taste so awful.
Like?
Tastes like dirt when I eat.
I know you tried
when I
a cookie.
eat peanut butter.
You took a bite of that cookie and you spit it out.
Yeah, it's just
at Jesse's.
all I could taste was flour. It was like
It literally, like, once you get like long enough on this diet, like all these baked goods and these sweets, like they taste like ass. They taste horrible. They taste bland, and you're like, how the fuck was I even able to eat this to begin with? You know what I mean? And like you mentioned as well, it's because like you are addicted to the carbs. You're addicted to the sugar. You know what I mean? Like if you had like a coke habit, the last thing you would say, oh, maybe I could have a little bit of cocaine. You know what I mean? or like alcohol. Maybe I have a little bit of alcohol. Like just think about the mental process. Think about the logic behind it.
Taking white powdery flour and putting it in my mouth. That's all I could taste. The sugar didn't even do anything to the flavor. And I tried it on a couple of different cookies over the past year. And each time, earlier, it didn't bother me as much, but my taste palette hadn't changed like it has now.
Out of all of the routines of this diet compared to some other diets you've done, also Atkins, I know you did that for a long time and lost weight. What's the most annoying thing about this diet?
Other people?
Do you really think in the overall though, because when you first start this diet, you think of all this preparedness you got to do, but now that you've been doing it for a year, you think like, wait, this really isn't hard at all. Once you get that routine down, it only took you about a couple weeks.
Let's just say if I wasn't organized already, it would have been a lot harder. And even the things I'm organized with, like mostly with work issues, I'm organized, but when it came to preparing food or just getting through my normal non-work day, I was very disorganized. This forced me to be more organized because you got to plan ahead when you want to live on a meat diet, especially early on. When you need to be able to overcome cravings, you've got to have food ready that you can eat so that you won't cheat. And that takes preparation. And it's non-stop. Every day. One of the first things I think about is when and where am I going to eat today? So, because I have other things in place now, like carnivore crisps, that helps.
Well, other people would too. They'd have a Nutri-Grain bar or a protein bar, but those are full of sugar.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I mean. On this diet, you got to have something that's
non-sugar.
Doesn't have anything but meat, water, and salt. For my diet specifically.
And like this isn't like when he's talking about carnivore crisps, what he's talking about is like chicken skin, like thin cuts of like beef and all this kind of stuff. Like there's plenty of products out there now. I think this video is like 2-3 years old. And even like before that, like you're kind of talking about like a couple of years back, but there is like a lot of kind of like products out there, and it's literally just like you have to make sure you check the ingredients and all this kind of stuff, because a lot of like products will claim to be keto, will claim to be carnivore, and then they have all these like chemicals in it, all this kind of stuff. Anytime you're looking at it, you want simple ingredients: beef, salt, water. Okay, that's a good product. If it's like beef and then like 10 chemicals you can't even pronounce, nitrates, like we're talking about like the nitrates in the bacon, all this kind of stuff, it's like, you know what, you're Gucci. I don't want that. You know what I mean? And that's the way you got to kind of like come at it as well. You know, anytime there's uncertainty, if the ingredients aren't simple and recognizable, put it down. Don't buy it. But the one thing I would say is like I don't have that issue with snacking, because before I got it, like long before I got into the carnivore, I had already perfected the intermittent fasting to the point where I could do one meal a day even though I wasn't carnivore. And one thing I've noticed that since I've turned carnivore, intermittent fasting is a breeze. You know what I mean? So if I ever find myself stuck, like I can just say, fuck it, I'm just not going to eat today. You know what I mean? Like I'm not like, that aspect of like having to prepare like snacks and bring snacks with me and all this kind of stuff. I just say, fuck it, I'm just not eating. You know what I mean? So there is kind of like a mental mastery that you will get around to it. And if anybody's kind of like, like intermittent fasting, like they're dreading it, or like they're just not able to do with the fasting, all this kind of stuff, at least get into the carnivore first, and then the fasting will come later.
And if you're carnivore, you got to have some. You at least can maybe have pork rinds, as long as they don't have any bad ingredients in them. Pork rinds is a good option. if I can keep a little thing of Soleil water around that's really concentrated, then I can just take a little bit of that and put it into my larger container, a small bit, and add regular water, and it'll be the salty water that I want without all the granules. So we're gonna make some Soleil water today. What I've got here is the ancient sea salt crystals. Let's take a look at them. I opened them up because I had to look at it, but you can see that it's just a big chunk of salt, basically. This is from the salt mines in Utah, where Redmond gets all their salt from. So let's put a handful of these sea salt crystals in there. I got a good sized container because I was thinking I'm probably going to be making more Soleil water than most people. You know what? Let's just put them all in there. We'll see how that does. We'll know for sure whether or not we got good Soleil water then. Of course, it's only going to saturate so much, and then it's going to build up at the bottom. I'm not going to fill it all the way this time because it might not completely saturate. I want to leave a little bit of room for error in case I need to add some more water. So I'm going to fill it up 3/4 of the way. Now we're going to let this sit for 24 hours. To be fully saturated, you want to see some salt remaining on the bottom of the jar. If all the salt is fully dissolved, add more salt. Let sit for another hour. Leftover salt indicates that the solution is fully saturated and at 26% sodium capacity. Here's the water after I took out the large chunks of salt, and you can see it's real clear now. And that's kind of what I was looking for when I wanted to do the Soleil water, was because I was tired of having the grit in the bottom of my glass every time. And I also realize now that letting it sit in the water for 24 hours is important for getting the water saturated with the salt. So that's one of the reasons why I had so much grit at the bottom of the glass all the time. Well, since I've been doing it this way, there's no grit. I got this little plunger thing here, and I think 1.5 ounces is what I measured out would be the right amount. That's all the Soleil water I need. Now I'll just add some regular water. I reuse these.
And this is one thing that I disagree with, like, in terms of like trying to be overcompensate with like the salt. If you just like when I'm like doing my meals on the stuff, like I just saturate like my stuff with like the salt, because I have no issue like eating beef that's very salty. You know what I mean? So like this is not necessarily a requirement or anything like that, but it is something to at least look into. It's particularly if you're kind of like, you want to make sure that you're hitting all your minerals and all this kind of thing. You know?
Spring water bottles I buy from the store because it's a lot cheaper than having to use one of those big expensive things that keeps wearing out all the time. I just replace these every few weeks. Get a new one. Oh God, it's so good. Well, I just finished my morning walk already. I just did 1 hour and 5 minutes, 3.5 mile walk, 100 push-ups with 20-pound weighted vest on. All right, let's give this a try. So that was 25 push-ups with an extra 20 pounds. Ooh, that was definitely not as easy as it has been to get to 25. But it feels good to have that extra resistance. So that's 50. Oh man, that is really a big difference. At 75, man, I really like using this vest. Makes a huge difference. But I got my 100 in with 20 extra pounds. I like it. I like it a lot. So far, really loving this vest. Getting ready to have a couple of sirloins cooked because I finally got my my wife and son really getting into the idea of eating more meat. So we'll see how that goes. It's funny how I was just talking about how difficult it is to get anybody to do what they need to do, but it looks like they're catching on. Hoping. Some farm fresh eggs here.
Get the eggs
Cooking
into
them
your
with some
bite.
Kerrygold butter. All right, Luke, come eat. Levi Joseph.
That's like I said, the difference with the amount of salt that he put on that versus the amount of salt that I put on my beef. Yeah, like I said, it makes sense why he does the salt lake water, but like I said, I've got a thing that it's literally like the way he has that like little salt kind of shaker. Like mine is like, you know, way bigger. You know what I mean? It's like a massive thing. So like when I crunch down, it's like tons of salt that's going onto the beef. You know?
Come get you something to eat. So this is a little steak and eggs for Katie and I to share. You can see they came out just perfectly. That's how we're gonna start our Sunday morning. They are finally coming around. But this weekend, my wife and kids and I, we had a very exhilarating time. We got to go see the Miami Dolphins play against the New England Patriots, which was a big deal for me for a lot of reasons. I grew up.
The New England Patriots lost that game. It's quite upsetting. I'm not gonna lie, but hey, it is what it is. It is what it is, folks. You know.
Watching the Dolphins, it's a close thing between me and my brothers, and it's just something that was big for us a long time ago that we still have a little nostalgia for. And I love football. Katie loves football. Levi's getting into football. Luke, not so much, but he had a great time at the game. He decided just to go and have fun, and he really did have a great time. The neat thing is we had to really prepare for the weekend because I didn't know what to expect as far as eating arrangements. We were going to be staying with a family member of Katie's that was living not too far away from the stadium. So, you know, I don't want to go in and impose on somebody when I'm just staying at their house and they're saving me the cost of having to get a hotel room or something like that. I made sure to bring enough of what I need so that I wouldn't impose on anybody. I packed up 4 steaks, frozen, ready to go. That would be enough to last Saturday and Sunday, including if I made steak to take with me to the game, which I did. But it turned out being even better than I expected because Katie's cousin decided to go ahead and make steak for all of us that evening, and we had steak on her grill, which came out wonderful. She only cooked it with kosher salt, so it was absolutely perfect.
Oh man,
so we got a great start to our
so
weekend
juicy.
by having Saturday go so well with the great meal because I had a steak before we left in the morning, so I was full all afternoon. Had that steak in the evening, made 2 steaks in the morning. One to have for breakfast on Sunday so that I wouldn't be hungry during the game. And then I had another one that I cut up and put into a plastic bag so that I could carry some meat in my cooler with me as I went.
I already had a whole ribeye this morning, so I'm ready to go. Plus, I got a whole bag full of another ribeye that I chopped up that I'm ready to take with me. So I got plenty of meat to go on the road.
Because I'll eat my steak cold or hot, but I don't want to be starving in a place where I got to pay $6-8 for a hot dog and have to try to get a few pieces of meat out of some ridiculously overpriced food. And let me tell you, some of the prices on this stuff were insane. We were having water for $5 a piece, and I was adding Relight to them like crazy because I think I went through 3 or 4 Relights yesterday. I can't remember exactly. I know it was at least 3. So my steak is finished cooking. I'm going to let it sit here for a little bit and rest. I made sure to bring some Relight because I felt like I was going to need that. But one thing I noticed is my wife even said it to me.
Doesn't it feel good to want to do everything on time and quickly and outside the heat? Like you have been nonstop on the go. You haven't even sat down, I don't think, for 5 minutes.
And normally, when we would go anywhere, I was the one who always wanted to have to stop and rest to take a break. But we had been going, I woke up at 4:30 that morning. I got everybody else up about 6:30. We were on the road by 7:30. I drove us there. We spent all the time out there in the sun, several hours just before the game started. Katie said to me, Usually you're the one who needs to stop and take a break by now. But you're bouncing around all over the place, going to everything, and just as active as you can be, not taking a rest, not staying off your feet, participating in exercise stuff with the boys. They need a break. I need a break. Why don't you need a break? And I said
that when we used to go anywhere, especially like if we were going to go hiking or something like that, she's like, let's go hiking. I'm like, I don't want to go hiking. I don't want to go do anything that requires energy or sweat. Now it's like it doesn't matter. We've been here 3 hours waiting for this game to start. It's
And I
90
wanted
degrees.
to sit down twice, and he hasn't wanted to sit down at all.
I want
I'm
to
like,
keep going.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
So I owe it all to this diet and exercise.
I felt like.
And the key thing is energy levels, right? If you're consistently at a low energy, you just think that that's your normal energy levels. Once you get into this, you start to realize, holy shit, I have so much more energy. I want to do so much more things. You know what I mean? And like he's already kind of mentioned as well, like previously in this, he's kind of said it's like, I have a completely new aspect or a newfound appreciation for life itself. You know what I mean? So like I said, you might get started on this because you're like, oh, I need to lose some pounds and all this kind of stuff. But once you get on for it like long enough, and I think at this stage it's about 2 years in or like a year and a half or something along those lines, like it's a completely different perspective on life. You know?
Pressing on when it was hot, when it was, rough situations where you're having to trudge through. You got a long way between bathrooms. All your food is regulated into what you can get. It's expensive. You're not sure exactly where you are or where you're going. I mean, the stadium's huge. There's lots of confusion. It can be stressful times to some people. At least it was always stressful to me in the past when I felt like I was just having to get through a rigmarole, but I was having a good time. I was looking to see what was happening. And Luke and I got to race, which Luke is 15 years old. I'm about to be 50. So you would think that possibly he's going to be able to beat me at some of this. And I wound up winning the sprint relay. I won the long jump, but I had a great time. And it's something that I would not have been able to do 2 years ago. Not the way I did this weekend, where I was able to keep soldiering on without any problems at all. I mean, it was remarkable how good I felt during the game. And by the end of the first quarter, we were fully in the South Florida sun on a 90-degree day. And boy, was it hot. It was so hot. But I didn't have on any sunscreen. I don't have any sunburn today. I'm well, I got a lot of sun, but I don't have any burning going on. I feel great. I mean, I can see the difference. I'm willing to go out in the sun now without sunscreen on because I don't get sunburn like I used to. But man, was it awesome to be able to have such a day like that and not be dead at the end, especially considering I had to drive home from Miami to Central Florida, so it was a 5-hour trip. I was pouring sweat, as you can see from some of these pictures. So all in all, it was a great weekend, made possible by the grace of God, and made possible for me to enjoy by Lion Diet.
So I like to be able to kind of recap a little bit of what I've been through in the past 23 months that I've been doing a Lion Diet, and it has worked out great for me. The first roughly 7 months, I was very strict about this. I did have the occasional drink that I shouldn't have because I hadn't quit drinking alcohol yet. But that's another one of the benefits of this diet, is I got to the point where I wanted to stop putting all the bad things in me. And I got to where I was just doing ruminant meat, water, and salt for a good while. And once I felt like I had cleared up a lot of the issues that I was having from having all the junk in my system, and when I say junk in my system, I really mean junk that is in the standard American diet. People wonder, whoa, what were you eating? You were just eating all the worst food that's out there? No, I was actually kind of trying to be selective. I was trying to make sure that I went a little bit low carb sometimes, and that I tried to have real sugar instead of corn syrup. Like that really made a difference. And I would try to eat salads with my meals and eat some vegetables with my food. I ate a lot of fast food. I ate a lot of restaurant food in general, which I've noticed that since I've been doing this, nobody makes meat worth a darn. except you. For me, the only meat that I want to eat is the meat that I cooked. But I was eating the standard diet that most people eat, getting what you can when you can, making sandwiches, having hamburgers, whatever it takes to get by in the world. And it's so readily available, but it's full of preservatives, sweeteners, taste enhancers, things that you wouldn't even think would be bad, things like citric acid. They have to produce that stuff. It's manufactured citric acid, and it's only there to enhance the taste. But that trade-off that you make to have a little bit more twang in your food, that little zippy taste that they give you, is that citric acid is causing inflammation in your body, because it comes from a known source of high inflammation for the human body. It's a type of fungus, a mushroom that they use to grow just for the production of manufactured citric acid. And it's in all kind of foods. I couldn't believe it when I saw that it was even in breakfast sausage. All the different packages of breakfast sausage I had at Walmart the other day showed that they had citric acid in them. So I began to learn a lot about these things because my family was continuing to eat a normal diet, and I wanted to be able to show them what the difference was and start learning about the things that they're buying for themselves and that I was buying. And we started seeing some health benefits from that from my wife and both of my boys. They haven't gone full carnivore yet, but they have removed a lot of the processed garbage from their life. So it's a step in the right direction. But I'm still pushing them in the right direction the best I can through example. And that's what I'm here doing with you too. I am out rucking today. I got 40 pounds on my weight vest, trying to get 3 miles in. I got Sam with me here. Hey, Sam. But this is a new lifestyle for me, and it's something that you can have too. If you've been where I was, where you're just realizing that your health is not where it should be. I had high blood pressure. I was taking 3 different medicines for that. I was taking another medication for hormones. I was taking another medication for allergies, another medication for GERD. So I'm not on any of those medicines anymore. Some of them hung around for a little while, but now I'm totally off of all medications. The only things that I take in addition to the food that I eat is an iodine supplement, and I add an electrolyte mix to my morning drink. And on days when I do extra sweating, I'll use some more of the electrolyte mix. But I'm always adding salt to my water, with the exception about 1 bottle a day, 1 liter a day is not salted. I've tried to go without, but my body needs the salt, so I keep it up. And that's been working for me. The reason I added the iodine is I noticed some things that could be caused by low iodine, and since I started adding iodine, those problems have gone away. I've done a couple of different tests about iodine and found out that I was iodine deficient based on those tests. So I am taking roughly...
And Pseudo was mentioning that in chat as well. The iodine, baby. But like I said, you can get that from the eggs if you're willing to eat, I think, like 4. Well, if you're eating beef, grass-fed, grass-finished beef, I think it's like minimum 4 eggs should be aimed for. And that's why I think one day I'm going to replace the bacon with the eggs. Like have 4 eggs with the smash burger, probably hard boiled, you know?
40 milligrams of iodine together. But again, that's something recent that I've done, and it has been helpful. I think it's been helpful for my overall skin because of the bags under my eyes had gone away. And I'm not having any issues in my bladder area anymore. So it took a little tweaking, but I found the diet that works for me, and I'm still pressing on, and I'm still getting stronger. And I just turned 50. So I just want to encourage you. You can turn it around. You can also start fighting back that brain fog and that malaise that wants to keep you down when you start pushing through and you start realizing that you can do this. But don't worry too much about how hard you got to push. The good thing about this diet is I don't know, for me it was very easy because I love the taste of meat. It took me a little bit to get adapted to eating fat again. Because I had gotten used to all my life cutting the fat off the meat. But once I realized that all the energy that I need from the meat, that what I need to power my body is in the fat, and that it's not harmful for me, I was like, what in the world? I was cutting off the very thing that I needed to have with the meat to make it valuable for me.
And that's why, if you notice in the Discord section, I have that whole aspect. I went through with it like before we started this video. Make sure you're getting enough fat, because the fat, like, not only is it for energy, it's like in terms of, like, if you look into vitamins, like there's certain vitamins that you need fat. You know what I mean? To make sure you're eating enough fat for the vitamins to do their thing. You know what I mean? So like I said, like, even if you're getting that ratio, start playing around with, like, just adding extra butter to it. Especially for, like, vitamins and minerals, like, and in hormone levels as well that he mentioned. Like, fat is key for that. You know what I mean? So you need to make sure that you're being conscious of, like, especially if you're doing leaner cuts of meat. You know what I mean? You need to make sure, because like I said, we're in that situation where the doctor's saying, oh, like, make sure you cut your fat off your meat and all that stuff. It's like, the fat is the best part. The fat is the goddamn flavor. There's a reason why Wagyu tastes better than regular beef. And if you look at Wagyu, all that white marbling and all this kind of shit, that is the fat. You know what I mean? So make sure you're maxing out as much fat as you can. Like I said, I've got a video on there with Dr. Shelfie, or I can't pronounce his name, but Dr. Anthony Shelfie, like, kind of like talking about, like, you literally cannot overeat fat. Like, your body will just excrete it. You know what I mean?
So now I eat all the fat, and my blood work looks great. I've shared it before. My doctors are very happy with it. And I'm just here to encourage you, to let you know that there is a solution for the problem you've been having. If you feel like you're feeling sluggish and brain fog, and you got a lot of weight you want to try to work on, or even just a little bit extra weight that you've been trying to get off, but this could be the answer that you've been looking for to help you get back in shape, to get back to the way that you felt when you were younger. Because I feel better than I did when I was a teenager. And I want everyone to feel this way. I want you to feel this way.
And I have been doing a bit of a higher fat diet lately too. And I've noticed some interesting changes.
And that explains why he was doing the Soleil water and being like so focused on trying to add as much salt into his diet and all this kind of stuff. Because, like, what I think was going on was he wasn't eating enough fat, meaning that he needed to get more vitamins, he needed to get more minerals into him and all this kind of stuff. But trust me, if you're getting enough fat, like, your body will be able to do it. But like Pseudo was mentioned as well, the iodine is key to look out for as well. But you can't get that from the eggs, and if you notice, he's eating the steak and eggs more as well now to it as well. But listen to what he says here, because this is key. This is something that I've experienced as well.
So far, I don't have eggs all that often, but it's nice to be able to have them back in my diet. Since I've been having organic pasture-raised eggs, I've noticed that I don't have any gut reactions to it, which of course was part of the problem that I had that's different than a lot of other carnivores, is that I didn't just have a weight issue. I had a gut problem that doctors could not figure out. But now I'm getting close to 2 years of eating this way, and I'm a whole different person, thankfully, because I was getting hard to be around. Between the anxiety and the stress and the extra weight and the inflammation and the gut problems, it was hard to be me, but it was also hard to be around me. Well, things have gotten a lot better. My marriage is better. And I gotta tell you, I never get tired eating this way. One thing people doing high-fat carnivore have told me to do, though, especially seeing that I use an air fryer and it catches all the fat from the meat when it comes off, is to pour the fat from the air fryer onto the plate so that I can have that with the meat. And I would even drink it off the plate. Now, I've only tried this a couple of times. And yesterday, I had the most peculiar thing happen. But I think it was actually a good thing because, well, let me explain. I have not had a dream when I'm sleeping for at least 15 years. I don't know if that's natural or normal, or for some people. I'd love to hear what your story is. If you've had anything similar to that, please let me know in the comments. But
I haven't had a dream that I could remember. And I say that I could remember only because I'm told we all dream several times a night, but I had no knowledge of any dreaming going on at all. Now, when I first started Lion Diet, I started to notice that I could remember that I had dreamed something, but I could never remember what it was, and it was gone so quickly that it was almost like it never happened. But yesterday was a whole different story. I had so much fat on my plate that I consumed early on because I was really worried I was gonna spill the fat onto the place I was sitting, and I wanted to get it off the plate as quickly as I could. And it kind of upset my stomach a little bit, and I wasn't able to finish all my food. And then all that night, I was having bathroom issues, let's just say. I was having another bout of keto flu, basically, and I could tell that it was the fat just going right through me. People have mentioned that going to a higher fat version of carnivore will really help your brain, because your brain uses fat. I mean, your brain is actually made, it has a lot of fat in it. I'm a fathead. I guess we all are, but the thing about it is that it's supposed to help your brain work a little better. Well, it sure helped my dream cycle. Unfortunately, I had a nightmare from it, but it was so vivid. I felt like I was really there.
And like, I had a dream, and again, it was not a wonderful dream, or whatever. It was like a pretty bad experience. But I woke up, like I was literally like, to give you like, imagine like having a dream where you're getting stabbed, right? Like, I could literally feel the pain from like that stabbing sensation, and when I woke up, like I could still feel the pain from it, and I was like, what the absolute fuck is going on? I was completely freaked out about it. You know what I mean? And then I typed in what actually the dream was about into Grok, and Grok said, oh yeah, you're basically going through this and all this stuff. And I was just like, what the actual fuck? You know what I mean? And like, we're reading with the Bible, like Joseph and the multicolored cloak, like this whole thing of like being able to interpret dreams and all this kind of stuff. You got to make sure that you get that fat into your diet. You know what I mean? And like I said, butter and cheese are two great ways of adding in fat. Pseudo says teriyaki, a burger on a pretzel roll or in a corn tortilla for less carbs with sunny side egg and cheese on it. Killer. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, it like your own particular taste and all the stuff. And if you check out Homestead How is the YouTube channel, again, if you go to the Discord and you check the general, it's literally the last two. Like, you'll see the conversation between me and Bad Cramps Gramps. The channel I link. He even does a video where he he basically does like a carnivore version of Taco Bell on how you're able to make the taco shells, and it's like 100% carnivore, and it's basically made out of egg whites and all this kind of stuff as well. So you can technically have tortillas, like quote unquote tortillas, that are made out of egg whites. You know what I mean? So you can still have that wrap or that roll, basically wraps. Like, and it's just like made out of egg. You know what I mean? So definitely in terms of like being able to play around with things like that as well, 100%. I thought too much saturated fat is bad for you. Nah, brah. Get the carbs out and focus on the fat. The animal fat, butter, cheese. Oh, bellissimo. Bellissimo. And welcome in El Presidente Abe. Hope you're having a good one. Yeah, I'm saying we're going through this video that's on my Discord. If you join the Discord and you go into the fitness health section, this is the video that we're reviewing and showing, like I said, the key things. And again, the key thing that we're talking about in this diet. And notice, like I said, the shirt, don't tread on me. With the whole like Ryan Mullally video earlier on, don't you fucking tread on me. You know, unapologetically American. But a key thing in terms of carnivore, if you wanted to work, and I think we're like almost like 2 years into this dude doing the carnivore diet. And like I said, like he basically didn't factor in fat as being a key essential and making sure you're getting a minimum level of fat and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And like I said, you can get leaner cuts of meat, but like make sure that you're buttering the fuck out of that meat. You know what I mean? Because you want to make sure you get your fat from it.
I haven't had anything like that happen in so long that even though the dream kind of messed with my psyche some, I was still thankful because I started to think I wasn't normal anymore. It was such a strange thing not dreaming at all. And my wife would tell me about her dreams, and I thought, I wish I knew what it was like to be able to even have a dream. Well, I had a dream now, and it kind of probably just deals with what's going on in my head as I deal with all these problems in my life right now. But it was so nice to wake up and know that I'm able to dream again. It was truly a positive thing. Lion Diet for 2 years has totally turned my life inside out and upside down. Everything was a little bit out of kilter before, and I didn't realize how much food had to do with that. If it wasn't for Dr. Peterson sharing his story and Michaela Peterson sharing her story, I wouldn't have taken the steps that I've taken. And I know a lot of people talk about the amount of discipline that I've had on this diet, especially now that I've lost all this weight and that I look like a whole different person. People just assume that, oh, well, you know, you're already in good shape. It's easy for you to get that way. I had to struggle with this my whole life. My whole life I was always wondering why do I have to have a belly? Why do I have to have these big love handles? Why do I have to have, you know, fat in the face and big earlobes and fat on my back and all this stuff? I have 2 young stepsons, and I've been raising them for a long time, and I want to be here to see them grow and mature and to learn about life, the things that they need to be prepared for the world. I'm having some Warrior Burger right now. Warrior Burger is a mixture of the grass-fed, grass-finished cow meat that I got from the whole cow I buy from my rancher up in Georgia. And it's also the animal's heart, kidneys, and liver mixed in with the burger meat. All right, guys, I had to come back and talk to you because I just got some blood work results back that I've been waiting for some time. And I've been telling you guys about the situation with my testosterone. You know, when I started doing Lion Diet, I had already been taking testosterone injections for about 3.5 years. That was because back in 2018, I had gone to see my doctor, and one of the issues I was having was erectile dysfunction and inability to perform properly. And that was a big issue for me, as it is with most men, I'm sure. If they run into that problem, it's going to be a big problem for them. So I asked my doctor if there was anything I could do about it, and he suggested that I could do a low dose of testosterone. And I was taking 1/2 of a cc every week.
Notice the shirts. Vegetarians are cool. All I eat are vegetarians, and there's 2 cows on it. Oh, bro, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. But again, and another key factor in terms of the hormones, like, is the fat level. You know what I mean? So one thing I cannot stress enough is the fat thing. And if you want, like I said, more information on this video link, if you want to peruse it in your own time as well, with other links and all this kind of stuff, check the info channel, specifically fitness, health, and then also if you want to check out a little bit of extra in terms of like the general as well, like that's the most recent conversation between me and Bad Cramps. The more people we can get involved in this, the better your health will become, trust me, because like I said, just look at the difference, like from the beginning of the video to what he looks like right now. It's like he's a completely different person.
To help regulate that. Now, initially, my testosterone reading was in the mid 300 levels back then. Well, I quit using testosterone after my first year on Lion Diet. A few months later, I got my blood taken again, and the results came back, and I believe my score was 395. Let me go back and take a look here. I'm going to go ahead and show you what I'm looking at here. Yeah, back on July 8th, I got my testosterone results back, and my testosterone level was 395 Ng/DL. Standard range is 250 to 1100. So 395 is on the low end of the scale. She was surprised that I was actually higher than I was when I went on testosterone. And the only thing I can equate that to is the fact that I had been doing Lion Diet that whole time, because it seems to have made a difference, because she thought for sure my numbers would have been drastically lower after so long of taking testosterone, almost 4 years by the time I quit. But she was really surprised that my levels were that high. My first doctor told me that if I quit taking those injections, he said, you're not going to go back to where you were. You're not going to be as high as the numbers you were at. You're going to go lower. And that's what scared me into staying on testosterone to begin with. I had quit testosterone initially when I started Lion Diet because I had quit all of my medications. But when I went and finally saw my doctor about officially being taken off of them on his record, that was the only one I wound up staying on. I initially asked him if I could reduce the dose any, if I'd be able to wean off, if that might make a difference. And he didn't seem to think any of that would make a difference, that my body would just go back to what it was able to produce and that was it, and it would never go up any higher. Later, when I got a doctor here in Florida, she kind of confirmed the same thing. She even said she was surprised my testosterone numbers were slightly higher than my reading when I left Georgia, which I think when I first got them checked, they were in the 380s. So for her to show it in the 390s, she was surprised to see that it was 390. Well, my blood results this week show a much better result. Where's my testosterone? There we go. From March 29th, you can see here my testosterone values, 588. 588. From 380 something, now I'm up to 588. Right in the mid-range of normal testosterone levels. You know, and I have had so many people tell me that doing carnivore diet shot their testosterone levels down. I knew I didn't feel like my testosterone was lower because, first of all, I haven't had the problem I went to see the doctor for, even once I quit the testosterone injections. And it's been well over a year since I stopped taking the testosterone. So I'm extremely happy that I've, one, been able to get off of all medications, but even happier to see that my body is producing testosterone at normal levels now.
50% more testosterone than when he was receiving testosterone injections. Carnivore literally defies what these doctors tell you.
And all I can say is I owe it to Lion Diet.
But my friend Dante's here, and he just had...
And this is the Homestead How channel, the guy Kerry in the top left-hand corner. He's a massive proponent. He's doing a documentary and everything about the carnivore lifestyle.
Has a couple minutes, I believe, and I'm going to shout him out, and then I'm going to come right back to you. So I apologize, but Dante, how's it going?
It's going good, man. Can you hear me? I'm just making sure I put the headphones on afterward.
I apologize. I know you just have a couple minutes. I so appreciate you taking the time to come on here. This is my daughter, Emma, by the way, and she's a carnivore because of you, my friend. It was me and then her, and now my mom's doing it, my stepdad's doing it. It's just like spreading like wildfire. But
it fixed so many things that I didn't even anticipate, like being able to get up in the morning. Jordan Peterson had talked about that too, but that just went right by me because I was thinking all about my gut problem. And I haven't had any gut issues since. As long as I keep seed oils and sugars and things like that out, it's perfectly fine. Now, I started working in a restaurant about 6 months ago, and I got exposed to pork and apparently some seed oils, and that caused me some issues. But now that I realize that, I've gotten off of those again, and it's right back to normal. I feel good. I have energy coming out of my ears again. I want to get back to exercising again. And I have found that it has just become my calling, my mission in life to encourage other people to do this, because I realize that it can be really hard when you're trying to do it on your own, especially if you're in the house with other people who are eating all kinds of garbage that you realize is not good for you. And you just need somebody there to encourage you to keep on going or to keep on exercising or to keep moving in the right direction. And that's what I've been doing. Today is October 11th, 2023. I have officially been on Lion Diet as of today for 1,000 days. I started on January 14th, 2021. Even when I was 17 years old, I didn't feel as good as I do now, even though I'm the same weight as I was when I was 17 on the high school wrestling team, a weight that I fought hard to get down to just so that I wouldn't have to wrestle heavyweight. I had to lose 20 pounds when I was 17 to get down to the weight I am now. And I've been lower than this since I've been on Lion Diet. When I started, I had high blood pressure. Now, no high blood pressure problems. Last time I went to the doctor, my numbers were 119/79. About as perfect as you could ask for when it comes to blood pressure standards, even with the increased standards we've seen over time as the population has gotten less and less healthy. My lipid panel excellent. My HDL is up, my triglycerides are way down, even my LDL is within the normal range. Not that that really matters, and if you take a look at some of the LDL information out there, you'll probably agree with me on that. I even took some short clips of me wearing some of the clothes I wore in the very first video that I produced for this, 125 Days on Lion Diet, and I went and got some of those clothes out and tried them on. Check it out here. You can see here I'm wearing this shirt that I wore within the first month or so of being on Lion Diet, and now here I am putting that same shirt back on. It's like a blanket going over me. It's unbelievable how much room is inside. I can't wear this shirt anymore, but I'm glad I don't have to. Even though I love St. George Island, I don't have to wear this baggy, ridiculously long shirt anymore. Here I am in another video where I'm at a restaurant wearing one of my favorite Clint Eastwood shirts. Now, it fits like my dad used to wear this shirt and I'm still a little kid. Look at all the room in here. Even the pants I wore back then just dwarfed over me. Here's another clip of me wearing a shirt that I used to wear before I started Lion Diet. Now this was probably 3 months in. Now you can see even then I have far more room inside this shirt than I did back then. I was probably around 230 pounds at the time of the first video. Here I am wearing my Don't Hurt People and Don't Take Their Stuff video toward the end of my 125 days, and here I am putting on again just the other day. Look at all the room in there. I mean, I could take it and fold this thing over on the side here and have a whole nother body in here practically. And with all I've been through financially in the past 3 years, all I can say is anybody who says that they can't do a carnivore way of eating isn't taking the right things into consideration. The things we thought were making us sick are not the things that were making us sick. If you want to feel better, if you want to look better, if you want to be better, Lion Diet might just be the answer for you. And at the very least, a carnivore way of eating has certainly changed many lives. Check out some of the carnivore conversations.
Now, bear in mind, remember what I said at the start of this video? When he's first talking to the camera, it's all cuts and edits and all this kind of stuff. And now he's giving a presentation to the camera, zero editing, zero cuts, and he's like flawless. He's not doing any ahs or ums or whatever. He's flawlessly speaking his mind. That ain't a coinky dink. That ain't by accident, folks. Also, Suda says, you know what's also funny? These leftist morons want to ban cows. Oh yeah, like we need to cull the cows because of the methane, all this kind of shit, you know? When the natural cycle of life, as far as cows, animals feeding us, fertilizing the grass and environment, etc., would just be destroyed. Exactly. They want you dead. They want you sick. They want you dead. Do not listen to these cunts.
I've recorded on this channel. I've talked to dozens of people who have had miraculous effects on a carnivore way of eating, and I've had hundreds of people comment on my videos talking about how I not only might have saved their lives, but I've been able to help them save their families and save themselves from a pharma and food system that is taking advantage of us. My family got sick last month. All 3 of them got some kind of illness because they're not doing a carnivore way of eating like I am. They have, thankfully, been able to transition more and more away from ultra-processed food. But I used to be the first one to get sick when one of the boys or my wife got sick. Now, they can get sick, but I can go through it like it's nothing because my immune system is working like it should for the first time in my life. I am here to talk to you today about my experiment with 3 days a week fasting while on a carnivore diet. And I've been doing it for 8 weeks. I just finished my last fast the day before yesterday. I'm also wrapping up some more ribeyes because thankfully it's the holiday season and Publix is running their Christmas special on rib roasts again for $6.99 a pound. So this has been my 8th trip to buy 2 whole rib roasts cut into bone-in ribeyes. Sure makes it nice to have good meat like this when you're breaking a fast. Heck, it's nice to have good meat like this anytime.
Overall, I can see where fasting helped me jumpstart my ketosis, get my body back into a good state of healing mitochondrial and cellular damage that's been done from 48 years of eating the wrong things. But for now, I wanted to at least start with this 8-week challenge that Dr. Boz puts out to a lot of her patients and people that she talks to on her YouTube channel and her social media. I've done the challenge and I can see the ketosis. I can feel the effects. The question is, does fasting do the other things that they're slated to do, like lose skin and hard to reach fat areas.
Maybe if I was a little better at this science stuff, I'd have had the way to know how to check the looseness, I guess, of my skin beforehand. But I looked at it this way when I started. If it didn't make a noticeable, visible difference, then it didn't make enough of a difference.
I've been looking into sprinting. Now, I'm not a big fan of the whole idea of eat less, move more, because I think that has taken the burden off of the companies that make this garbage food that we've been eating for so long. But I still think movement's important. And that's one of the reasons why I've been walking so much over the past few years. And then I started rucking on a regular basis, and that's been wonderful too. But one of the things that I've been needing to do is to try to free up a little bit of time in my schedule. And sprinting is something you should be able to do in a much shorter amount of time.
All right, well, it's my next day of sprinting and I'm getting ready to get out here and do it. I've actually missed about 3 or 4 days. I'm not exactly sure. It's been a very weird week. So I just did 5 sprints, at least 10 seconds of sprinting. I was kind of amazed. The first time I went to sprint down, I didn't feel nearly as out of breath as I had in the past. And this is even with 3 or 4 days off. But I am surprised at how good it feels overall to be able to do this as well in such a short period of time, even with this time off. It's still hard to believe that these can have such a big impact on you. But I can tell with just how I feel from the changes of doing this in such a short period of time, it's making a difference.
That's what he looked like 3 years previous.
If we pay extra, could we maybe
And if
get
I
some
go to the start of the video just to show everyone that's coming in as well. That's the difference carnivore can make in 3 years. And then once you incorporate the fasting, once you make sure you get enough fat, you know what I mean? You'll want to exercise more as well. Me personally, I do 15 minutes exercising a week. A week. Okay? And in terms of sprinting, is probably the best one to do as well. Welcome in, Mez. Welcome in. Duda says, I talk to so many meat eaters that make excuses for not going in on a cow with me. Not only an investment that will save you a ton of money in the long run, it's an investment in your health. Exactly. Exactly. You know what I mean? And I'm pretty sure, if you talk to strict carnivore people, they'd be like, yeah, fuck yeah, I'll go in on a cow with you. You know what I mean? Also, welcome in Chris the Stranger. For those they don't know, I'm going to be on Chris's show tomorrow, so I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. 1 second, I want to make sure I say that easy as well. I won't be streaming tomorrow. So I'm going to be on Chris Lestrange's Chris's Brick Shithouse. 1 sec. Let me get the link. So you see your boy there, even in the thumbnail and everything. Okay, so I'm going to be on. 1 sec. Let me get rid of this. We're going to be on. It's going to be our boy Chris hosting. You know what I'm saying? Your boy Yaki, and then we got Brick as well. You know what I'm saying? So make sure stay tuned for the good stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Duda says, I bitch sometimes about how rough my job is, but combined with being a meat eater, it's really the best thing for me. Exactly. It's like a free workout. You don't even have to work. Like, if you're working in construction, you don't even need to worry about exercising. It's just part of your job, and you get paid. You know what I'm saying? You're getting paid to work out, essentially. You know? So once you start to kind of take a different perspective on these things, my man. And here's the link for Chris Lestrange's episode tomorrow. So make sure you go over there and you click that L like button. Get ahead of the curve, as they say. Make sure you're also subscribed as well, folks. You know what I'm saying? But this is the difference. Yeah? This is the difference that carnivore will make for your life. And like I said, it's not just the weight. It's not just the weight. It's all the health benefits that we went over as well. You know what I mean? And shout out to Pseudo as well for mentioning the iodine, making sure you're getting, like I said, get those eggs into you as well, boys. You know what I'm saying? Morning, Chris. Morning for here, as they say. Then buying a $125 meat freezer off Marketplace was all it took to get me started. Fits half a cow perfectly. Doesn't cost too much to run either. Exactly. You know what I mean? You got to be smart with it. You got to be wise with it. And there's the link as well for the stream. I'm going to be over there tomorrow. I'm not going to be streaming like the regular time. I'm going to be doing the whole aspect of we're just going to be posting this link in the Discord and all this kind of stuff as well. Like I said, if you want more information on the carnivore, it's on my Discord. Make sure you get that link and give it an L, peruse at your own time. Trust me, you will not regret switching to carnivore. Even Chris is saying eggs is gold, baby. Eggs is gold, baby. But folks, like I said, we've reached the end of the show. There's another video in there as well. What you should expect in the 5 stages of carnivore. Make sure you give this channel a check out as well. Homestead Howie, like this is the same dude that was in the video.
I want to talk about
the little voice call section of the video that we went over as well. Kerry, he's a homesteader. He has his own chickens. He's been raving about the carnivore diet, and he does like I don't know if it's daily videos, but it's consistent videos. Like I said, just to kind of show you. That was 2 days ago, 5 days ago, 7 days ago, 9 days ago. So about like once every 2 days at least. Once every 2 or 3 days, you're getting a new video. So you will not regret subscribing to Homestead House channel as well. So make sure you give him a check out for that as well. And he even does stuff where he directly goes against like these doctors to say, oh, carnivore ages you and all this kind of shit. Motherfucker does it fuck. You know what I'm saying? So make sure you give all that good stuff a check out as well, folks. And like I said, I'm going to be I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow, but I'm going to be over on Chris's channel as well. If you want that video link as well for what you should expect for the 5 stages of carnivore, he's done more updated version on it as well. There's the link to it as well. So again, make sure you like, make sure you subscribe, all the good stuff. He's a brick house. Bap. You know what I'm saying? Goose eggs, brother. Love him. My man. And a good source of iodine as well. You know what I'm saying? Chris is strange. My wife has issues with eggs. She wants to eat them for every meal. You can't complain. You can't complain, folks. But like I said, we've wrapped up to the end of the show. Huge shout out to Pseudo and Shazzy for the donations. We didn't get to the $50 mark, but hey, it is what it is. And like I said, the reason why this carnivore, like, it kind of like is blended with what I'm doing, both the politically and philosophically and all this kind of stuff, is because Pseudo mentioned it there. With these lefties, they're saying like they want to cull all the cows and all this kind of stuff because they want you dead. They want you sick. They want you in a state that you can't fight back against them. They want you weak. They want you dead. And like I said, make sure you get onto the carnivore diet. You will not regret it. Ignore the noise. Yeah. Ignore the noise and go carnivore, okay? Like I said, folks, we'll end off the same way we always end off. I'm not asking you to trust me. All I'm simply asking you to do is trust your president. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And I'll see you motherfuckers tomorrow for our boy Chris's Brick Shithouse, baby.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life. And I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you. I will fight for you. And I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again.